blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be your blessings. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be your blessings. Every breath is a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm a foot for walk, another blessing. Me me outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, Maya is Toto. Hey, Maya is Toto. Toto Raba, Toto Raba, Toto Raba, Yahaya. Toto Raba, Toto Raba, Toto Raba, Yahaya. Yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Peace and blessings, everyone. All praises to the Most High. Peace and blessings. All right, there you go. Hold on. Peace and blessings, everyone. Peace and blessings, everyone. All praises to the Most High. Peace and blessings. Peace. Yeah, the volume is good. All right, let me make that smaller. All right, peace and blessings. Oh man, I forgot my battle rag. Could somebody bring me my red bandana, please? Please, please and thank you. Thank you so much. I forgot my battle rag. All right, peace and blessings, everyone. Tonight's lesson is the United States, or is the President of the United States deporting Latinos to Africa? Y'all, crazy work. we living in some crazy times, bro. These end times is nuts, bro. It's a lot of crazy stuff happening. But yeah, the title is Trump deporting Latinos to Africa. Crazy work. Now, the deportation thing, y'all know the whole thing with ICE, right? And the whole thing with illegal immigrants and all nations, those who, thank you so much, who come into America illegally, right? And all that. Now, there are some that are allegedly being deported to Africa. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Hold on. What am I doing? Why do I got this thing? Share screen. Sorry, guys. I'm like, why is it just me and I don't got this, right? Share screen while I put my bottle rag on while we get the lesson for people to find us. They get to see where they at. All right, the thumbnail. This is not Mexico. Yo, that's crazy work. Yo, there's some crazy stuff going on in this world today. All right, hold on. Let me look at the comments section. Hold on, let me put the comment section up. Peace and blessings, everybody coming in. I'm gonna bring my brothers and sisters in a minute. Hold on, I gotta scroll on down. Wow, that's a lot of comments already. Peace and blessings. All right, so let me put my invite, present, invite guests, right? Copy. Let me put the invite. Control V, enter. All right, so my brothers and sisters can join us on the screen. Shout out to my brother Jacob Castro in the building. Shout out to all my Hispanic brothers and sisters. Shout out to all the righteous Hispanic brothers and sisters. Right? We only vouch for all the righteous of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. The unrighteous, y'all got to deal with that. Y'all got to deal with your own mess. All right, shout out to the righteous remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, right? So, the thumbnail, this is not Mexico, right? Shout out to Lizette in the building. All right, so tonight is the night. I've been telling y'all it's going to be a good one tonight. I got some very, very important news. So, Hakyama's going to let me know when we get over 100 on the live stream. Right? Even with the shadow ban, they usually let us get over 100 on the live stream, even though they shadow ban all the views. Last one, they shadow banned the mess out of that. But we still got over 100 on the live stream, which is crazy work. I'm like, how do they even make that happen? I know what the numbers should be when we get over 100 on the live stream, but whatever, right? So it is what it is. Now, so I told y'all last week that tonight's lesson is going to be very important. And it's got something to do with finances, right? So once we get over 100 on the live stream a little later, they're going to let me know, Sayala Ya, Hakyama, something. And then that's when I'm going to do the finance part, right? And it's very important for all of us. I don't care a crap who you is. Well, even if you were rich, even if you were filthy rich, you would still, if you don't know what I'm about to show, you still would need to know this, okay? Because this whole thing on the geopolitical world stage, everything that's happening ain't nothing willy-nilly, right? And it's crazy how all these things are happening, but ain't nothing by chance, right? None of this stuff is by chance. So the hold on, I'm still trying to get my life together. So this thing about what do you call it? About is Trump deporting Latinos to Africa? So the crazy thing is, peace and blessings everybody coming in the live stream. I'm still getting my life together. The crazy thing is, the answer is yeah. Yo, they are deporting people. It's not funny, but it's just crazy work. This end time, boy, if we ain't living in the end time, somebody done told us wrong. Okay, we done bumped our head if we don't know what times we living in. All right, so here we go. This is not Mexico. All right, hold on, let my brothers and sisters in the building. Shalom Tamaya, Shalom Hakyama, peace and blessings. All right, the thumbnail. The thumbnail says this ain't Mexico. So I put a image of Africa, and then I put the red, black, and green because we got something to do with black people too, right? And then they put a bienvenidos a casa. All right. So it's like, this ain't my home. What am I doing in Mexico. I mean, in Africa. All right, let's get started. Now, these things are like breaking news events. It's really what's happening right now on the world stage. People are asking, is President of America, Trump, deporting Latinos to Africa? All right. So the actual real news is the United States is using third country deportation deals. Now listen, now remember, y'all know the stuff that's going on the world stage in geopolitics, right? And a little later, I'm gonna show you that it got some finances, all what it's about, right? And something to prepare, right? Woe to those who don't prepare, right? So we got a very important teaching instruction that's gonna come out a little later, right? For your finances and for all of those who have been joining and wanting to join the investment group finances tonight. This is the lesson tonight, right? You'll have already set up the first things. I'm gonna show y'all some things. So I got a lot, I got a curriculum, I got everything. I've been working behind the scenes to get y'all together because we gotta act now because the wealth transfer of the new financial economy is starting now. So this got something to do with geopolitics and all of these things. Now, there is a third world country deportation deals, all right? So, you know, America got this thing where it's changing its immigration laws, and we need, you know, it's deporting a lot of the illegals, no disrespect to anybody, for those who are righteous but might not be here illegally. Just be very careful wherever you go and everything, all right? And for those who are unrighteous, you know what I mean? And, you know, let the Most High will be done over your life. All right. Now, there are some third country deportation deals, right? And African countries have taken part in the deals. Now, the thing about, shout out to my righteous African brothers and sisters all over the continent of Africa, right? Shout out to y'all. Now, and a lot of the brothers, I got some video clips coming on me, crazy work. So a lot of the African brothers and sisters in all of the countries in Africa, they are really acknowledging and experiencing what a lot of their administration in their respective countries in Africa are doing for the dollar bill. They make all of these agreements with like America and China and Russia and France and Britain, right? They make all of these agreements, and these agreements, they don't really care about the population of the people. They're doing it so that they can their bag for these, just like in America, just like other countries, the public officials do all these decisions, and it ain't really for the betterment of the people. It's the betterment for the bag for themselves, right? So they have these. And it's crazy because Africa is a continent full of countries, and these countries always make deals with these other countries, and these countries be adversaries to them. Honestly, you'll be better off figuring out your own problems, working it out yourself, and telling these other global powers to kick rocks. You know what I mean? You should be making the bare minimum deals just for survival instincts, right? But these leaders in these countries be money hungry, right? They be greedy, right? So they're making third world country deportation deals. All right. Now, in last month, Uganda received its first U.S. third country deportation flight under the third country agreement. Now, listen to what I'm trying to teach y'all. They have an airplane flight that flew Hispanics from America, deporting them into the Congo. Okay. Oh, all right. Now, no, hold on. Into Uganda. Okay. Let me explain. Now, the Democratic Republic of Congo also is in deals and said they would receive their third country deportees under a U.S. funded agreement beginning this month. Now, Rwanda already agreed last year that they was going to accept up to 250 U.S. deportees under a similar program. Now, listen clearly. So this is where the Hispanic brothers and sisters, shout out to the righteous Hispanic brothers and sisters, y'all need to learn this stuff too, and just be very careful if you hear legally, right? Now, listen clearly. This crazy work was happening, right? This is nuts. Now, the United States had made agreements with African countries, Rwanda, Congo, Uganda, that they're going to accept an airplane full of deportees, and they're going to let you off in Africa, in the country, the small Hispanic brothers and sisters, and I think they give you a couple of thousands of dollars. It's crazy work, listen. And they set you up for about 2 weeks. They give you enough money that should last you about 2 weeks to get yourself established or to see if you can figure out how to get out of there and get back to where you're from. Now, I know a lot of people are like, what kind of, now the crazy thing is the reason why they got this agreement is because a lot of the, you know how, the deportees from America, the illegal aliens, they don't want to go back to their country, right? So America has an agreement with illegal aliens that they can actually turn themselves in or voluntarily deport. And they actually give them money to go back. They give them a free airplane ride. They give them money to start. I think they give them a couple of thousands of dollars to start off in their country. Okay? America has came up with this agreement. It's a law. And I think it was 14 million or something higher than 140 million that's set aside for this act. Okay? Now, honestly, it's okay. I know it could sound crazy, like, nobody should ever be deported, but that's how every country works. There is no country you can just go into and sneak in illegally or overstay your visa if you got a visa, and that's not a crime. That's a crime. Other countries, you'll get unalived. You try to do that in some of these Muslim countries. You know what I'm saying? Try to do that in some of anywhere. Go to Russia and everything. You might not come back. But America, much as people hate America, right? They just hate. I don't see these other countries that catch you illegally in their country and they're going to pay for your airplane ride back to your country, give you money to get back, to start over where you at. Like, come on, bro. I know America. I know we crazy. It's bad. Like every other country is bad. I get it. Every country is bad. But there are certain things that you got to use your understanding and be like, yo, that's kind of generous. You understand? I'm being honest with you, right? Because they were, so this is part now. According to the American law, I'm paraphrasing all of this. Those who choose not to deport. So you got people that be like, I ain't going nowhere. They don't want to, and they'll say, so when they catch the illegal immigrants, right, and they lock them up in the thing, when it gets to the point where they're supposed to deport them, they ask them, where do you want to go back to Mexico, Costa Rica, wherever, whatever country you came from, talking about the Hispanics, right? Because they're doing it to any illegals, but tonight is about the Hispanics, because I'm going to show y'all in a second. We're going to play the video clip. So they ask them, do you want to go back to your home country? So a lot of them say no. Listen clearly. They say no. We don't want to go back and we gonna stay here, right? And it's like, well, you can't stay here. Either you go back to your country. So America ran into a problem. A lot of them don't want to go back to their country. So America made deals with African nations, right? And because they owe favors, we going somewhere, because these other countries, let me tell you something, the whole world is a prison yard, right? So ain't none of these countries, China, France, Belgium, Germany, America, Great Britain. Ain't none of these countries coming to another country or continent and just giving you stuff for free. Ain't nothing for free. Everything is about prison yard politics, right? So that's why you have agreements with others. Now, a lot of the African country leaders are really greedy and they don't care about the citizens like other nations. You know, our politicians is greedy and they don't care about the citizens, right? I'm not, you know, we broad stroking, we bring in some understanding. Now, the because the deportees are choosing, shout out to Saudi Tape, because shout out to everybody coming in, because the deportees are choosing that they don't want to go. We staying here, right? We ain't going nowhere. And they, you know, so Trump made an agreement with with African nations, and they say, I will take them in, right? And so the agreement is, if you don't fill out your thing and say, I want to go to Spain, I want to go to where I'm from, I want to be deported to where I'm from, right? Then they will assign you where you going. That's crazy work. So that means you're getting out of here. Okay, you're getting the boot, right? That's what they're saying for those illegals who got caught. And now, instead of going to your country, right, where you're from, you're going to be sent, you're going to Rwanda, you're going to Uganda, you're going to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And you're going to get off on a plane. Now, unfortunately, unless you speak one of their languages, well, a lot of these countries speak either French, a lot of them speak American, so it won't be as bad as if you was going to another place that didn't speak English at all, right? Now, instead of going to your country where, you know, where the people where you come from, now you're in another country. Now, Rwanda started their agreement in 2025, all right? Now, these agreements are tied to the Congo, Rwanda peace and access to Congolese critical minerals. Listen clearly. This is tied to the same thing that Iran, what's that place, Greenland, right? This is all geopolitical and geofinancial, geoeconomics, okay? So later we're going to extend, because this geopolitical and geoeconomics, there's a new order that is happening in the world. So listen, it's crazy work that these transfers are tied to minerals. Okay, so this is the Congo, Rwanda peace and access treaties that are tied to assets, mineral rights, and also favors owed. Okay? Now, there are headlines that's happening right now that don't feel real. It's like this crazy stuff. It's like a movie. It's like this. That's why it's like this. That's why I put the thumb down. This is not Mexico. It's like we living in an end time movie playing out, right? Now, when you first hear about it, it sounds like a political nightmare, right? Or something out the Twilight Zone. Imagine being from, I don't know, Honduras or somewhere, and, you know, you're like, I ain't going back to where I'm from. You know what I mean? And then they deport you somewhere in Rwanda, and you get off in Africa, and you ain't never been there. It is like a movie. That's why I'm like, boy, this end time is crazy work. It's like we living in the Twilight Zone, right? Right? Now, the United States has been using what is called third country deportation agreements. The agreements where migrants can be sent to countries other than the one they originally came from. And the nations that have agreed already are the Congo, Uganda, Rwanda, Ghana, South Sudan, and Eswatini. Now, these African nations have agreed, okay? They have already go into contract, all right? Now, as the news reports, the deportees have already started to arrive in the Congo, All right, in Rwanda. Now, the question: are Latinos just broadly being deported, or certain migrants from Latin America and South America being swept into a larger third country deportation system? Yeah, that's why you probably, to the Hispanic brothers and sisters, if you get caught up in the immigration thing and you got to be deported, just write that you want to go back to your country. I think that would be I think that would work out for you much better than just getting dropped off somewhere in Africa and you don't know where you're going. You understand? Now, this is a identity issue, a human issue, a moral issue. All right? Now, how can I say this? And reports confirm that third country deportations are no longer just legal theory. They're happening. People are being removed from the United States, our beloved brother, and sent to countries that are not their homelands. Countries that they don't have no family in, that they have no language connection to, that they have no memories, and that the soil don't have no remembrance of their lane or lineage. Shout to stay true. Uganda has already received deportees under a third country agreement. The Congo agreed to receive their migrants. Rwanda agreed to accept up to 250 of them. All right. Now, Reuters reported that the Congo deportation talks were happening while Washington was working on a Congo-Rwanda peace effort agreement. All right. And that involves Congolese critical minerals. So they're making these agreements. They give them a certain amount of money, right? So let's say if they might give Congo, they might give them for $5 million, right, to accept the deportees, plus something that they're working out with the mineral rights, right? Now, human lives being moved across a chessboard. I'm not laughing. It's crazy work, these geopolitics. They're moving human chess pieces, okay? Human lives moved across a chessboard for minerals, for diplomacy, for power, for aid, for finance, for leverage, okay? Now, Jeremiah in the Bible says that the children of Yasharal and the children of Judah were oppressed together, and they got took captives, and they refused to let them go. So oppression has always involved control of movement, and scattering has always been the judgment language. All right. So I'm going to explain something, because all this is prophecy and biblical. All right. Now, that's why it feels like it's breaking news from the Twilight Zone. Because everything that be happening is all biblical. All right. Shout out to Brother Tim and his wife. All right, let's get started with the first video clip of the night. And then I'm going to get back, right? Because I'm going to come back to that. Yeah, I'll come back to that. All right. Because I'm going to break down, I'm going to show you in the Bible where all this stuff is prophecy. All right. So let's get to the first video clip of the night. This work is going to be crazy tonight. All right. This is not Mexico. It's Trump deporting Latinos to Africa. All right, here we go. First video clip of the night. Y'all get out your feelings. Don't nobody get in your feelings. We exposing, we're deciphering, discerning what's really happening on the world stage right now. All right, let's go. So I'm going to grab this. Bang. So this, my first clip is this one here. Bang. So I might as well start here, and then that'll give more people to know we live. They'll come on in. And this is some of the sentiments, okay, about what's happening in America, right, between a lot of the Latinos and the so-called Black Americans, right? Because, you know, most nations don't like the so-called Black Americans. I just want y'all to know that, right? So there's issues with Black Americans, right? And so before, a lot of Latinos were saying, like, you know, they need to deport Black Americans, right? And it's like, but we're from here, but whatever. All right. And then we're going to, after this clip, this set of clips, then we're going to, I'm going to show y'all the deportation clips. Crazy work. Yeah, I got it for y'all. Don't even worry about it. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Stop share. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. First video clip of tonight. Latinos in America and the Blacks in America have discussions and discourse. Let go.
The U.S. Supreme Court says that if you have brown skin, if you speak Spanish, if you work as a laborer, ICE can grab you for no reason other than that.
Immigrants, there are going to be the next group that are going to be the majority in this country, and they're trying to stop that. This is what, and Donald Trump understands this. He understands. So, all of you immigrants who believe.
First of all, everybody, y'all help me. Y'all know I'm a little old timer. I'm what they call an old timer or whatever they call you, right? But what in the do-rag is on his head? Boy, this generation, I swear, I don't know. I be losing myself. You know, we old school. We stay kind of, you know, with our regular smuggler. But they be, what is this? What in the frilly do-rag is this going on, bro? Boy, I swear this generation got the boy, the old timers, we failing the young generation. I mean, we really failing them, bro. Cause but you know, a lot of them won't listen to us because a lot of the old timers, they drop the ball. You know, they want to be thugs. You know, they about 65 years old, talking about bloods up, and you know, they want to hate on the youngsters. So it make it hard for us elders who want to look out for the youngsters, right? Which the generation above you they supposed to check you when you going left. You know what I mean? When I was young in the 70s and stuff, the elders, they used to check us. We couldn't be too out of line. You understand? We know you create new styles and fashions, but they would never let us, you know, they wearing bonnets and stuff. What is this? What in the frilly, what kind of, this is stupid. I'm sorry, let me not. This is crazy work, bro. I'm like, they just won't stop. They like, that's a bonnet? What kind of bonnet? I never seen a bonnet with frilly things hanging. What? All right, but anyway, so I guess he got something to say. I've got something to say to you too, bro. Forget the Hispanics, bro. You need to work on yourself. That's why I tell him, forget the current events, bro. Work on your masculinity, bro. They got these dudes wearing bonnets and stuff and scarves and all this stuff and pocketbooks and bro. All right. So anyway, let's hear what he got to say, right? That's why I said that ain't no bonnet. I'm like, what in the frilly do-rag is that? I don't know what that is. They got some new stuff. All right, let me continue. All right, let me focus. Shout out to Yaleen. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. All right, let's continue. All right, yeah.
Immigrants, there.
Oh, shout out to Lavielle. She let me know that she's still watching. Shout out to Lavielle. Peace and blessings, Lavielle. Shout out to Demario. Shout out to Demario, young king. Shout out to Sharonda. And all right, shout out to Sharonda and everybody else who, you know, sorry, so some people be letting me know they watching and stuff like that. So peace and blessings to you guys, everybody. All right, let's continue. All right, let's just hear what the frilly do-rag dude got to say.
Immigrants, there are going to be the next group that are going to be the majority in this country, and they're trying to stop that. This is what, and Donald Trump understands this. He understands. So, all of you immigrants who believe that
I'm sorry, guys, but he seems really serious. But how can we take young brothers? How can I take you serious, bro? When you got a frilly thing on your head, bro. I can't take you serious, right? Shout out to Ababaya, right? I'm like, but anyway, he seems really serious in his demeanor, but I can't take you serious with that thing on your head, bro. What kind of head wrap you got on, bro?
All of you immigrants who believe that black people can be in some kind of way deported, you need to read the Constitution.
Really wondering why Black Americans are not getting deported? Really? See, that just goes to show y'all don't know anything about our history, baby, because we only been here for 80, 90 generations. Black folks, we built this nation on the backs of our ancestors. What you mean why we not getting deported?
No, first of all, shout out to the sister. She got way too much makeup on, but it's okay. Y'all know y'all like just leave. But what I'm laughing at, I like the way she talks. She talked like the old, the old Big Mama and them, where they say, "Listen, baby," and then she putting on lotion. I like how she talks. That's that soothing Southern talk, right? She said, "Listen, baby, they rubbing on lotion. We only been here for 500, 600, 700 years, baby. We not going nowhere." I'm like, she got that old soothing Southern talk. I'm like, go ahead, girl. That's that Southern talk. Sound like she could cook a good biscuit or something. Sound like she could cook a good meal or something. Go ahead, girl. You got what's cooking in the kitchen, girl? What's cooking? All right, sorry, guys. Let's continue. All right. Could somebody bring me something to drink, please? All right, let me go back for her, right? But that's that Southern talk right there, bro. I'm like, that stuff is us Northerners, we like that talk. Don't y'all get that twist. Us New Yorkers, that just have us sit down and be like, we be like, we start smelling food. You start talking like that. We start smelling homemade biscuits and homemade taters and sweet potato pies. We just start smelling stuff. Bring back those memories, right? Because we all came from the South. For the generation who came over on slave ships, us who was here, the other ones who was indigenous, I guess y'all ain't come from the South, but we did. A lot of us did. But anyway, let's continue. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's go. She said, all right, what's she talking about?
Wondering why Black Americans are not getting deported? Really? See, that just goes to show y'all don't know anything about our history, baby, because we only been here for 80, 90 generations. Black folks, we built this nation on the backs of our ancestors. What you mean why we not getting deported? Huh? We only been here since the 18th century, even longer before then, even during the 17th century. We built the White House. We built everything. We built the economy here. We are the reason why this nation stands strong even into this day. Where they going to deport us? Where they going to take us to? We already home. What, they're going to deport us to Virginia, North Carolina? No, we already home. We not going nowhere, for those of you all guys were wondering. Sorry for bursting your bubble.
Commenting about the Ukrainians, and they were saying, yeah, but these people are literally, if they go back there, they could die and stuff. We could die as well. I told them that my father wasn't alive and we had to escape, and they were laughing about it. We're saying, yeah, well, we all have problems, but they were defending the white people. And what I'm trying to say is like we don't want you to defend us. You don't have to defend us. It's okay. You guys have your own problems. I'm just telling you about history, what happened, how Mexicans helped the black slaves, how a lot of Mexicans got killed as well, saving them, how we have always stand.
So now that Trump is doing like the mass deportation, this Mexican woman, and I've seen a few other Mexicans saying that black people needed to.
What in the black doing too much is going on in this one? Yeah, it's too much, sister. This one here is too much. Right? What in the what is going on with this hair coming all out the sides? But it is what it is. It's hard to get to the message, guys, when you look crazy. You know what I mean? That's why presentation, you know what I mean? Perception and presentation has a lot to do with stuff. It's like, how can I take the little dude serious so he got a frilly do-rag on with, right? And then this whole thing, I don't know what in the Ronald McDonald is going on with all this hair, with this thing, but whatever, man. It's just these people be doing too much, right? And then she started off, she had cleavage from here to South Carolina, right? I'm like, boy, but anyway, all right, so the Hispanic sister, she was like, that, we understand that all the immigrants and ones being deported, us good good black folk, so-called blacks. We got some good so-called black folk because you got Iggers of every nation of people, right? So you can't just look at the crazy blacks and the Iggers of the blacks because you got Igger whites, Igger Hispanics, Igger, right? You got crazy all. So you can't generalize. So for the Hispanic brothers and sisters in other nations who getting deported to countries where you fled from and it's not really that safe, our condolences. That's why I'm like, that's why I'm doing this video and stuff so that, my people destroyed for Lakanaz, so we can know that there's our American government has made new deals with Africa that you think you don't want to go back to, I don't know, Colombia or something. I think you might want to go back there rather than going into some into the Democratic Republic of the Congo. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't think you want to end up there. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be I think that's going to be a crazier lifestyle shift than ended up in some Hispanic country where you speak the language and you might be able to navigate. But so anyway, she's saying that some of them are saying that they won't, and then some blacks don't. They're like, well, we got our own problems. Well, that's kind of true. Like every nation of people got its own problems. You know what I mean? And and everybody don't fight for one another. You know what I mean? So you got so-called blacks in America that a lot of them want reparations for what have happened to our ancestors and our generations, right? What has happened, right? They repair whatever breaches they've done to all other nations, right? They give billions and billions of dollars every year to Israel, and we ain't never to that country over there, and we ain't never even did nothing to them, right? But they won't get nothing to the blacks, right? You understand? So and then you have other nations who like, y'all blacks don't need nothing. Y'all ain't getting no reparation, right? So there's different, people are in their feelings on all sides, right? Right? I don't think they're ever going to give a reparation, but if they did, I wouldn't mind a coin or two. You understand? I've been under Jim Crow. I've been under the crazy. I'm coming from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s. So I done been under a lot. I need a check or two. I think I deserve something. They gave it to the Mongoloid native Indians, right? They gave them millions and all type of stuff. They gave everybody money. The Japanese, they give everybody paper. They don't give us nothing. So you got people who are against that, right? From other nations, not just Hispanic, blacks and all that, from, other nations saying, black, y'all don't need no reparation. Y'all ain't getting no, man, mind your business. Ain't got nothing to do with you. Okay? It was like, my goodness, can we have something that, our blood, sweat, and tears, we built this country. It's just sorry we did. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors, the blood is all in the ground, crying out to the Most High from the ground. But anyway, so I'm just saying this because there's going to be contentions and right. And, so you can't take it personal and generalize all. But anyway, so let's continue. So this sister, I guess she got something to say because she got the video with the Hispanic sister talking about, what's it say? Black people aren't everyone. Somebody wrote, sorry, black people aren't everyone's savior. We have eternal issues we are dealing with, and our attention needs to be on that. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't mean you don't have compassion for another nation of people, but you got to work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. That's for nations of people and individual, right? You got to work out your own issues before you can be trying to help someone else, right? It's kind of like get the beam out your eye before you take it out someone else. You can't really help too many other people when you ain't even helping yourself, right? You got to clean your own house, get yourself together, and then you can go forth and you can be able to help others balanced and equally, right? So that's true. And if each nation of people,
Over
right,
100.
each nation of people, thank you, welcome everybody in, all right, to the live stream. If they start to work out helping one another, it could go a lot different, right? We over 100, so I think I'm gonna clip right to the title right now, all right? And then we'll come back to the rest of this, right? Because this is, right? So we're going to get to Latinos shipped to Africa. Let's get to the thumbnail. Let's get to the thumbnail, the title. All right. All right. Let me do a little bit more of this, and then we're going to get to that one. Right. Here we go.
A lot of Mexicans got killed as well, saving them. How we have
This
stand.
So now that Trump is doing like the mass deportation, this Mexican woman, and I've seen a few other Mexicans saying that black people needed to help them and stand in solidarity with them. This is not our fight. And she's talking about how the Mexicans helped the black slaves and how they were killed and on the front lines. First of all, we don't even have to go back in history. We already have a lot of issues in our community that we have to face daily and that we're marching for, going to Congress about, trying to get bills passed. We don't have any allies. So we don't even got to talk about slavery. What about now? I don't see the Mexican community rallying behind black people. I just don't see it, not by the droves. I'm not going to say on an individual level and on an individual basis, there are some of you that may, help, but this is not our fight. Don't. You see how they come and recruit us when they need help and when they need numbers? But when we need help and when we need numbers, we're just another nigga on the street. Like, come on, they a lot of these Latinos, they be racist too. Okay?
All right, let's get to the video clip of the night. We're gonna come back to that one. The video clip of the night is Trump deporting Latinos to Africa. All right, we're over 100, so I might as well go on and get to it. Let's do it. Share this tab instead. All right, highlight clip of the night. Trump is he deporting Latinos to Africa? Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Here we go. Let go.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is now accepting deportees from the United States. They're the latest African country to accept deportees from the United States. This agreement was agreed on April 2026 to receive third country nationals deported from the United States. The United States will cover all logistical costs and the migrants who are not citizens of the DRC. The target population, the agreement applies to non-Congolese nationals whom the U.S. is deporting, specifically those who cannot be returned to their home countries for whatever reason. So this means, let's say if you're from...
All right. So now what he's reporting is there are some deportees who don't want to go back to their country. They say, they don't want to leave America. We ain't going nowhere. They'll say, I don't know where I'm from. I don't know where I'm from. They ask them, where you want to go back? Do you want to go back here? I don't know. I'm not from... And so they're deporting them to Africa now. Now, some deportees, their countries don't want them back. All right? Some deportees, the country don't want to accept them, right? Whether it's Spain or one of these countries, I don't know what they did, what's going on, but the country's like, we don't want them. So America got to send you somewhere. So they made out broker deals with Africa and they sending them to Africa. All right, let's continue. So is Africa becoming a jail? Shout out to Terry in the building. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. All right, here we go.
Mexico reason. So specifically those who cannot be returned to their home countries for whatever reason. So this means, let's say if you're from Mexico, you could have a one-way trip, not one-way trip, but a trip to Congo. Isn't that crazy? Like, you really are a foreigner now. You really are an immigrant. Instead of being in a country right next door to your country that's kind of familiar, you all the way in Congo. You don't know what to expect out there, but yeah, this is that. And they said this is the security context is because the arrangement coincides with ongoing U.S. efforts to engage with the DRC regarding peace with Rwanda and access to, as described by, critical minerals.
All right, now y'all hear that part. All right, shout out to Terry. We understand. All right, shout out to Melvin in the building. Now, you see that part, everybody. They're having these contracts with the Congo, Rwanda. It's about minerals. You understand? Everything is always about money, okay? That's why I got something coming later. I'm going to show you where they're doing with the money, the oil, digital currency, what's happening. And right now, you're going to have to get your stuff together. Otherwise, you're going to be screwed later. And now is a time that you can accumulate the most wealth. I'm about to show y'all in a second, right? After we get through this stuff, right? I'm going to show y'all, all right? And I'll give y'all, and it's for free. I ain't asking y'all for nothing. I'm not going to ask you for, this is from the Most High to anyone who get to see this live stream or anyone who gets to see the replay. It is because the Bible says, woe to those who don't prepare, right? For the coming times. Okay. There is a famine coming. There is things that these institutions are doing. So these geopolitics, this is what Africa is doing. You see this little thing, it says Congo agrees to accept third country nationals deported from the United States. And that's got some to do with mineral rights, monies, geopolitical agreements and covenants being made. Okay. And you know, people are chattel. People are people are also going to be tokenized. See, this thing that I'm about to show y'all later, everything is becoming digitalized. They're going to be tokenizing people as well, right? They already had it to a certain extent with your birth certificate and your social security number and all that, right? And the registration, right? But I'll show y'all a little later, all right? Now, let's continue. All right, so remember, this is about money and mineral rights and stuff. All right.
Efforts to engage with the DRC regarding peace with Rwanda and access to, as described by, critical minerals and peace talks. Yeah. So yeah, DRC is the latest African country to accept third national parties from the Y'all, they just deported 15 immigrants to Congo. And these immigrants come from South America. Some of them are from Colombia. And this is what they have to say about Africa, Congo. In my country, I'm considered white, and I never been around these many Africans in my life. So that alone, it started making me feel uncomfortable and unsafe. And you mix Africans and...
All right, so this, what you're hearing is a translated of what some of the Hispanics are saying who got shipped over to Africa. All right, listen again.
Congo. In my country, I'm considered white, and I never been around these many Africans in my life. So that alone, it started making me feel uncomfortable and unsafe. And you mix Africans and poverty together, that's just not the American dream I was looking for. When the Trump administration said that, hey, you could go...
So the Hispanic brother said in this country, he's seen as white, right? And they shipped him over to Africa. And he like, I went to America for the American dream, and now I'm over here in Africa in poverty and blacks, right? It just is what that's what he's saying, right? He like, this ain't the dream. He had a dream, you know, the American dream. And I guess he ran to American nightmare, but your nightmare got worse when I'm quite sure it's worse. You end up in the Congo, right? And you like, you know, so it is what it is. I'm just, you know, it's just a warning to anybody that anybody immigrants in America that might be here illegal that could get caught up in the deportation. You might want to go ahead and say you're going right where you want to go, right? Because don't let them, they're going to ship you over there. I'm just letting you know this is what's happening. Let's continue.
That's just not the American dream. Africans and they're making me feel uncomfortable. These many Africans in my life. So that alone, it started making me feel uncomfortable and unsafe. And you mix Africans and poverty together, that's just not the American dream I was looking for. When the Trump administration said that, hey, you could go to Mexico, we'll deport you to Mexico, just sign these papers, I was like, why would I want to go to Mexico? Colombia is a better country. Why would I want to downgrade? And now here I am in Africa.
So this deportee in the holding cell, I forgot what they call it, when ICE, when immigration got you in those cells, they asked him where you want to go, right? He's supposed to go to Mexico. He said, I don't want to go to Mexico. Colombia is a better place. Like, see, people get really spoiled. You know what I mean? That's my point, right? It's like, no disrespect, but it's like, just like the Somalians, right? They flee their country, right? Where all this oppression and all, they ain't got the right to do nothing. You got a right to be poor over there in them countries. You got a right to shut up, okay? Then they come here and they get what they call them, they get bougie. I don't know, America might, there's something in the water, some bouginess or something. They come here and they just feel like, everybody come here to feel like, well, we better than the blacks that's here, right? That's some crazy work. It's horrible, but it just is what it is. It's a reality, right? They come here and they just be like, well, we over the blacks, right? And then they just forget. I guess they forget how it was where they were from, and then they become bougie. They become princesses. That's the word I'm looking for. They become princesses. So they being deported. He like, I don't want to go to Mexico. Send me to Colombia. And I guess the system was like, okay, you want to be a princess? Check. You going right? You send them to Africa. So we already got an agreement. We got an agreement with Africa for those who don't want to act right. You better get some act right. That's my point with this video. It's to any of the Hispanic or other nations that get caught up in immigration. This is happening, so you need to prepare for this and prepare your family members, your loved ones, anybody. Right? I'm not trying to ridicule or nothing. This is an actual shofar blowing, a warning, a shafar warning. You understand? This is happening right now. So this is something y'all could face. Okay? Shout out to Melvin. All right, now let's continue.
Oh, here I am and put you to Mexico, just sign these papers. And you mix Africans and poverty together. That's just not the American dream I was looking for. When the Trump administration said that, hey, you could go to Mexico, we'll deport you to Mexico, just sign these papers, I was like, why would I want to go to Mexico? Colombia is a better country. Why would I want to downgrade? And now here I am in Africa. Trump, what the are you smoking? So they saying that Africa is messy. It's a lot of poverty, and they don't like it. They think they live in a lie. Now, one of them had the option to be deported to Mexico, but he refused to go to Mexico. And his family is still here in the United States. So Mexico versus Congo, and you want to be close proximity to your family. It seemed like it would have been a no-brainer, but I guess he refused the deportation, being deported to Mexico. And there you have it. He even stated that his living conditions is a lot better than being in those asylum holding detention centers because, he have a lot more freedom. But yet water's inconsistent and the electricity is in.
So don't turn into princess. Don't get bougie. You're getting way too comfortable. All right. Once you get locked up, right? Like when I got locked up and went to jail, I stopped all I was living like a king in the world. You know what I mean? Selling my drugs. I repent for all my transgressions, right? And I did time for all the crimes I committed. But I was living like a king, selling my drugs and my sin and transgression. Once I got locked up, all that, right? Now I'm in here with the lions, tigers, and bears and rats running around and roaches. And, you got you getting nasty bologna sandwiches. And, you ain't going to no 5-star restaurants and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like crazy work. You got to adapt and adjust, right? So for some reason, they in the detention centers still being bougie. I don't want to go to Mexico. Mexico would have been a lot closer to the United States. So if your family is still in the United States, you probably might have snuck back over somehow. I don't know. Good luck with that, because this administration here is trying to shut the borders down. Under Biden and them, you could have just walked in the border. They had open borders. They was giving people money to come over. It's crazy work, but whatever, right? So those days is over for now anyway. Okay, those days is over. You got 2 more years of this, right? So it ain't gonna get better. All right, so this is just a warning, right? This ain't a disrespect or none of it. It's just a reality check. It's just, this is your reality. Like everybody get new realities. We got, the new reality is we can't afford groceries today. You know what I mean? This is a new reality. You understand? So unfortunately for some of the immigrants, the new reality is if you get caught, you might want to go where they trying to send you. Don't let them pick to send you. You going to Africa. You might end up in Rwanda somewhere. You know how hard it is to make it from Africa to trying to get back to the United States with your family here, or even to go from Africa to Mexico. It's like you had a better shot going to one of the Hispanic countries. But anyway, let's continue. Let's go back a little bit.
He have a lot more freedom, but than being in those.
So the Hispanic dude said he is saying that him in the Congo is better than him being in the cage when he was locked up in deportation, right? Because he got freedom. He out on the streets and they give him money. That's crazy work. I think it's rather generous though, to be honest with you. They give him like $1,000. Now they give him some money to get themselves, established. Give them, enough for them to last for 2 weeks. Find a trade, or I don't know, do something. But that's crazy work. That's kind of a nightmare, bro. That's a nightmare. All right, but let's continue. I don't wish it on nobody, but this is people's reality.
Is a lot better than being in those asylum holding detention centers because, he have a lot more freedom, but yet water's inconsistent and the electricity is inconsistent there in the capital of Congo. But yeah, I would have signed the deportation papers to Mexico, or I would have self-deported myself. You would have got $1,000, and Lord knows what you could do in Colombia with $1,000 US.
So they allow you to self-deport. They give you $1,000 free plane ticket to get to wherever country you want, right? Or if you don't, they got to ship you off. They ship you off, and then they give the place where you going money to take care of you, I think to house you too, for about 2 weeks in Africa. And after that, you're on your own. But they actually giving you something. That's crazy work. That's crazy, right? They actually giving you something. That's actually kind of generous. You understand? Honestly, I'm just being honest, because it's like, let me explain this. You got to understand it this way. Imagine somebody broke into your house. Because people, they don't have the understanding. They thinking like America is so foul, but it's like there's no country in the world that you can illegally break into, right? Illegally, right? Shout out to Young Brew, that you can, and you will go to jail. You will get, they're not gonna, so imagine somebody broke into your home, right? And they talking about, they done squatted in your home. And you come home, you might be on vacation, and they upstairs in your bedroom. They up there, they clipping their toenails on your couch, watching your TV. They've been cooking. You like, who is in my house, bro? You got to go. And he like, but I want to stay. And you like, no, bro, this ain't your house, bro. You're here illegally. You got to go. So imagine telling them, right, the person that you're trying to get out your house, and you tell them, you know what, here, I'll give you some money, right? That's a good person. You're like, I'll give you some money. Here, I'll give you some clothes, but you got to leave here, bro. You got to get out of my house, man, right? And here, I'll give you this. I'll give you $1,000, and maybe you can go start yourself, get you a room and everything, right? Thank you. That's that's 3 million pesos. Okay, I'm going to say that's like 3 million pesos. Okay, I don't know what that goes for over there. But I know that $1,000 be stretching in certain countries, especially in Africa, certain countries. But anyway, that's like telling them, and you give them the money to leave your house. How dare someone say that that's, you're foul or something? That's actually pretty generous. All right, let's continue. That's actually generous. I'm sorry. I just is what it is. You can't make me say not understand that that's generous. All right, they giving these people money and everything.
Dollars, but yeah, dollars. And yeah, I would have signed this, he have a lot more freedom, but yet water's inconsistent and the electricity is inconsistent there in the capital of Congo. But yeah, I would have signed the deportation papers to Mexico, or I would have self-deported myself. You would have got $1,000, and Lord knows what you could do in Colombia with $1,000 US. But yeah, they saying it's a nightmare.
So the DRC is going to accept third country deportees from the United States, according to Al Jazeera and the AP. What this means is the United States is going to be able to deport people to the DRC and pay for it. And then they don't necessarily have to be from there, right? And obviously they're paying the DRC, but a lot of this was in exchange for the United States helping end the conflict with Rwanda, which is why I try to tell people there's no free lunch. And until Africa can really start to solve its own problems without needing mediation from anyone else, they're always going to have insane conditions for all the things that they do, right? Because now they have to accept foreigners who got deported from the US that aren't from the Congo into their country, and they're trying to save a little bit of face while they say, it's not like we're doing this we don't want to do this, but we have to. Da, 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 da. And at the end of the day, it's a really sad decision. I obviously do not support this at all. But this is what happens, right? When you don't control your own destiny, you become at the whim of whatever somebody wants to do with you, man. And it's just sad all around. Sad, sad.
The US is back at it with the third country deportations. I read the news because I know you haven't. And 15 migrants from South America were deported by the United States are now in the Democratic Republic of Congo under a new deal between the two countries. Now, the deportees that come from countries like Peru and Ecuador reportedly had legal protections preventing their return home to their home countries. Instead, they've been sent to a third country where they have no ties. This is part of the broader US strategy to strike agreements with multiple countries to accept deported migrants. Several African nations are involved, with Washington covering costs and negotiating more deals. Critics say this raises serious human rights concerns, especially if migrants are sent to unfamiliar countries without legal protections. It could reshape global migration policies and set a controversial precedent for handling deportations.
Basically, if you understand geopolitics in nation states, these kingdoms, America's a kingdom, Russia's a kingdom, China, France, different levels, right? These other places you there legally, you be in jail. They pick you a slave. They don't let you leave. That type, right? Not only that, so basically, America basically said, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here, right? That's so-called blacks. We know that saying, right? That's basically what it is. They gave them a you ain't got to go home card, but you're going to get the HELL out of here card. But they gave them money to go with it. So that's crazy work, right? So that part right there is very benevolent. That's a benevolence, okay? I'm just keeping it 100. Usually when they tell you you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the HELL out of here, you don't get a going ticket. You don't get a ticket. Shout out to Colonia. You don't get a free ticket. Extra ducats, especially $1,000 US. That'll go a long way over there. You understand? $1,000 US, boy. You better get your hustle on. You got some ducats with you. All right, but anyway, let's continue. I'm trying to tell you, go to Libya and all them countries. You be sold right into traffic. You be trafficked, right? Let's continue.
For handling global migration concerns, especially if migrants are sent to unfamiliar countries without legal protections. It could reshape global migration policies and set a controversial precedent for handling deportations. Let me know what you think.
What's wrong with this country? I'm so confused right now. Like, there's no good health. There's no good education. Yeah.
Right, now this is a brother from the Congo. Now y'all hearing from some of the people from the Congo who is pissed off at their leaders, right? Their presidents and stuff, who made the deal with America to accept them. All right. Now listen.
To feed your own population. There's no good health. There's no good education. Yeah. You struggling to feed your own population. There's no job. How are you gonna look after these people? Because the only reason these people move to USA is for good education. Yeah. Better health, good job, better life. We cannot give them that in Congo. What are you taking these people for? Your own population, your own people. You cannot give them this. Someone went to university. Yeah. Finished the university. There's no job for them. They are home now. Now they become colonized.
So he's talking to his Congolian leaders. Why? He's correct. Why are you taking it? Because they don't give a crap about y'all. just like no administration cares about its citizens. It's about geopolitical politics and money that they stuffing in their pocket. They don't care that they about to have a whole bunch of migrants there, more, whatever. You understand? It's no disrespect, but I'm just is what it is. That's what the Democrats did for the last 8 years, opened up the borders and flooded, made sanctuary cities and just gave monies. And they like somebody else said, they give money to everybody, but so-called blacks, they won't give us nothing. They won't even give me food stamps. And they sit there, give these people millions of dollars. They just, oh my goodness. But anyway, I understand the curses, so I'm out of my feelings. Right? It just is what it is. All right, let's continue.
better life. We cannot give them that in.
Somebody said, why ain't they sending it to a European country since they think they white? Because I guarantee you, America don't think they white, right? I'm sorry, not sorry. To the Hispanic brothers and sisters that think they white, you know, you check off white on your box and all that. I guarantee you, these nation states don't call you white. They don't think you white, right? That's why it's funny. I bet you they won't. If they, that's gonna be an interesting one to see. Now you remember these nation states, no matter what, they got their racism and stuff, right? That'll be interesting to see if America locks up some of these European illegal aliens, right? Because you got some Europeans over here that's illegal. And if they actually send a white European to one of them African countries, well, the white European is probably going to want to go back to where he's from. That's why I said the foolishness. Now, the where some of the Hispanics run into a real problem is the ones that their country don't want to accept them. That's when you're screwed, right? When whatever you did, Spain or wherever it is, don't want to accept you, you just fall into the deportation agreement that Africa then made. So you definitely going to Africa. So you need to just get on, start doing push-ups in the cell. That's what I used to do in jail before I go to population. I'm hitting the floor. I'm in the bullpen. I'm hitting the floor. I'm trying to get it swole. I'm shadow. They looking at me. I'm like, y'all just tripping. Y'all sitting around stressed out over your lawyer. I'm over here prepared for when they pop that gate and I go into population. I'm preparing for the first one that pop on me. You understand? I'm preparing myself mentally, physically, and spiritually to survive where I'm about to, I'll worry about that other stuff later with my case once I get situated in this new environment I'm going to. You see what I mean? You got to adapt. It's called adaptation. Whoever don't adapt will cease to exist. You right? See, the world is about survival of the fittest. Do you understand that? That's reality, bro. That's why your individual family or your individual a tribe or your individual whatever, come on, A. Sandoval, you have to prepare for your situation. You understand? And you can't get in your feelings. Put your feelings to the side. Get yourself together to be acclimated to your new environment. And then after you get yourself established, then bring your feet. Then you can worry about your feelings. You can sit on the side and be like, oh, woe is me. Woe is me. They didn't drop me off in the middle of the desert. I'm in Congo with all these Iggers. Iggers is everywhere. I didn't even like the blacks in America. Now I got a whole new set of so-called blacks. Right? Right? It's like, so you got to adapt to the situation where you in first. You understand? That's what I used to do, man. People look at me. I'm on the bars, right? When there's no room to sit, I'll be on the bars and I'm leaning trying to do triceps, right? Then I seen some other people that used to watch me, and I seen dudes hitting the floor. I'm like, oh, that's you better pay attention. You better be smart, because I was preparing for what's coming. I know what's coming. When they pop, wherever I'm going to, I'm going to have to establish myself. If they put me on the tier, if they put me in a dorm, wherever I go, somebody's coming. There's going to be some mess, and I need to be as physically, mentally prepared. I need to go into warrior mode. That's when you switch off the gears and you go into warrior mode. That's why I said, ain't no time to be in princess, be bougie mode. I don't want to go to Mexico. Colombia's better. Oh, somebody told you wrong. Fluffy. Trump and America, they like, okay, Congo. For him, and you won't even know that you're going there. Congo, Rwanda, and you're sitting in there thinking, I wonder where they gonna send me. Send me back to Chicago. You think you're gonna send me to Mexico? I ain't going to no Mexico. Send me to Colombia or send me back to Chicago. Oh yeah, Buttercup. America like, okay, Buttercup, the Congo, it is. All right, but anyway, let's continue. So this is a Congolese brother, and they're complaining because their government is now accepting these American deportees, right?
You struggling to feed your own population. There's no... What's wrong? There's no good education, yeah? You struggling to feed your own population. There's no job. How are you going to look after these people? Because the only reason these people move to USA is for good education, yeah? Better health, good job, better life. We cannot give them that in Congo. What are you taking these people for? Your own population, your own people, you cannot give them this. Someone went to university, yeah, finished the university. There's no job for them. They are home now. Now they become colonial. They're chopping people's hands. Oh, bro, I'm so confused with this country. I'm tired of this country, man. Sometimes I wonder, why am I even Congolese, man? Because these people, they just piss me off. Guys, let me relax. Let me relax. I don't know how much this guy getting paid, but I promise you, the Congolese population will never see this money.
I swear, some of these African countries look just like us. They look just like, the dude look just like American black. I swear, he look like 110%. Boy, that's how you know the Shemitic ones that's over there. Boy, I'm trying to tell you, you got to understand. You can see the difference between Ham, Shem, and Japheth. You can see if you know genetics. Somebody told y'all wrong, right? So you can see that genetic code. I'm sitting there look like, bro, this bro look like he's straight out of America. If he don't open his mouth. Right, but then you see other parts of Africa where they don't look, they don't look like us. That's Hermetic, but it is what it is. But it's just that part just trips me out. He looks straight like he from America. He looked like Leroy from the projects over there on 7th Street. You look, boy, ain't that Ray on from 7th Street? Until you start saying, we not no Ray from no 7th Street. You be like, whoa, bro, Ray, where you get that accent from? Me not Ray, me from the Congo. Oh, okay. Well, sure, they got the brothers is in the Congo. he look just like us. But anyway, let's continue.
Getting paid, but I promise.
You said that's Kojak. Kojak, what you doing? How you get to the Congo, Kojak? He like, my name not Kojak. My name is Wooga Wooga. No disrespect. I don't mean to mock their names, but they got their own culture. But anyway, let's continue.
Congolese population will never see this money. This money is going straight to their pockets. It's so sad.
If you haven't heard, Congo will be accepting deportees from the United States, aka our non-intelligent president who cannot take care of his own people.
That's another one. Hey, sisters, I know y'all think she just a sister. She from the Congo too. Like the Congo. So the slave ship definitely stopped off in the Congo and shipped on over here to America. It definitely stopped off in the Congo. All right, so anyway, let's continue. Now to the American blacks who think wasn't no slavery, it is what it is. Knock yourself out with that whole, there were indigenous so-called blacks here, but not all blacks were from here, okay? We was all from all over the world. Some came over by slave ships. All right, so anyway, let's continue. So this is a sister from the Congo, right? She's speaking out against it too.
So sad.
If you haven't heard, Congo will be accepting deportees from the United States, aka our non-intelligent president who cannot take care of his own people is accepting other people from other deportees from the United States. And this is why I will always advocate for an education. If you're Congolese, you're here in the United States, please take up the opportunity and get educated, because we are the future generation. We are the ones that are going to take over when all these people die off.
So she's a Congolese woman in America. She says their Congolese president is an imbecile and he's not. And she says the youngsters, they're the future Congolese generation, right? So I guess they smart. They over here to make them some money and go back and try to build their country up. That's smart. But anyway, let's continue.
Ones that are going to take over, get educated, because we are the future generation. We are the ones that are going to take over when all these people die off. We're the ones that are going to take over, and it only makes sense that intelligent people take over in the government. This is what happens when non-intelligent people take over. So it only makes sense that we have intelligent people taking over. So please, I repeat, get an education somehow and have a desire to help your country, have a desire to revive our country, because it is getting worse and worse every day. And if you didn't know...
So she's speaking to her Congolese people. That's good. Good point, sister.
Goma is still seized, worse and worse every day. And if you didn't know, Goma is still seized. There is still no freedom in Goma. How do I know that? My mother lives there. My mother updates me every day. So if you still have one of your provinces, you can't even take care of one province, Goma, let alone. How are you going to take care of all these thousands of people that are coming in? And that to say, money. If you're Congolese and you've never kind of understood what happens when you are in a... Poor people will always, I'm talking about the president, the government, they will always desire money above anything. Money above the health, money above the safety of their people, money, money, money. And this is what happened. There are many other evidences of money being the drive for non-intelligent actions, if that makes sense. Because accepting deportees, this had something to do with money. It was a deal with the United States. If we had an intelligent presidency, an intelligent government, they would have never accepted the deportees because we have enough issues in our country. Let alone Goma. The M23 are still in Goma, and they still have control of Goma. Why do I know this? Because my mother lives there and she updates me.
So see, this Goma must be a city in the Congo, and they're still under siege by probably some insurgents, right? She like, but the president and stuff of Congo don't care. They making mineral money and they bringing all the migrants in. This thing is a mess. This is some Twilight Zone stuff going on.
Every day of her life. They're still there. How does she know? Am I sure that she's not lying to me? Because one time I was on the phone with her and the M23 themselves show up at my mom's little boutique demanding alcohol. So they're still there. They still have control. How do I also know that? My cousin's girlfriend was taken by the M23 for no reason. So they cannot take care of their own people, their own country, their own agriculture, their own economy. What makes you think they will be able to take care of these deportees coming in? Again, in the end, it's all about money. And no intelligence as well. Our president is not smart. Make sure you get an education so that you can be able to revive this country and be able to cycle out these non-intelligent candidates and replace them with intelligent candidates. Get an education if you can and have the desire to help your country.
And she's talking about her Congo president. All right, let's continue.
So if you get caught, you may potentially be sent to Congo. And you don't even have to be Congolese. You could just be sent to Congo because they feel like it. And this comes at a time where Congo is basically conceding a lot of minerals to the United States. And they might be placed in the eastern part of Congo for all we know.
Everybody, these minerals and all of these things, these resources they're gathering from these countries they're making these agreements has all to do with mining. Do you understand? AI, digital currency, mining, blockchain. I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to show y'all in a minute. We're going somewhere, right? After we explain this, I'm going to show y'all what's coming. I'm going to prepare. I'm going to get your stuff, and then I'll have the stuff ready. It's for free. Don't worry about it. But you're going to have to start learning this and preparing right now, okay? Because it's going to be too late. In about a year and a half from now, you're going to wish that you listened to what I'm going to show you tonight and did. You got to apply it. All right, let's continue.
Where the M23 is, and they might be placed in the eastern part of Congo for all we know, where the M23 is rampaging through Goma and the provinces nearby. And you know what's frustrating with all this? They didn't have to do this. They didn't have to accept deportees from the United States. And there is basically little to no benefit from the Congolese government receiving deportees. It astounds me that they are accepting such a deal, if you want to call it that, from accepting these deportees.
The Democratic Republic of Congo has agreed to accept migrants that are deported from the United States who are not originally from Congo. I talked to you guys about the most recent third country deportation added to the list. Last week was Costa Rica, and this week it is the DRC. So under this arrangement, which is supposedly going to be temporary, but the U.S. government is going to be covering all costs and handling all logistics while the Congo reviews each case individually under its own laws. So this deal is, I haven't heard any of the costs come up in other in other cases, in other countries that are part of this third country deportation list. But it's interesting that the US, it says, hey, we're going to foot the bill. We will pay for everything. Although the arrangement is said to be temporary, I would wonder how many thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars that are going to be paid by US taxpayers are that Trump is making these sorts of deals with foreign countries so that we can deport people, right? But we're paying for that, right? This is US tax money. We're going to be paying for that.
Unfortunately for you, sister, that you don't understand, you're paying for them anyway. Do you not understand? So the fact that they allocated a budget, right, to, and I'm not saying for or against, let's just explain logistics, right, and understanding, financial understanding. You're paying, American taxpayers are paying billions of dollars for them. For this one-time payment of deporting, whatever that is a smarter financial investment, right? But, you know, these people, they get into their political feelings, right? And don't understand that when Biden and them let all open up the borders and let it cost them, look at the Somalians, they already stole, how many billions? They stole, more or less, all of the welfare, all the money. So whatever money that's allocated to deport them, the illegal ones, out and do that, that's actually a financial necessary expense. It's actually smarter because in the long run, you're going to be paying a lot less, okay, than you would be paying to house them in the jail. You know how much it costs to house in the penitentiary system, or to house them, or to have them, you know, whatever other manners that they were costing America financially. Okay, so you know they getting their feels about the taxpayer's going to foot the bill. Yeah, a bill of a plane ticket, right, and then $1,000 is a lot more than the millions that it would cost. Okay, yeah, the sanctuary cities is a whole nother thing. Those hotels ones, that was multi millions of dollars, probably in the billions and stuff, right? And then they was giving them thousands and thousands of, that's crazy work. But anyway, let's continue.
So it reflects a growing U.S. policy sending migrants to other countries other than their home country while their case is ongoing for some of these asylum cases that they're saying they're going to conduct outside the U.S. and others are for the people who have a deportation order, but a deportation would be difficult to execute to their actual country. So we'll see, and we're going to let you know what happens with that, because obviously we know that the legality and the safety of the migrants, where they have zero ties, where they have no family, where they have no support, is obviously in question.
This is why I tell a lot of the...
I actually do have an idea what I'm talking about, Jerome. So if you're an illegal immigrant, if you're here legally and you pay taxes, well, blessings to you. If you're here illegally, understand? They're not deporting legal immigrants, Jerome. Okay, get out your feelings, bro. All right? So all that, I have no idea what I'm talking about. You look like Boo Boo the Fool making that statement right there, okay? So come on, you want to drop something? Give me some info there. Tell me something I don't know, since you Mr. Know-It-All, okay? We talking about illegal immigrants. I don't care about illegal immigrants' taxes. I'm not disrespecting those who came over illegally. If you did it, you know that when I did crimes illegally, I know that I was committing a crime, and if I get caught, these are the repercussions for it. If you came over illegally, this lesson is a warning to you. Do you understand? So any illegal person that's over here, do you understand, is costing America monies. Do you understand? For whatever it is you trying to, whatever it is, and if you illegal, then you better be careful what you writing. That part. Social media get yourself in trouble. All right. So if you illegal, get out your feelings and be very careful what you're writing, because you know they got They got ICE, they got governmental citizens that be looking through social media and stuff, right? And you get up here defending stuff. Next thing you know, they be knocking at your door. All right. So all right. So anyway, get out your feelings, right? Don't be making no foolish statement like that. All right. All right. The illegals work and pay taxes. Jerome, listen clearly. I'm not gonna go back and forth with them guys. We're gonna continue the lesson, but you know, every now you get Boo Boo the fool. Do you even hear yourself, Jerome? Illegals pay taxes. Jerome, you just said illegal. Do you have a even basic understanding of the human language? I mean, of the American language of English. Illegals. Okay? I don't listen. All this tax crap you talking about makes no sense. Okay? It's called legality versus illegality. Okay? If it's illegal, then it's against the law. That part. So you can save whatever it is crap you trying to make yourself look smart. All right. You're at the wrong channel for that. Go be smart somewhere else. Go to TikTok and share it. Go to your TikTok knowledge over there. All right. So anyway, let's continue because the illegals, aliens have cost us American taxpayers as well. And all of the, you're talking about so many different industries. Now, can you find areas where some illegals might have been cutting the lawns and growing fruits and all that? Yes, but it's still illegal. There's something called laws, okay? And my manuscript, my Bible tell me I have to be lawful. Do you understand? I don't commit crimes anymore. And when I did, the repercussions, I had to deal with it. I wasn't no little snitch and turncoat. I did my time for the crimes I committed. Now I choose not to do no crimes. I'm not going to go and illegally stay in Colombia. Do you understand? I'm not going to go and illegally stay in Libya and everything and break their laws. Do you understand? That is a crime. So that part. So get out, knock your, boy, take several seats. Go. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue with the lesson.
These youths to allow the gang to.
And this lesson was a warning to those who are here illegally that this is what's happening. Okay, you can be deported to these countries in Africa where you got a whole nother issue going on.
To allow the gang to focus on education, focus on a trade, focus on something, because at the end of the focus on a trade.
An ex-gang member deported to the Congo tells his story. Okay, let's see what that's about.
Focus on the youths.
They have no family, where they have no support.
This is why I tell a lot of these youths to allow the gang to focus on education, focus on a trade, focus on something, because at the end of the day, this whole road thing is just all fake.
Now that's true. This brother says this is why he talked to youth and tell them focus on a trade. That's a good point. Get a trade. They took the stuff trade out of the schools because the administrations back then didn't want us to succeed. They wanted us to be victims. I'm talking about the American people, because they used to, in the 70s, they used to have trades in schools, right? They could teach you welding and carpentry and refrigeration. You understand? These trades, electricians, these trades that can actually get you be successful workers. Now they took all the trades out and they got people going to college for for humanities degrees. Yeah, HVAC and stuff, right? Humanities, stuff like that. You got a degree in psychology and all this old stupid stuff, right? Degrees hanging on the wall, but they don't got a trade. He's correct. Get yourself a trade. Now you can study, you can get a trade off YouTube University for free. All you got to do is take the time. The time ain't free, but you got to be the one who actually diligently navigate your time and measure out your time and study, and you can teach yourself the trade, and then go find a little trade school so you can get the license. So if you might need a license in there and everything, right? And that's what you should be doing. Okay, that's it. Because now, and what I'm going to show, yeah, liberal arts degrees. That's what I'm talking about, Yakunan. Like, I went to college. Yeah, you got a whole McDonald's certificate on your wall. That's all that is. You know what I mean? Ain't worth more than a driver's license, right? So, and or what I'm gonna show you tonight to understand digital finance. Do you understand? You have to understand where it's going and get you some AI technology if you're not getting your trade. Even in the trades now, they got AI technology. But a trade is what these young generations, instead of, because the drug game is done. You understand? The thug game is done. The rap game is done. You understand? All that's done, right? They even measured the content creator game is done. You understand? You got people with $100,000, 100,000 subscribers, putting the video, getting 1,000 views, like me, with just 4,000 subscribers. You understand? So everything is so done. You have to prepare for where the world is going and get out of. You got to prepare these children. The thug stuff. Pull your pants up. Go on YouTube and learn a trade. YouTube University, bro. Facts. You can learn anything for free. It's all information highway, bro. You can train yourself to be the #1 whatever, and then go and get the certificate, and that's it. Okay, and before it's too late. So he's correct, because now they got some new thing that they're gonna, after this, watch, this stuff's gonna get worse. They're gonna have it to the point where they're gonna be able to deport all criminals. Mark my words. Unc said this May 8th, 2026. I'm stating this. It's gonna be laws later in America where they're gonna be able to deport criminals, meaning you sold drugs, you did this. I'm talking about black, really blacks, right? Y'all know the whites, y'all, to the white brothers and sisters, y'all always the last ones to get the mess. But to the blacks, we always the first. Now listen clearly. I'm telling you as an elder, I've never been with a fool. They're going to have later, right? I don't know if it's 1 year, 2 years, I don't know when, but it's going to be some laws that's going to say, if you get locked up a criminal, maybe a felony, right? And they'll probably have it from a misdemeanor, separate a felony, that they can deport you. Listen, to anywhere. Okay. Now, if you're an American black, they ain't got nowhere to deport you. There's no home. You are home. So they gonna choose. You know how these blacks be wanting to go to Africa? Oh, you gonna end up a thug. You gonna know how thug you is when they drop your butt off in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and you got the M34s over there. They run around in Jeeps with M16s, a 3-year-old. They like, you ain't got gun first, and they ain't gonna be giving you $1,000. You ain't a migrant. You gonna be deported. You gonna have your bedroll, your shower slippers, your orange uniform. You might have the shirt you got locked up in. The brown bag. They let you go ahead. Facts. That law is coming. Watch what I'm trying to tell y'all. So this brother telling them to get a job, bro. Get stop. Crime ain't worth it no more. Go ahead, Yasha. You had a question?
No, not a question. I was just saying I received that because this is a precept for that, right?
Yeah, it is.
They're literally sending them to a country they have no connection to. Why wouldn't they do that?
Right? It's coming.
It's coming. They're telling us this is the precept. This is the what do they call it?
The blueprint.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It's the blueprint. It's showing you. It's laid out. I'm like, it's coming. All right. And the blacks is coming to a jail cell near you. Right? They're gonna have a law that they're gonna say you lost your birthright or something. Watch, you'll see. And that's another thing. Some of these blacks they're a little too proud. They can't. American so-called black brothers and sisters, y'all listen clearly. Don't get too, don't get too comfortable and thinking, well, we were born here. They can't do this. They can't do that. They already trying to find loopholes in the Constitution where they said that they didn't classify so-called blacks as actual citizens when they did the race, made the races and stuff. Yeah, don't get too haughty, all right? I don't never put nothing past these devils. You understand? I'm talking about these serpent seed powers. I don't care if they white devils, black devils, brown devils, yellow devils. I don't put nothing past these devils. You get too haughty and you simply think they can't extradite. They can't. Man, they can do whatever. The HEL. They stole the land. It's crazy work. They can't. Well, they shouldn't have been able to take this country, and all of a sudden they calling it like it's their country. You understand? They make the laws, they break the laws, they rewrite the laws, they amend the laws, they loophole the laws. They can do whatever. So don't get too haughty and get too, you know what I mean? You see them making they take on, we can't go. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe none of that. Yeah. Oh no, that's a funny one, Sandoval. I'm not sure if you're talking about the Native Americans. They already deported some of them. Somebody told y'all. See, I got a little info. They already deported some of the natives. Yeah, some of them got deported and dropped off in some other. Oh yeah. All right, but anyway, let's see. Let's continue. I'm just saying, get righteous for righteous sake. Just don't get too haughty. Don't get too haughty. All right. You know, they're already trying to act like there was no slavery. That's how they got black people playing into it with that foolishness, right? There was no slavery. There was no this. There was no that. They're trying to rewrite history and they're trying to write you right out of your birth citizenship. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
Focus on the trade, focus on the trade. I tell a lot of these youths to allow the gang thing, focus on education, focus on a trade, focus on something. Because at the end of the day, this whole road thing is just all fake. We've got an ex-gang member by the name of Manny, who was from Enfield, North London. He was deported 9 years ago after a jail sentence. And he basically breaks it down.
I got deported because I was in gang affiliated, really. You know, gang affiliated, and hanging around with friends, a lot of friends and that. You know, we went to do something, and the friend kind of snitched on me, really, in a way, and that. He wanted to take everything and that. The way he wanted to take everything, and I wasn't really to let him take everything and that. He pulled out a knife on me, just his own knife, and that's the one that went inside him and that. You know, I was in the influence of drugs, a lot of drugs. And I was influenced in a way I lived in the streets. I was looking at this little thing, he ran away with the drugs and that. It was meant to feed my kids and that. Once I sell it, I get money to feed my kids. But he took it off of me. And I wasn't willing to let nobody take it off of me. That was when I was young.
So as you heard, he got into an altercation where someone tried to rob him. He wasn't going for that. They then brought out a knife, and that same knife was used, you know, on the person. That's what led to his jail sentence and then him being deported. He now goes on to tell you about life in Congo.
This is the kind of life that man's living.
Come on.
You feel me?
Yeah.
They say, what don't kill you makes you stronger.
Come on, dog. I'm hearing you.
Inshallah, Allah knows best for anybody.
Allah,
you know?
You know already.
And that's what man always doing that.
You know, this is the reality of it. You know, growing up in North London as well, there was many people from my ends at the time that got deported. They were much older than me. Do you get what I'm saying? A lot of them back to Congo, some to Ghana, some even back to Nigeria. And the truth is, when you get deported, all the friends that you're around, all the people that you're around is only going to be a one or two that's going to really check in for you, the way Manny here is explaining it.
But boy, I got deported. I don't have no friends.
All right. Say that.
I don't have the friends I was rolling with.
You man hearing that, yeah?
Where are they?
You're hearing that, yeah?
Where are they, my brother?
We'll there, we'll do that later on in it, yeah?
And again, this is why I just say the streets is done. The streets is over. Try and get a trade, try and get some money, try and do something else. Do you get what I'm saying? There's loads of ways you can make money, social media. Do you get what I'm saying? There's just so many different opportunities than what we had back then. Do you get what I'm saying? But I hope you kids are listening up because it's
people who fled their home countries to seek safety in the United States are being sent to countries they've never lived in some cases, in most cases, never even set foot in. And there's a new destination being added to the list. It's long been one of the least developed countries in the entire world. A recent article on Al Jazeera explains that the Democratic Republic of Congo has agreed to accept third country deportees from the U.S. under a new deal with the Trump administration. Migrants from other countries could be sent to the DRC simply because the Congolese government agreed to take them, with the U.S. covering the full cost. According to the U.S. Committee for Refugees and Immigrants, this practice has been systematically pursued since February of last year. The Trump administration has already reached similar deals with Ghana, Cameroon, Uganda, Equatorial Guinea, and Eswatini, among others. People put through this process have no say in where they'll be sent, and really no protection once they arrive. Legal experts and human rights groups say these transfers raise serious due process and human rights concerns, particularly when the receiving country might not be safe. In Uganda, a legal organization went to court to block the deportations, calling the practice part of what they described as transnational repression. Now, the Trump administration has reportedly spent at least $40 million to deport roughly 300 migrants to countries that they're not from. That spending shows how far this administration will go to punish people for seeking safety. Legal organizations are fighting this in court across multiple continents, and the international attention on these transfers is growing. The asylum system exists to protect people from exactly this kind of exile, and the advocates who know that law are not standing down. Look, the motions that ICE files in immigration court to try to get your case thrown out and to have you sent to places like the Congo, it can be overcome. My firm has beat this motion. Look, if the government tries...
I knew he looked... I knew he looked just as shady. I'm sitting here like, this dude looked like an ambulance chaser. I knew it. This ain't nothing but a commercial. This boy ain't did nothing but a TikTok commercial. My firm, he like dial 888 me be deportee. If you're a migrant or illegal immigrant, dial 188. I'm like, this dude look like nothing but an ambulance chase. I'm like, this dude just as greasy as he want to look. Talking about my firm, we can get you out. Yeah, you look like a serpent. I'm like, y'all better see these serpents. I'm like, don't call this dude. This dude ain't nothing but a serpent, right? This ain't nothing but somebody trying to come up off your downfall. To the migrants and illegal aliens, to the other nations of people that's in America. Don't call this dude. This dude look like real serpentine vibes, right? Right? Look at him. I'm like, all right. So anyway, I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, this dude, you just strike me all wrong. This ain't nothing but a commercial. He made a glorified commercial. Dial his number.
The advocates who know that law are not standing down. Look, the motions that ICE files in immigration court to try to get your case thrown out and to have you sent to places like the Congo, it can be overcome. My firm has beat this motion. Look, if the government tries to pretermit your asylum case and send you to a third country, please call an asylum lawyer immediately. I'm Brian Manning. If you need help with an asylum case or overcoming one of these motions to pretermit, please send me the word consul.
So let's look at the reported conditions and logistics. Accommodation in the DRC is the first one. Deportees are typically provided with lodging and 2 meals daily for a limited period, around 10 to 15 days, while their long-term status is being determined.
Okay, so this is some of the amenities that the United States is providing. They're giving 2 meals a day. Hold on, what did he say again?
15 days, typically provided with lodging and
they're given a lodging, somewhere to stay.
2 meals daily for a limited period, around
and 2 meals a day
10 to 15 days
for about 2 weeks,
while their long-term status is being determined.
While their long-term status is being determined by the Congolese government or Rwanda, whoever's received them.
There's the legal and safety concern. Humanitarian groups and the deportees themselves have criticized the scheme as inhumane. citing lack of work permits, fear of local instability, and the psychological toll.
That's my point, Sandra. This ain't nothing but gonna be some slavery stuff. They're gonna make them mine those minerals. I'm not laughing at it. That's just a little quirk, a little glitch I got, a quirk I got. I just laugh at stuff. I apologize. I don't want y'all to make me think this a Hunger Games. Come on, Tammy. I don't want y'all to think I'm making laughter and joking at it. I just laugh at things. It just is what it is. Y'all have a little grace on me for that, right? But yeah, they're going to end up making it. So it's building another slavery class, right? Another class to make, they're going to have them mining those minerals and stuff, right? This stuff is for real, for real. That's how you got to see. You got to see the hand of the serpent as they working. That's why Yasha was like, they making blueprints of stuff, right? All right. That's why you got to get righteous at the end. Righteousness is going to cover you, bro. For real, for real. But anyway, let's continue.
Permits, fear of local instability, and the psychological toll of being stranded thousands of miles away from home. Also, you have the financial support. The US government is financing these operations with an estimated $14 million spent on third country deportations as of early 2026.
See, 14 million to go. That's a slap in the bucket. that ain't nothing. All right. They say people steal more than that. They steal more than that. Right. So anyway, it's a bigger agenda going on here.
Now we have the overview of third country deportation agreement. The DRC is active right now. Now the payment is linked to mineral deals. You see, the key deportee origins.
The payment is linked to the mineral deals. So this 14 million that they set aside, these contracts they setting up with Rwanda, the Congo, right? It's linked to mineral deals. Costa Rica was another one. Everybody? So everywhere where they setting these up, there is something in the ground. You got to understand that. This geopolitical, and it all got to do with the minerals, the earth's resources, all right? And the mining, the things that's going to run this new digital infrastructure. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you in a second, right? When we get through these clips. Okay. Let's continue.
Are Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Guatemala. So each African country has a specific group of deportees. For DRC, again, I repeat, it is Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, and Guatemala. For Eswatini, Swaziland, they have received $5.1 million, you see. They have deportees from Vietnam, Laos, Yemen, Cuba, and Jamaica. We have Rwanda. Rwanda is receiving $7.5 million. It has mixed nationalities. We have South Sudan itself. Reported payment is unknown. And the
Swaziland got 5 million. Rwanda got 7 million. Congo got 14 million. And he's telling you where they're getting the deportees from. Oh, yeah, this is a slave. Something's going down, down, down. This is crazy work, bro. All right, this is prophecy still playing out. All right.
$5 million. It has mixed nationalities. We have South Sudan itself. Reported payment is unknown. And the key deportee origins are South Sudanese themselves, Cuba, and Mexico.
That's because the resources are almost unlimited, cut from a different cloth. It's like, if you go on the full scale of what they call in the continent of Africa, so-called, what they call in that, they probably only took about 0 point something percent from the whole. And it's that much. That's why people kill me talking about America is the Africa. No, if you understood, if you knew why all of these kingdoms are over there, do you understand? That's why all of these kingdoms lay claim and rights, because that's where all the mineral, because that's where mankind, it's so, actually ABC, but again, you know, they want to do this whole America is no, America was a wilderness land and it has minerals and resources too, but ain't got zero, nothing, ain't no country or continent on this earth got as much resources as what they're calling this place Africa. It wasn't called Africa because that's where mankind was created. Okay? And they trying to replace you folios to make you think it's somewhere here while everybody is over there trying to pillage the earth over there. The earth, the resources. All right, let's continue.
And we have our neighbor, Uganda.
Shout out to John Pratt.
Unc.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What I said earlier, I figured out the term. It was, they said, a legal precedent, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he said something interesting because it seems random, but it's organized because they're not splitting up the nationalities. Like they're not sending some from Cuba here, some from Cubans are going to a specific place, right? They're sending them based on the nationality to specific countries that are accepting. I'm accepting Cubans, Jamaicans, or whatever, right? The next country is accepting Sudanese. They're not. It's not random like that. That's interesting.
Yeah. Very interesting, because you're trying to decipher the playbook now, right? It's not, nothing is random. And we, if we understand the way the serpents really move, it's much more strategic than we even think it. You get what I'm saying? You know, whenever we see the playbook, we already 10 years behind where, you know, whenever they show the hand, it's 50 more hands deep in their conspiracy or in their plan. But anyway, but praise the Most High for exposing, right? Some people be destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Okay, let's go.
Mexico. Then we have our neighbor, Uganda. Primarily African people and people of Asian origins. They are the people in Museveni's land.
All right. Now, these things are not new under the sun. All right. There was other precedents of this thing. But these things, guys, these are all about, I might as well do it now. Let's do it now. Then I got another clip to show that they have already done this. So they're replaying another play. But all of this is for financial reasons. The geopolitical war, everything, them in Iran, all of it, it was about oil. The oil and the money and the monetary system in Iran with China and Russia and their digital currencies. You understand? It's about mineral rights and resources to continue to fund the future developments of digital, it's called geofinance. I've broken down geopolitical news, but I'm about to show you the geofinancial news. And then we'll get back. And I'm going to show you that play. Let's go. This is the part when I kept saying, this is what y'all need to hear. Y'all think the head blown emoji was that they are, what's the name? Here we go. Share this tab instead. Y'all think the head blown emoji of tonight's lesson was they shipping people to Africa? This head blown emoji, what I was telling everybody last week, come Friday, this is the part. They're doing something financially around the world that we don't know they're doing. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Geo-financial, what they are doing, what all of this is about. That's why it was tied to what? Minerals with Congo and the African countries, with the bodies of the deportees. All right? Here we go. Copyright disclaimers. Geo-financial. Everybody listen up. Woe to those who don't prepare. The Most High is going to always prepare for the children for what's coming. The famine is coming. And if we don't prepare, the Messiah told us what will happen. But the Most High always send someone to warn you and give you a way to prepare yourselves. Watch this. Let's go.
Larry Fink is now running, I believe, the World Economic Forum.
Are there aliens among us? And I'll say that I am one, but...
Or you're from the future.
Now, you see, I put this in there. Remember the last live they shadow banned? They probably gonna shadow ban this one too, right? Now, this dude, remember last week we was talking about Elon and the aliens and we had fun and all that, right? And I showed y'all this dude, Larry Fink, right? And I said, he's the head of the World Economic Forum. These are these serpent seed powers that be. This is what they used to call Illuminati and all that, right? The Bilderbergs, Trilateral Commission, Council of Foreign Relations, World Economic Forum, all these things, right? He is now the head, not Klaus Schwab no more. Him, the head, right? Some don't even know who he is. One of the richest men in the world, right? They're in charge of these powers. He is too. They are running geoeconomics. It's not just geopolitics. Politics is about money. The God of this world is mammon. Do you understand? It's all about finances. Do you understand? You know that saying, you want to find it, follow the money. You want to find the truth, follow the money. Okay. Now, what you about to find out, listen what she said. This dude, Larry Fink, is now head of the World Economic Forum. So I cut my clip in here from the other day. So y'all, for those who don't know him, he runs BlackRock, right? Y'all have understanding tonight. Now, him, right here. All right, now let's go. Copyright disclaimers. Here we go.
Fink is now running, I believe, the World Economic Forum.
Are there aliens among us? And I'll say that I am one, but...
Or you're from the future.
They don't believe me.
All right, so Elon made the joke. Are there aliens among us? Yes. And I'll say I am one. He laughed. We're from the future. All right? Now listen clearly. That's him right there. Larry Fink. He owns BlackRock. He started the ETF, IBIT, and the other one. Right now, this, by April 24th, he owned 811,981 Bitcoin. All right? The approximate value is 6.3 billion. I mean, 63.0 billion. All right, listen clearly. And his daily inflows. I know, now y'all listen clearly. I'm about to show y'all something that all of this is about that you don't know. And this is what it's all about. And if you do not pay attention, you will be part of the slave class that they're creating. Listen, and this is your last hoorah. I'm gonna show, and I'm about to show y'all something. I'm gonna prepare you introductory. It's for free, all right? For free to you. I had to put in labor to prepare for you, but that's the Most High instructs. All right, listen clearly. This is what you're gonna have to learn, because I'm gonna show you that the whole world, geo-financial world, is doing something. And you're looking at them over in Iran and Russia and all that, and you're not even having the big picture that they're creating a new world system. The 2030 agenda, y'all got to understand all these things. We are right there, right on cue to what's coming. Now listen clearly. He owns, right now, these two are battling, that's Michael Saylor. They're battling against each other to own the most. Now, there's nation states, there's kingdoms. I'm talking about Russia, China, Japan, America, sovereign wealth funds. I'm talking about all of it's only, shout out to Kay Fuller, there's only a limited amount, and they're buying it daily. Listen clearly. So this number is higher right now. This when I grabbed this clip, right? So these two are battling who's going to own the most. America is battling to be the one who controls the most. Okay? Now listen clearly. Now, all of these geopolitical moves they making with these states and the mining of these minerals is to mine these energies, the digital energy of the digital new world infrastructure, AI, and blockchain finance. Everybody listen. everything. Now I'm gonna give you a basic understanding, but let's watch. Just listen clearly. Always follow the money. Do you understand? And they'll have y'all, everybody, Bitcoin. Oh, no, nobody know Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a scam, and this is a this, and I'm like, all right, let's just let this play. You'll see what I'm talking about. For those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, listen up. Just trust me, you will regret this later. You will regret not listening, right? Like they did all through the Bible when they didn't listen, when the Most High sent his children to warn, all right? Listen clearly. Facts, they tokenizing even humans. But I'm about to show you, what I'm about to show you now is the tokenization of the world. Tokenizes digitizing the world for financial gain. Geoeconomics. Listen clearly. Now, watch this. Let's continue. This right here. Now, these are articles right now, right? See that? It says May 6th. BlackRock says Bitcoin and liquid alternatives gain appeal. 60-40 portfolio loses edge. BlackRock said advisors should consider Bitcoin, gold, and alternative strategies as portfolio diversifies as stock and bond correlations remain elevated in the current market regime. They got something called real world assets. So they're digitizing real world assets, your money, your real estate, your stocks, everything. I'm gonna show you, right? Let's continue. This video is about to play.
Larry Fink.
Hold on, let me get back. I put this together for y'all, and y'all gonna have a basic understanding. And 14 trillion asset manager Larry Fink, BlackRock, he published a report saying that adding Bitcoin to a portfolio can produce compelling results. And due to BTC's high volatility, the firm noted that a little Bitcoin could go a long way. All right. So he said the exception to this fund decision is Bitcoin. We believe it's much higher volatility profile and everything. So anyway, $14 trillion under his management, right? All right, here we go. Now, she said, now he has become the head of the World Economic Forum. All right? Now listen clearly. Watch where we going. Follow the money, everybody. Listen. Because woe to those who don't prepare when the famine is coming. All right? Praise the Most High. Your righteousness will cover you, but you have to heed, hear, and do. Okay, let's continue.
Larry Fink is now running, I believe, the World Economic Forum. He's acting chairman. And in addition to saying that everything, will be tokenized, he's said that everything will soon be on the same universal digital ledger or database, and that everything on that database will have a unique identifier number. So for you as an individual, your identifier number will presumably be your digital ID or directly linked to that.
All right. So not tonight. I don't know. It depends. I might do it tonight, depending on how long we go. I'm going to explain to you and show you the digital ID thing that they're setting up. That you're going to, remember, the Most High will never leave his children to just be enveloped by the serpent. He's always going to have those who understand and will warn you of what's to come, of the serpent's ways, right? So look, let me just do this like this. Let's do this correctly. Watch this. This is some of the most important stuff. I mean, I can read the Bible to you all day, but if you don't prepare for what's coming, do you understand? Woe to those who don't prepare. Don't forget those scriptures, okay? Watch this. Stop share screen, right? I'm gonna bounce this around because I'm gonna show you right here. You see this? This is JP Morgan Chase website, right? And it says digital identity, the big shift, right? Let me, hold on, let me make it full screen, right? There you go. You see? We'll get back to this. I just want to show y'all what I'm talking about. Now, just a little year ago, JP Morgan was like, Bitcoin is a scam, and it's a this, and this, and this. And these serpents are battling to own as much while they making the people not own any. They're making you think while you run around chasing your tail in a circle. You understand? Now listen, the new web. Watch this. Welcome to the new web. It's not like the old web. It demands a new approach to identity. Data structures, commercialization remarkably different in the Web 3 era. Everybody, I got something I'm going to show y'all. We got until October to do a certain thing that everybody here, if you listen, you will prepare for it. Then we got about a year and a half for this next coming bull run for the 2028 when the halving happened. All right. And if you get start now, you will reap the rewards then. So when they start to shift everything into the new structure, you will be aligned and you won't have to worry about their universal basic income, their slavery thing coming. Now, it says existing online identity mechanisms, right? So it says the new web. So right, the Web 3 is what they got that's coming. All right. Right now they call it Web 2. Okay. Now, listen, watch this. We're going to come back to this. What is Web 3? Web 3 is the latest iteration of a journey that began over 30 years ago when Tim Berners-Lee turned on the first web server at CERN. Everybody, fallen angels, CERN. All right? The early days of this environment, which we refer to as Web 0, focused on simple information publishing. It needed little, if any, identity verification, relying instead on first-person cookies which collected data. Web 1 came about and changed everything. It introduced e-commerce. Consumers began interacting more with online services in the mid-90s, with sites like the BBC, Wired, The Economist ventured into space. Soon, e-commerce giants like Amazon and eBay emerged. Okay, then the rise of social networking. That's what we in the social media era. And other sites. This is Web 2.0. Listen, guys. Other sites promoting user-generated content in the early 2000s ushered in Web 2. Okay, it sparked debates over whether people should be forced to use their real IDs versus fake accounts when posting. At the same time, the continuing digitization of commerce, business, and public services coincided with the rise of mobile computing. Two-factor 2FA became more prevalent as mobile devices became part of the process, even verifying users by collecting biometrics. But now we enter decentralization. We'll come back to this maybe on another study because I just want to show you that this digital identity for Web 3, the Web 3 is the first iteration is supposed to be released this October. That's a monumental time in the Serpent Seas plan line of this new order of digital finance and the geopolitics. All right. Now, all right, so I'll come back to that. And there's what we're going to have to prepare to do, how Web 3 will change e-commerce, okay? And this decentralization and tokenization and identity, digital identities, right? So right here, JPM coin. So JP Morgan Chase has its own coin, turning deposits into on-chain programmable, always on digital money. Let me explain. Just a hot minute ago, Jamie Dimon run JP. They was like, stay away. Bitcoin is a scam and digital currency is this. See, that was all a smokescreen so they can be buying up and setting their future facilities, the railroads, what this new industrial digital age is on. So now look, this is today, this is their website. JP Coin is a deposit token issued on layer 2 ETH network on Base and allows you to move money and collateral in public blockchains. Okay. The credit are currently available in US dollars backed by the safety security, the JPM coin. All right. I will do this a whole nother time, but look, I'm just introducing you to something because I want you to understand that this is your banks, this is your systems, these are your power players and what they're doing, and they got the masses asleep while the money is being made right now. And I'm gonna show you on the screen. I'm gonna show you what, and you can do it right now. I put together an on-ramp, the basics for you, and all y'all can start. You can start this with $1. I'm not charging. I ain't telling you to buy anything or nothing. The Most High told me to do this for his children for free. It ain't free to me. I had to put in all the time and the work. All right. But I got y'all right now. All right. Now I'm gonna get back to the video. I just want to show you this. So look at this. Discover how institutional block-grade blockchain helps businesses move faster and smarter. BMW Group, your car, BMW captures FX opportunities with 24/7 programmable payments. BMW Group executes first ever programmable FX on-chain payments with Connexus, JP Morgan, automated transactions near instantly, even after banking hours, 24/7. All right? All right. Right. First Bank issues USD deposit token on the public blockchain. And y'all don't even know what the blockchain is, most of y'all. Okay? We don't have anything on the blockchain. But guess what? Your Social Security, you on the blockchain, but you just don't know it. But you don't own nothing on the blockchain. Right? Woe to those who don't know. Right? My people are destroyed for what? A lack of knowledge. But the Most High. And then he said, you didn't receive the knowledge. Listen, when he spoke to you, rejected the knowledge. Right? You're going to have, he who has eyes to see and ears to hear. You can't later in 2028 be like, oh, I should have listened to, it's too late. Okay? Woe to those who don't prepare. Now listen clearly. So look, Connexus advances blockchain for carbon markets. The carbon registry first detects the digital assets, new tokenized carbon credits. Right? Connexus brings bank payment rails to tokenized asset market. What tokenization is, guys, tokenization, I'm about to play the video so y'all gonna have a full understanding. Tokenization is this new digital currency, these words, where I can tokenize you, meaning I can make you digital and I can sell you. I can say, this is what these serpents are doing. It's crazy work. I can say, okay, I want to digitize you. And I'm going to break it down in compartments, and I can put you on the blockchain and say, who want to buy shares of digitized Yasha? I'm going to digitize Yasha Yaha, and I'm going to put you on the blockchain, and I'm going to sell you for shares. And people can buy, and they pay how much they want. I can make $1 million. So they are digitizing and tokenizing the world out of thin air. It's the same way that they did it in 1913, the Rockefellers on Jekyll Island, when they made the Federal Reserve and they made this banknote that was backed by nothing out of thin air, and they became trillions. This is the new Jekyll Island Federal Reserve. It's digital and it's blockchain. Okay, right? Now, since I showed you a little bit, see, digital finance, a little bit of that, let's get back to the video. Now y'all should have a little clearer. Then I'm going to show you the full understanding and the basics. All right? Stop share. Now I need to come back. I need to come back to y'all. Now watch this. This is going to be crazy what y'all about to find out. Y'all didn't know that they doing this, right? Most don't know. This is where my people get destroyed for a lack of knowledge. This is where we get left behind. We at a time right now where, like we were in the 80s, or what was that? The tech boom, when Amazon dropped, and eBay and Apple, when you could have bought Apple shares for $1. You understand? You're at that time right now. Do you understand? All right. Now, let's get back. Now, listen what she said. Let's continue.
But everything will presumably be your digital ID, your directly linked identifier number.
All right. So what's coming is they're going to try to push this digital ID. I got instructions. I'm gonna show us, because there's a way that we have to get around it, right? And there's a way, because the first, they're ushering you basically into a kennel group, right? And it's all to track and digitize you. You understand? But I'm gonna show you how we are to move and what we are to do. But let's continue. Shout out to these truthers who be exposing the hands of the serpent. There's always been people exposing the hands of the serpent. Those who survive are those who listen. All right, let's continue.
The same universal digital said that everything will soon be, in addition to saying that every morning, I believe the World Economic Forum, he's acting chairman, and in addition to saying that everything, in addition to saying that everything will be tokenized, he's said that everything will soon be on.
Now she said Larry Fink is head of the World Economic Forum, he said terrifying. Yes, if you know who these serpents is, it's very terrifying. He said not only will everything be tokenized, I'm gonna show y'all in a second. Just y'all come along. Just pay attention. You're learning. Remember, I told you if you want to succeed, go take your time and your energy and focus. Go to trade school. You're in a trade school. Just listen clearly. You need to learn this, right? You'll be able to replay this back. Everything, come on, digital slavery, you got it, Hayazat. You got it, Abraya. Everything, he said, everything will be tokenized. Everything. That's including me, you, and everything. Listen clearly. He said, and it will be on the same universal ledger. Now, y'all don't know what ledgers is. You will later. This is the lingo, the language of digital finance that you will learn. That's crazy for those who know about digital finance. You know, I'm like, what? Universal ledger. They're making a world universal ledger and everything's going to be on that ledger. I mean, like a ledger is like a book. It's like a book of records, right? Look at a ledger as a digital book. And everything is recorded in that one book and is universal. This is the one world system. Everybody pay attention, okay? This is this new world. It's the 2030 agenda, what's coming. Now he says everything will soon be on the same universal ledger, digitized, tokenized. Okay, tokenized mean I digitized you and I made it into a coin, which don't physically exist, right? Like right? It's not a physical, it's digital, right? And it's tokenized and I can give it value. Okay, now listen what he said. Everything will be on the same universal ledger.
The same universal digital ledger or database, and that everything on that database will have a unique identifier number. So for you as an individual, your identifier number will presumably be your digital ID or directly linked to that. But everything will have a digital ID. The tokenization agenda in particular seeks to tokenize not just assets that we traditionally think of, like real estate, for example, or gold, or physical assets as well as digital assets like Bitcoin. There's a major effort connected with people like Fink and also people like Mark Carney, who's now Prime Minister of Canada, to tokenize the natural world and transform it into financial assets. And there was an attempt to do this to an extent under the Biden administration, I believe through the Department of Interior, with natural asset corporations, but that has not gone away. And there are groups, for example, one of the creators of the ETF model originally, which BlackRock now owns, iShares. His name is Peter Kenez, I think is how you pronounce it. He's trying to turn the Amazon rainforest into a digital commodity, sort of similar to Bitcoin in terms of like the scarcity idea that each hectare of the Amazon rainforest would represent a token, and then financialize it that way, and then each hectare would then have its unique identifier, right, on the blockchain, and would be serviced by surveillance drones and all sorts of stuff. So even our most like natural, the places we conceptualize as the most natural places on Earth, these people want to come in, place surveillance technology and tokenize it and put it on a blockchain. And
okay, here's the thing that should have your attention right now. Picture someone slicing up an entire rainforest, packaging it into digital pieces, and letting investors scoop up portions of it. That is not some fantasy. That is actively being worked on behind the scenes. And you and me, nobody asked us. We got no seat at that table. But here's the deal. We are all trapped inside a system built on debt.
All right, let me explain what's going on. I'll let that play for a while. Now I'm gonna break it down. Listen clearly. These are this is what the Most High is giving y'all tonight is really a class A1 intelligence that most people have zero ideas of what's going on, what the powers that be, which y'all used to call Illuminati, what they are actually doing. Now listen clearly. This right here says Larry Fink is now running the WEF, and The tokenization agenda in particular seeks to tokenize the natural world and transform it into financial assets. Recall, the phrase that we all heard through the COVID era is, they will own nothing and be happy. Now listen clearly. Digital colonization, tell me you getting it. Now listen clearly, everybody. They are digitizing the Most High's earth, the whole entire. They are going around, I'm about to show y'all, and they're claiming, okay, I claim this rainforest. The same way they went and they took people's countries, right? When they came to America, right? And the indigenous was here, and they slaughtered the people and they took it over and they just claim, or you go to another country and you claim. Everybody, they're going right now because the new serpent seed order of Mammon, the god of this world, is going digital. Everybody, AI is going digital. It's going from the physical to the spiritual realm. So they're digitizing the whole entire world. So now they've discovered that they are digitizing everybody, nature, the Amazon jungle, the rainforest, parks, and they've been, so it started under the Biden administration. They had started the first phase of it. Okay, let me go back. Now listen clearly. This is going to be really good in a second. Y'all listen clearly.
Yes,
now, go ahead, Akiama.
We have some questions when you're able.
Okay, give me a second. It got something to do with this, right? Or something else. Okay, go ahead. What? Hit one now. Let me see.
This first one is from Cookie. She asks, can we do this in Australia?
Yes, everywhere. And each nation state have certain restrictions, but I'll help you. You could figure it out. Whatever restrictions it is, you work around wherever country you're in, you work around their restrictions. But this is worldwide. So Australia has their digitization. They're going to have their stable coin. Every nation state is doing this, right? And you're going to see it. What you're going to see tonight, you're going to see the geopolitical economic forum. In order to get at that round table, you probably have to be a billionaire, almost a trillionaire, to get at this. You're about to see the round table. That's why I said the Most High, what he's explaining tonight, that's why I told everybody, make sure y'all here tonight, okay? This is one. It's insider information, okay? The inside information. All right, listen clearly. Now, I'm going to go back to what I let her play for a while, and then I'm gonna explain in basic understanding of what she's really talking about.
And there was an attempt to do this to an extent.
Go ahead. What was the other one?
Two more other ones. This one is also from Cookie.
Mm-hmm.
She asks, tracking us, is this anything to do with the mark of the beast?
Yeah, these are marks of the beast. Absolutely, digital marks. All right, they're different because marks of the beast is marks of the beast. The beast is sin and transgression, and these are marks. Abs 110%. But these are prophecy too, and these things will be utilized. There's things that we have to do to prepare so that we won't have to rely on them to buy and sell. Do you understand? Because there it's the what the Most High is doing, everybody, is he's preparing us for this. These things gonna go in phases. Before the time where the great famine come, where ushers in the final judgment. I mean, the real they call it day of the Lord in the Bible, the 1,000 years of woe and famine, right? That stuff. There is a period that we have to prepare before that, before they lock everything down and start enslaving people and do the full universal basic income, and no man will be able to buy and sell, and a loaf of bread will be a day's wage. All these biblical prophecies, there is a time leading up to that. You understand? So we have to survive, and we have to be able to position ourselves in a way so you can have your homestead, you can later be able to be off grid and don't have to, because those who don't prepare, woe to those who don't, because you will have to receive the universal basic income where they can they're going to lock you in your home, like these things. So as we get through this, you will understand, yes, these are, and praise the Most High, when by the time this lesson part is over, y'all will have so much of a basic understanding. And then I have the link for you where I'm going to be putting you're going to be able to have the classes, all right, where you'll be able to do the action steps. I put it already together, the courses and everything, and I'm not selling it to you. It's for free, okay? Because you have, the Most High is going to always prepare his children. He did it all through the Bible. You have to understand that, but you have to act and you have to do. It's like when Noah was telling them that the rains are coming. You understand? I'm not saying I'm not no Noah or nobody, but I'm a child of the Most High. Okay, he's telling them that the rains is coming, and they're like, ain't no rains. What is rain? Right? You don't woe to those who don't prepare. All right. What was the last one, Hakiyama? What was the other one?
This last one is from Mariah. She asks, how do I do this bluefin? And
oh, you're gonna that's coming. All that will be set up. When I finish this, y'all will have the link. Y'all will have everything for that, and then everything will be set up for you. You'll see, and I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you on the screen. You're gonna have your basic understanding of step one of everything. Okay, and then for those who are already signing up for the investment group, you are in the advanced stuff. Okay, but let's continue. All right, here we go.
Into financial assets. Carney, who's now Prime Minister of Canada, to tokenize the natural world and transform it into financial assets.
So they want to they're doing it. They're not they already doing it. I'm gonna show you. They're tokenizing the natural world and breaking it up into financial assets.
And there was an attempt to do this to an extent under the Biden administration, I believe, through the Department of Interior, with natural asset corporations. But so
under the Biden, through the Department of Interior, under the natural asset, they was doing it to the parks in America. So people were fighting back. That was a little early because we wasn't this far along in the blockchain and the digital highway under the Biden. So they had started it with the Parks Department. They was Yosemite and Yellow. They was trying to digitize the parks, right? But now it's a whole nother. Shout out to Sophie Soin Seas. They're on the next level. All right, listen clearly.
That has not gone away, and there are groups. For example, one of the creators of the ETF model originally, which BlackRock now owns, iShares. His name is Peter Kenez, I think is how you pronounce it. He's trying to turn the Amazon rainforest into a digital commodity, sort of similar to Bitcoin in terms of like the scarcity idea. That
so what they're doing is anything that's scarce has value. Right? Anything that's in abundance is lower the value, right? If you make a pair of sneakers or something, you only make 10 of them worldwide, then it gets popular and it goes viral, then the price of it, right? So because the rainforest and the natural reserve, they banking on the scarcity idea, right? Because you can't remake it, you actually losing forest. So they fractionalizing. They claim, they just go, we own this, and they're doing it by eyesight. It's crazy work, which y'all gonna see what they're doing. They're just going there and saying, this is mine, and I'm gonna tokenize it and digitize it and put it on the blockchain. That's the stock exchange. So the financial markets is going digital, okay? It's already digital. Stocks and everything is 24/7 now. Everything is on the blockchain. So they put it on the blockchain and they digitize it, and the price, because of the scarcity, the price of it is going to go up. So if I wanted to buy some of the shares of the rainforest of the Amazon jungle from this person who just claimed it out of nowhere, right, and digitize it, if I'm able to understand what how I can acquire some shares, some coins, the digital assets of this, right? And let's say I put $2,000 on and buying this part of the rainforest. Later, it's going to go up because of the scarcity. So right now, they're buying it up, and everything that's being now will probably be worth 100,000% more later. Okay? All right? Shout out to Shell Love. Now, all right, so listen clearly. Now, I'm going to show you what we are to do. All right? That part, let these serpents do this part. But I'm going to show you what we are to do in this system. Okay? And it's now. But let's continue.
Scarcity idea that, each hectare of the Amazon rainforest would represent, a token, and then financialize it that way. And then each hectare would then have its unique identifier, right, on the blockchain, and would be, serviced by surveillance drones and all sorts of stuff. So even our most like natural, the places we conceptualize as the most natural places on Earth, these people want to come in, place surveillance technology and, tokenize it and put it on a blockchain. And
Okay, here's the thing that should have your attention right now. Picture someone slicing up an entire rainforest, packaging it into digital pieces, and letting investors scoop up portions of it. That is not some fantasy. That is actively being worked on behind the scenes. And you and me, nobody asked us. We got no seat at that table. But here's the deal. We are all trapped inside a system built on debt, and the only exit door runs straight through understanding one question. What vehicle are the top players going to use to put a digital price tag on everything with real worth? And where does all of that flow? Whatever answer you land on, that is your ticket. When you look at Ethereum, XRP, Solana, those are positioning themselves as the ground floor of this completely new financial setup built around tokenization. Nobody can hand you a perfect blueprint of where the elites are steering this ship, but they have been talking publicly, and what they are saying paints a pretty clear picture. I have got clips coming up right after this where you can hear their own words and judge for yourself where this whole thing is headed. Start making your moves now, because the people running this show, they started making theirs a long time ago. Take a listen to this part.
Use it to, I would argue in the case particularly of natural asset corporations and the group behind it, the intrinsic exchange group, they just want to open up a huge new asset class. They call it nature's opportunity so that they can continue engaging in the same type of bad behavior that, for example, brought us the 2008 financial crisis. By quintupling basically the amount of assets currently in play. It's
I had a guy
very insane.
I had a guy who worked very, very, very high up at Citibank, and he told me around 2008. He said, "Glenn, don't worry about the financial system." I'm like, Let
me explain, guys. I know sometimes for those who this is the most important thing you can almost be listening to, tying in a righteous house with the word of the Most High. Listen clearly, because woe to those who don't prepare. Now listen, the financial, the famine, everything. Remember Joseph in the Bible went into Egypt. They had to barter, trade. They had to store. They had to prepare for the famine. Do you hear me? It's prophecy. So don't get into I don't got to do no. Yes, you do got to do something. Woe to those who don't prepare. Now listen clearly. This right here, everything that you're hearing, right? This digital structure, this is their new system, and they're tokenizing and digitizing everything, and they're doing it while the masses are asleep. So remember, the AI is coming for your jobs. Listen clearly, right? Everything is coming because everything is going digital. Everything is going in the cloud, right? So for those who don't know, they're going to be destroyed for the lack of knowledge. For those who didn't prepare, grabbing a piece of the industry as it was being built, okay? If you don't, then you're going to be part of the sheep masses who just have to receive, and they're coming with their universal digital basic income. A stable coin, it's a UBC, okay? Their coin, okay? So now, all right, now let's continue. All right, so I need y'all to pay, and I'm gonna break it down for a baby. The Most High he's always gonna simplify where y'all will have each little step just to do. Right? And it's week by week, and you going to because now I'm gonna show you on the screen, and I'm gonna show you where we at, where they're at in the digital, and it's already started to take off. All right, I'm gonna show you where I told where I said it last year, and I'm gonna show you what I said. The Bible says, if you don't believe my words, believe the works, right? The Messiah. If you don't want to believe what I'm saying, watch my fruit. I'm gonna show you tonight. I'm gonna show you where I said a year ago to do this right there, And I'm going to show you where it's at, where if you would have listened and did what I said, where you would be right now. Okay? Listen clearly. And I'm going to show you always receipts. All right. Now, let's continue. All right. Let me go back a little bit. Now, he said, I had a guy who worked very high up in Citibank.
Very high up at Citibank. And he told me around 2008, he said, Glenn, don't worry about the financial system. I'm like, And he said, we're never going to go broke. I mean, do you know how much just the national parks are worth? And I looked at him and said, are you seriously telling me that we should commoditize the national parks? And he said, it's going to happen. And I wonder now if this is what he was talking about, if it was just a digital, not actually selling them, it's just a digital commoditization of our parks.
Yeah. So apply this now to the phrase that we all heard during the COVID era, you'll own nothing and be happy. Well,
yes.
There's certain people that want to own everything, and that includes things that have never been able to be owned before that were considered things like the public commons, like rivers, lakes, the ocean itself, natural forests, all sorts of it. These people want to put all of that into the financial system, fractionalize it, tokenize it, and sell pieces of it around. Use it to speculate on. I mean, it's very bonkers. So,
crazy is the word that comes.
All right, listen clearly, guys. This is what they actually doing. The marine kingdom, Antarctica, the oceans, the seas, the land, the parks, the air, the rainforest, everything. These serpents then found a way that I can tokenize and claim ownership to the Most High's creation, digitize, fractionalize it, make the serpent is just, what word am I looking for? When someone gluttonous to the point where it doesn't even need to consume everything. The thing is that they will have everything. We will have nothing and be happy. Nothing. Okay. Now, let me see. Investigative journalist Whitney Webb says BlackRock and other companies are attempting to seize control over the natural world under the guise of saving the planet. This is why, now, Larry Fink owns BlackRock, guys. This is why he's now the head of the WEF. That's why I showed you at the beginning, him and Elon. Most people won't even know who he is unless you into digital currency and crypto. Then you would know that he owned IBIT, the ETF for Bitcoin ETF on the stock exchange when it first dropped. All right. I had our investment group buy it back. That was 2 years ago now. Wasn't that like January? It's almost 2 years now. Right. So again, now it says, they're attempting to seize control over the natural world under the guise of saving the planet. BlackRock being able to unlock and take control of as many natural assets as possible. It's obviously a way for them to expand their control over not just people, because they're going to tokenize us. I know Agiana in the UK, when they see this, I'm going to do that another lesson. I'm going to show you a blueprint that they had from, what's this, 2026? I think it was like 10 years ago, 2016, where they was, Yana got it, he could send it to me, where they got a blueprint to tokenize us, humans, in each body part, meaning your heart, your liver. You know how they have the thing, what they call that, organ harvesting, when they sell you? They tokenizing, first of all, we tokenize from the social security number and our birth certificate, right? But then tokenizing our body, our organs, literally our eyeballs, our crazy work, and selling it like they do the melanin selling it on the blockchain. For this thing is insane, bro. This stuff that they got planned, praise them. This is why this is prophecy gonna usher in the judgment. All of this is biblical. It's remember, it said worse than the days of Noah. You understand? Everything. Now listen, BlackRock being able to unlock and take control of as many natural assets as possible is obviously a way for them to expand their control over not just people in the existing financial system, but really over the natural world as well. The goal, as BlackRock CEO Larry Fink has stated, is to have all of this on a universal ledger and have it be trackable and surveillable. The natural world is vast and huge, and they're financializing it all, framing it as the only way for them to save the planet. But really, it's the only way for them to save their insane debt racket. All right, let's continue.
To mind, honestly. Now, there is this conversation Whitney Webb had back earlier this year, and she went into detail about BlackRock companies are attempting to seize control over their natural world under the guise of saving the planet. Something about it really stuck with me. Here, take a look at this yourself. Listen to this.
It seems like in Larry Fink's case in particular, there's a goal, well, a big ambition there to develop new asset classes that can be used to basically fuel their existing business model and perpetuate it for, like, I don't know, millennia forward. Mm-hmm. So one of these that, I've been writing about for a few years is the whole idea of natural assets, what they call nature's economy. As an asset manager, BlackRock being able to unlock and take control of as many natural assets as possible that aren't currently part of the financial system is obviously a way for them to perpetuate what they do and deepen and expand their control over not just people in the existing financial system, but really over the natural world as well, and essentially turn everything alive into a tradable Wall Street financial product.
Nobody brings this kind of thing up, like, ever. And that is exactly what made me want to put it in front of you and have a real conversation about it. But here's what I want you to chew on. Forget the obvious stuff for a second. The stocks, the bonds, the real estate, the commodities, the whole lending and debt world. Set all of that aside.
Now, guys, those things are called real world assets. Shout out to Dava Yaada. Now, listen clearly. I'm going to have you set up what real world assets that you can actually get into, which is later. So I'm going to show y'all, once we get through this clip, I'm going to show y'all everything on the stock market. I'm going to put the charts on the screen. I'm going to show you where they at. I'm going to show you what they are, and the way that you can acquire the places that they are putting their infrastructure, this future digital devil economy where they're going. Woe to those who don't prepare. Do you understand? All right, let's continue.
What else is on the radar world? Second, the stocks, the bonds, the real estate, the commodities, the whole lending and debt world. Set all of that aside. What else is on the radar for these power players to carve up into digital tokens? Maybe it is rainforests, could be entire bodies of water, rare earth deposits sitting underground somewhere.
Minerals, everybody. Hello. Minerals, mining. This is what Iran is about. This is what, see, y'all think it's just oil. This was the Greenland thing was about. This is the geopolitical move. It's geo-economical, geopolitical. It's about the resources and tokenizing the world. And America wants to be the head, and they want the dollar to back the digital. You understand? China wanted to be the yuan, and it was making the deals, China with Iran, and it was cutting out America. And so it's so, come on, sorry, the geopolitical thing is so much when you don't understand that the geoeconomics is always the money. Do you understand? But anyway, let's continue. Y'all gonna have a great foundation understanding of what's going on after tonight's lesson. All right, and a blueprint of what you ought to do to start now. Let's continue.
Into digital tokens. Maybe else is on the radar, lending and debt world, bonds, the real estate, the commodities, the whole lending and debt world. Set all of that aside. What else is on the radar for these power players to carve up into digital tokens? Maybe it is rainforests, could be entire bodies of water, rare earth deposits sitting underground somewhere. Where does your mind go? Seriously, throw your thoughts in the comments. I am going to be reading through every single one of those. Take a listen to this part.
And the goal, as Fink has stated, is to have all of this on a universal ledger, on blockchain, presumably, and have it be, trackable and surveillable. By having it all surveillable and and, automated in a sense. He's able to have his risk management AI thing, Aladdin, sort of exercise.
So remember, they all got their AI agents. BlackRock, Larry Fink's AI is called Aladdin. So remember, it's surveillable, trackable, long as it's digital in the blockchain, AI in the cloud. Let's continue.
And, he's able to have his risk management AI thing, Aladdin, sort of exercise control over it in unprecedented ways, I think, for their benefit. And then, of course, a lot of what's happening now as we're moving into this new financial governance system is the push to change all of the infrastructure towards this, quote unquote, green model, I guess, or decarbonization, right? Part of the goal of the whole global carbon market.
Sorry, I got to pause. JDB, you hit it out the park when they tried to sell the stars, as memory keeps saying. Come on, JDB. And that's what they probably going to go next to. So they're going to sell the stars. They're going to sell the celestial body. They're going to digitize and tokenize it. All right, let's continue. I just had to pause for that comment.
Urbanization, right? Part of the goal of the whole global carbon market thing for them is that it allows them to unlock so many new assets and so much more collateral and so much other stuff to create new debt out of, and to just sort of expand the existing models they use to just unprecedented levels.
Now, everybody remember, they don't need money. They got everything. They create debt models to put the Most High's children and citizens in debt. Right? That's why the motto is you will own nothing and be happy. Now, their happy is a happy slave. You get what I'm saying? You ain't going to be happy. But their goal is to to take all of the resource. Guys, I was just watching something on Netflix, and it was the time travel thing where they went back to 10,000 BC and everything. Oh, no. It was after I was watching one of these YouTube where these people homestead, where they building their farms, right? This white couple, and they grow everything. They got cucumbers, tomatoes, rutabagas, lettuce. They got carrots. They just growing. Everything grows for free. Well, they got a labor to work on it and keep the, fungus out, and right, to till the ground, right? That's the work that the Most High, that's the Garden of Eden. That's Eden, right? Before we transgress, right? And so all their food grows from the ground. And I was looking, I said, the Most High gave us everything we need from the earth from which we came. You know what I mean? So now what they do, they make it where we can't even get free. The food is free. It grows out the ground, everybody. You ain't got to kill no animal and stuff to eat it. Everything grows out the ground. The herbs for you should be for healing. The fruits are right for meat. Now, I'm watching it and I'm like, everything is free, and they got us, we can't even afford. And then they took all the seeds. Now they got genetically modified and they poisoning everything. Do you get it? So blessed is those who is preparing your ground. Homestead, this is why your finances got to be together, so you could come out of her and be able to have a set apart place. You hear me? Right? Because there's a famine that's going to come. Do you understand? You have to prepare. Praise the Most High. Come on, K. Fuller. Blow the shofar. Warn the people. The Most High always going to have his children prepared. You understand? And now he's going to he's setting up a financial way, because a lot of us struggling financially, right? That's a part of the beast system, want us to be in debt. Do you understand? The debt is what they want. So they want to fractionalize the whole natural world, all of it, food and everything, so we can't be nothing but indebted to them and be slaves to their beast system, so that you take the mark of the beast. Come on, Kelly, do you understand? So that you can take anything, because you won't be able to, right? Your faith ain't enough that the Most High gonna provide. But woe to those when he did warn and try to provide, you didn't hearken. It's biblical and prophecy. There will be casualties. You understand? That's why you ought to hear and do. You understand? Praise the Most High. All right, now let's go. Here we go.
Create new debt out of, and to...
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Father. I'm doing it. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know how it was going to go or how I'm going to lay it out, but it's working. Praise the Father. Praise the Most High. Thank you, Father.
So much more collateral and so much, the whole global carbon market, a green model, I guess, or decarbonization, right? Part of the goal of the whole global carbon market thing for them is that it allows them to unlock so many new assets and so much more collateral and so much other stuff to create new debt out of, and to just sort of expand the existing models they use to just unprecedented levels. And sort of perpetuate this into infinity. One of the things too about the natural asset thing, at least as far as the natural asset corporation model is concerned, is that you literally just go into a forest or you go to a river or lake and you identify the natural asset, and then at no cost to you, just after identifying it, you issue shares in the natural asset, a lake, a forest, whatever, and then you sell those shares. I mean, it's literally...
All right, now what she just broke down is what they're doing. This is what they did back in the days with America. They went to a land, right? You know how they say he discovered America, but it was people here. How you discover something with people living there? Now listen what she just said. They go into a forest, they go into, now they don't even got, now listen what they doing, God. They, you know, the cheat sheets. Remember, it's like they did in the ancient times when they used to have the bow and arrow and they used to have to kill the animal up front, like kind of, right? But then they later got gunpowder guns so they can do it from afar, right? Like cheat sheets, right? You really ain't going toe to toe with the animal with a spear and stuff, right? Right? So this is the same process. Now it's so crazy that they don't even have to go to the rainforest or the land. They can pull it up on their screen, right? Remember, they got the geo what's the name targeting from the from AI on your, you know, with Google Maps and stuff, right? So they can screen in, and guess what they're doing, guys? They're discovering your Lamborghini in your driveway, Saudi Tate. Come on, and they're going now. Listen what she said. They're going in and say, I'm choosing this. This is what they did, guys. Belgium, France, United Kingdom, Germany, back when they did that with Africa back in the days, right? Y'all know how they did. They did it all over the world, and they go in and they claim this land, right? And they were battling for, I got this. That's why if you go into Congo, they speak French, right? Why? In the Congo is the language of the Congolese nations. The first language is French. They ain't French, but they were conquered. They call it colonized by the French. And guess what they did? They went there and said, we picked this one. And Germany ran over here. You know how you kids, you run like, I'm going to grab this one. You know, you go in the house like, whoever picked the top bunk, you picked it. Like, this my bed, right? So this is what they're doing. Now pay attention. And put it back again. It's crazy work. And they don't even got to go there to pick it now. They can pick it off their computer.
You literally just go into a forest or you go to a river or lake and you identify the natural asset. And then at no cost to you, just after identifying it, you issue shares in the natural.
Now, you see what she said? They identify the natural asset. Digital identifiers. Listen clearly. They're going there, and they go into Amazon, right? And let's say they go, because, you know, they go on vacations and stuff like that, right? So they go there and they say, I discovered this. I identify this hectare from here to here. I identified it. You hear me, God? Identify. All right? Because no one's claimed it, right? Because it actually belongs to whatever nation group that Amazon places, but they don't care about that. They never cared about that. Serpent Seed don't care about that. He wants to own what is the Most High's, right? So they identify this hectare, right? And from here, they mark it out and they say, this is mine now. I identified it. Now I'm going to fractionalize it and break it up into so many pieces and put it on the blockchain for people to buy shares. You see, out of nowhere, thin air. Listen clearly. That's what they did with the Federal Reserve note. You see, backed by nothing, out of thin air. This is the new digital currency. Yep, and the airspace over the hectare of land. Come on, JDB. This is the new digital world. Do you understand? It's happening right now. And I'm going to show y'all in a second. Come on, right down to the cellular levels. Come on. And come on, JDB and K Filler, not just the airspace above, also the beneath. You know, they love the inner earth. Do you understand? Because, you know, they got all these fallen angels tied up under there. You understand? Oh, yeah, we batteries, facts, energy. Come on, let's continue. All right? Praise the Most High for his remnant, for his children who going to always be protected. All right, let me go. Let's go.
Really just go into concerned is that you literally natural asset thing, at least as far as the natural asset corporation model is concerned, is that you literally just go into.
So they make they make laws, okay? They call it the natural asset reclaiming thing, right? And so because they make the law, they made it an industry. So now they can legally go in because they just made up some law, right? Over in DC, Washington or something, but now it's world. I'm about to show y'all, it's worldwide. This world order is already becoming one. It ain't just Washington, it ain't just America. These nation state kingdoms are fighting who's gonna be the head of it. America is still trying to be the head of this daughter of Babylon. You heard? Now listen clearly. So they make these laws and now it's legal for them to go because they made up the law. But if you ain't a part of their inner circle, that the law, then first of all, you don't even know about it to even go do it. But second, you didn't sign contracts or put precedences in order, or put things in order that you can do that. Now, if you had some insight like I'm about to give y'all tonight, you would be able to purchase some of the things if you knew what you was doing, or some of the railroad that is built on, some of the infrastructure that the new digital world system is being built on, the railroad. It's like being in the industrial age of hundreds of years ago with J.P. Carnegie and J.P. Chase and all of them. You understand? Carnegie Steel. You heard? Let's go. All right, continue. And this has to be done because there's going to be a time. This is how they're going to put the people in debt to own nothing and have them under the beast's thumb. All right, so they're going to take the marks of the beast. All right, sell themselves out, their soul. All right, let's continue.
A forest, or you go into is that you literally just go into a forest, or you go to a river or lake and you identify the natural asset, and then at no cost to you, just after identifying it, you issue shares in the natural asset, a lake, a forest, whatever, and then you sell those shares. I mean, it's literally just pointing out something outside and being like, this is mine, I'm going to fractionalize it and sell it to people, and you're producing money in like, you know, out of thin air, right, essentially. Yeah. And you're able to do that. I mean, the natural world is vast and huge, and they're doing this, they're financializing it all as framing it as the only way to save the planet. Right. But really it's the only way for them to save their insane debt racket.
All right, I want to show you a few more pieces to this puzzle. Now, Larry Fink, his own words, he has come out and made statements along these lines.
Now listen, Larry Fink, I'm a huge believer in crypto and tokenization. I want the SEC to rapidly approve tokenization of real world assets. Big banks love real world assets. I'm going to show you what those are and how you can position yourself. Listen clearly.
Listen to this.
I you know, as a huge believer of crypto and blockchain and tokenization, I mean, I want the SEC to rapidly approve the tokenization of bonds and stocks.
All right, now I'll put this here for you. He said, I want the SEC to rapidly approve the tokenization of bonds and stocks. Those are real world assets. When he made that clip back then, it has happened. Now, I put this here. Now, these are my screenshots right here. Look, $15 trillion BlackRock just pushed back on new stablecoin rules. They're asking the OCC to drop the cap on tokenized reserves and open the door to more asset types under the Genius Act. The Genius Act was the digital law that got passed, and now they got the What's-the-Name Act that got pushed back to June, right? The reason why they pushing this act, the Stablecoin Act and stuff, because they need more time to position their stuff, everybody. So it's pushed back to June and might get pushed back. It'll be released but before October, because October is a monumental timing, what's coming in their dark agenda, all right? So now, yes, it runs AI. Now, he says, somebody was about to say something?
Yeah, sorry.
What you was about to say?
We have a relevant question to what you're speaking about, if you're able to take
Go ahead. What is it?
Mariah asks, BlackRock offers us stocks. Do I do it through my check or boyfriend?
No, don't. Just wait. So Maya, don't nobody go right now and make a move yet. Let this lesson finish, and then I'm gonna have a blueprint set up of what you to do. You don't need to buy no BlackRock stocks. That's not what he's doing. That's the sheeple move. You're gonna buy the railroad that BlackRock is using. Do you get it? You're not going to buy like what they're gonna have the sheeple who kind of awaken and go in and everything, because that is not going to multiply your monies to that. It's the infrastructure that you're going to buy into. All right. So the instructions are coming. Y'all just hold on. Right now, I'm laying the groundwork. Don't worry. Y'all know I'm very thorough. So y'all know. And it's going to be broken down. And then your steps, what to do first, and how to do it. And there's also something we all got to do. Invest everybody by October. And this got something to do with the whole digital ID and the new way where you hold in your digital assets, because they're coming for the individual. Okay? So there's a way, and I'm going to show a bit of that tonight, right? And then, so everything is going to be laid out for y'all. Let's just get past to get this. We only got like 15 more minutes of this, and then I'm going to show y'all everything and the steps of what you to do. And then you're going to have the site where you could just go to, right? I got all that set for y'all. All right. Now, okay, so he says, this is the OCC. He's asking them to open the door for more asset types, meaning this is BlackRock. Larry Fink wants all commodities, meaning all real world assets, meaning your cars, your gold, your jewelry, your artwork, your real estate, everything. He wants it to be tokenized. Everything. The whole natural world. Okay, now listen. So I think I did another one after that. Yep, bullish. All right. So these are some. I put some of these just so y'all can have a little understanding, right? This is bullish. Hold on. Let me go back a little. Right here. There you go. Bullish just acquired Eswatini for $4.2 billion. The CEO, Tom Farley, says we will be the tokenization leader. Now, everybody listen clearly. All of these countries, all of these nation states, all of these corporations, they're all battling who's going to have the most, right? That's why I showed you at the beginning, BlackRock and him and Michael Saylor battling who owns the most Bitcoin. I'm going to show you for real, right? Now, he says, we will be the tokenization leader. Bullish is an institutional crypto exchange, and it just dropped for the investment group. Remember when that dropped and it went up 500%, and we could have grabbed it and then went back down, but we was whatever. Now, Eswatini handles shareholding and market infrastructure. Who will be the real world asset leader in your opinion? Most of y'all didn't know what that was before tonight. Now you're going to know. This is the thing. The days, now, will it be cool to go and get a trade license? Yes. It'll be kind of cool to go and learn a trade, because those things will still be around before AI takes all the jobs and everything. But the real understanding is setting your financial future up, because even if you went and got a real world trade and all that and was able to live comfortably for a while, you not knowing this digitalization and not knowing how and setting yourself up now for the infrastructure, it won't matter what you've done, because none of that will matter later. Okay? And there's a time, okay? Yeah, Pharaoh's economy. Good word, K. Fuller. Right? There's a time where we will live under this system before it all collapses. All right? Now, who will be the real world asset leader in your opinion? This is what they battling for. Real world assets, nature, you, stocks, food, everybody. Food is, they call it commodities, right? Your food, this is what they sell on the stock exchange, right? They call it a commodities exchange and stuff, when you buy soybeans and stuff, right? Everything digitized, a new system. All right, let's continue. The beast system, Pharaoh's new economy. Good word, K. Fuller. Now, Look, I just put this clip to show you. Japan is tokenizing government bonds. Bonds are real world assets. 24/7 trading and stablecoin settlement could live as early as this year. Japan has one of the world's largest bond markets. If this works, tokenized bonds could become a global standard. All right, I'm going to show you the global economy. All right, so what I did, I put certain pieces of news information for y'all to have a fuller understanding that this is worldwide. All right, this ain't just no America stuff. This is every nation state is battling for who is going to have some big, who going to be, well, the big ones are battling for the big kahunas, right? That's America, Russia, China. That's what this whole, y'all think that thing in Iran and stuff, there's so many layers to that. Okay, it's all about money and the power and the positioning. Who's going to be the head of this serpent in this new world? You understand all the thing. So China was trying to backdoor America with Iran doing their digital stablecoin, the yuan. They dropped it in January 2026. That's why we went and kidnapped Maduro over there, because they cut America out, right? Because the fiat dollar is going down and they wanted to be back. Russia wanted to be the rupee. China wanted to be this and this, the yuan. I forgot the name, whatever. If the rupee ain't Russia, just excuse that. Right? Japan wanted, right? So they all are tokenizing their stuff, and each nation state going to have a stable coin, but they want to battle who's going to be the head of this digital coin, and America wants it to be backed by the dollar. That's why they got the USDT stable coin and USDC. But anyway, let's continue. All right. All right, so here, those are my screenshots I put in there just to show you that. Now let's get, there's another one. Now this young dude, he owns Binance. Most of y'all don't even know what that is. He's a billionaire now, right? BNB, right? Some of my investment group, they got a little BNB, right? I have my little BNB. It's sitting there on the side waiting for the next bull run, right? So he's CZ, right? Y'all see him looking all young? These dudes is trillionaires now, right? They started from nothing, right? Started from nothing, did what I'm about to tell y'all, bought something, and now 2 years later, he worth, $1 billion. You understand? These people out of nowhere. This is this industry, what it can do if you know what you're doing. Him, CZ, he says, tokenized real world assets are still underrated. Most people still have no idea what's coming. Do you know what this is news right now. You know what he's saying? He says this real world assets that I'm showing you, where I'm showing you BlackRock, nobody even know what's coming. The world's powers that be are fractionalizing the world and tokenizing all real world assets, and you don't even know what to buy. Listen clearly. It's because they know that nobody's paying attention. You don't even know about it. This is insider. The Most High had me going to this, what now is it? 2022. So that's 4 years now. Me and Akiana. So now I'm becoming authoritarian, and he made me go into and learn and trade and go through that bull market into the next bull run. So I'm about to show y'all what I'm talking about. So I know who CZ is. I know who all these people is. I know what they own. I know he owned BNB. I know that BNB is highest that it went to this bull market was $100, and right now it's $600. 2 weeks ago it was 500 and something. So if you would have got some BNB at 500 on this next bull run, it's probably going to go to $150 a coin. All right? And you got it, you got it for $50, not 500, right? So you got it for $50, and the next boom it's going to go to $150. It might go a little higher than that. But when you don't know this industry, that the world's system, okay? No, don't worry, Kelly. What I'm about to show you, I'm going to show you a simple walkthrough. I'm going to walk you through it. For my elders, for those who know, you ain't going to have to know the language. You're not going to have, the Most High always prepares his children. He never leaves his children hanging, right? He had us going into the deep, dark marine recesses. I know the language. So you can't trust these other, that's what I'm saying. Listen to the instructions and where I got you. And I'm going to have each of y'all going to sign up in this place, right? Everything free. All right. It's not going to cost you nothing. Right. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I made the post up, and it's for free. I made this today. Right. Let me just show it so I can make y'all Don't feel so scared, right? So right here. So this is the Patreon, right? But it's free. You see, it says join for free. Okay. Now we got paying members. That's the advanced group who learn in the trade and all that. But there's a preparing, right? So I'm gonna put this link in the chat, and y'all can just go ahead and do it now if you want, right? And then you just go join this for free. Now, what I'm gonna be doing, I'm gonna be posting the instructions here. So see, I posted this 4 hours ago for y'all. It says new members start here. Welcome to the Crypto Growth and Security family. This community built for people who want to understand it from the ground up. So this post, right? Right? So I just posted this, right? So you're going to go here, you're going to read it, right? And then you're going to, oh, who cares? Praise Most High. Shout out to Who Cares and Hakyama. So then you're going to, and then what I'm going to do, I should have it up by tomorrow, right? Because, yeah, when I wake up tomorrow night, I'll have the first post that's going to give you your first basic instructions, what you to do, the first step. Because first step is y'all got to open an account and you got to click my link. So that the security, the reason why it's called growth and security, because with digital, everything is about security. You just can't look it up yourself. People make scam links and you know how people make a scam link for your phone bill and they tell you don't open that link. So everything will be coming and covered. So you'll use the link. Once you get it, then you save it in your browser or you come back, right? And then you start to set up the account, right? First thing you got to do, I'm going to walk you through step by step, right? And as you walk through, and I'm going to have instructions for you and visual. Okay, so I made visuals for you too, right? I'm not gonna leave you hanging, right? So let me show y'all this, just so y'all can have, and then we're gonna get back to the video. It's going somewhere very important, right? So I made this for you as well, right? Share screen, right? And it's for everybody, because if you don't do this or know this, you will be left behind. There is no excuse. Now listen. Now you see this? I made this. This is going to be, and it's going to be an ebook. And it's going to be for free, where you'll have the book and the instructions, right? The beginner's course, okay? So the first step is establish the mindset, right? Disclaimers, right? So I'm going to have visual instructions, right? The two-lock system, Google Authenticator, how you set up your password, okay? To set up your authenticator, right? To initialize the authenticator, right? And all of it. I know don't feel daunted by this. It's going to be laid out for basic instructions, but I'm going to have visuals for you as well as videos. So you can play it back and you can just follow each step, right? Put the square in the square hole, put the circle in the circle hole. You understand? That the Most High says, even for babies to understand, simplified, right? So you're going to sign up and the first exchange is going to be your Kraken, right? But if you don't, in United States, they don't let you do, in New York and certain, then you'll do Coinbase. I don't really like Coinbase, but we got to work around. Then if you're in other countries, you'll work through the other countries, right? So you'll be able to log in, deposit, right? You'll be able to buy your first, right? See this? Digital command, so enter the exact dollar amount. You're buying a fraction, not a whole coin. You'll be able to walk through buying your first digital piece of asset, but you have to set up the accounts, right? I'll have checklists, all of it, right? So it'll be videos, visual, but it'll be step by step, basics. So don't even feel overwhelmed by all of this, right? This is just to look pretty and it's the instructions, but it's most of us are visual learners, okay? So don't get intimidated by none of this. And all it is done for free. You don't have to buy anything, right? So even that ebook that is going to be in the book, and then it's going to have workbook, right? But when you come to the Patreon, right, all of that will be posted here, okay? And so you join this for free, okay? So
excuse me.
So I'm gonna put, go ahead. I'm gonna put the link. Hold on. I think I copied it.
Johnny says, I need to be a part of the finance Zoom, please.
Yes. Who said it? Tammy?
Yeah, who? Tammy.
Okay. So the first thing you have to do is everybody sign up for here. And then you're going to have to, for those who want to be added to the Zoom the crypto Zoom space, you're gonna have to email me so I can add your number to the WhatsApp, because it's the WhatsApp, right? The WhatsApp group, the finance. So the finance Zoom is here. That's this Patreon. Okay. So you go Control V, right? For that link I put, when you click the link, it's gonna take you here, and you just join, right, for free, and you'll see it. And this new, and then tomorrow you'll have this next, it'll be step 1, because it's a course, and you'll do what it tells you to do with step 1. And then you just keep coming back, and you'll see, it's going to be instructions to walk you through. And then for the others who want to join to invest in yourself, I'll explain that. And for those who ever joined, that's the next level, right? So let me show you what I'm talking about, right? So here, this is crypto taxes and tax software, right? Videos. But watch this. Let me show you this. I saw this when I was setting this up today, right? This, how to set up your bots. Let me see, Homestead. This one is Yah's instructions, our financial increase, everything. This is how to set up the Blowfin, how to trade on Coinbase Pro and limit mark. Don't worry about that. This is for the advanced. The basics, y'all gonna have basic instructions, but I want to show you this, right? Where is it? Because it's back in December. See, we in 2025. There it go. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about as a receipt. This is November 2025. Bitcoin was at 95,000. I told all of our investment group to cash out. Everybody listen clearly. I said, first I told them at 105, but I realized, because some of our black brothers and sisters, we hard-headed and stiff-necked and stubborn, right? So then I realized, I said, you know what? I know half of these Hebrews did not listen to me. I told them to get out when it was 105,000, right? Sell, because we bought in low, right? And I realized, I bet you they did it. And I put a thing and they said, oh, Unc, I didn't sell. So I made this video and I said, it's at 95,000. I made this instruction, how to cash out now. You see it, guys? Kraken Pro and Coinbase, sell your crypto now. You see this? November 17th. I'm going to show you on the screen. When I told them all to sell, right then, I said, until it bottoms. Everybody, 2 weeks ago, it's been about a month or some change now. It bottomed at 60,059. That was the floor. I told them to sell at 105 and now buy it back right now. This next bull run is going to go to 200. Well, it's really supposed to be 300,000. I'm going to show you. And you buying it now at 50, 60. Well, now it's already started to go up. All right. That's why I'm going to show y'all, you got to act now. But what I'm showing you right here is actual receipt. Don't listen to nobody that can't show you actual. The Messiah said, if you don't believe me, believe the works. And I got videos I can show you when I was telling you to buy this at 16,000, 20,000. It went up to 126,000 in this bull run. The bull run ended right here. That's why I was telling them to get out. I'm going to show you another video where people was telling you to keep buying right here. That's why you can't trust these people. All right. You know, people buy their fruit. So everybody know, right? And then one of our brothers, he didn't understand to get out. And he had a lot of money in. And so he had made about 5,000 because he got in when it was 95. It went up to 126,000, right? And he didn't get out. When I told him to do this, he thought I meant transfer it to your cold storage. I meant sell your Bitcoin, sell it and put it in USDT and then transfer that. And so then later he's like, why is my money down? So I'm like, what are you talking about? You got out. I need you to put that money back in at this bottom. And so now he didn't able to do it. But now his money is going back up. He's almost at a break even again. So now you got to wait this whole time. And that's the thing. You want to take your profits when you have it so you can buy it back at the bottom. Right now we at the bottoms again. See? So that was November. I was saying until it bottoms. All right? All right, the fruit. Now, don't get overwhelmed. Only thing you have to do those who don't know what they, none of, even if you're advanced, just come here and join for free. And then I'm going to be posting here. Okay? And then, all right, that's your first step, your first instruction. All right, let's get back to the video.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Hakim.
We have a couple of questions that are regarding this subject. Do you want them now or a little later?
Go ahead, you could do one while I'm finding the video.
Okay, this one is from, let's do Roberta's. Roberta's asks, is this free for others outside the house?
Yes, that thing is free for everyone. That's going to be free for all the Most High's children, whoever find us. It's the basics. It's the basics that you got. The Most High always going to prepare, okay? And he doesn't charge you. It is the basics that if you don't do these basics later, you will starve. Listen to, I'm the one, I was one of the few, that's why I'm shadow banned worldwide. I was the one to tell you don't run to Africa. When years ago they was talking about run to Africa and run free life. I was telling you don't do. I've been telling you you know people by their fruit. Go look at my track record. My track record in all of this. All right, you know people by their fruit. I am telling you, you will starve if you don't do these basics right here. You will regret this later. All right. Only thing I could tell you then is to stay righteous and be willing to die in your righteousness, and that's it. Just take the L. All right? So that basics will be for everyone. Now, for those who want and I got an advanced tool coming, because this thing has, the basics is what everybody's going to need. Everybody listen, you're going to have to set the basics, otherwise you won't be able to trade. Remember, barter, you won't be able to do anything. So I got to get people to get set up with the basics in the right positioning. And there's things that they're doing that we have to position ourselves, because they continue to make new spider web traps, ways to trap people. So you have to stay abreast to the serpent's devices. Do you understand? This is all biblical. You understand? But I need everyone, you have to have the basics. You have to be able to basically know how to open the refrigerator and pour a drink and clean your cup. You see what I mean? And so you don't get from the filth and disease, you don't catch, you see? So there's certain basics. Now, once you all get the basics and you got your accounts functioning, then, no, it's okay. Most people don't know none of it. That's why what I'm going to show y'all on that, when you sign up for that, it's for free. Just sign up. If you don't, then you can't blame nobody. You're going to understand simple basics. It's going to say go. Step one, it's going to say do this, right? And then you'll be able to come back. Okay, check mark. I did that. Step two, do this. And it'll be spelled out basics for you. Once you get your basic foundations and you get set up with anything else that you didn't know, right? You didn't know how to ride a bike before you got on it and start to pedal and try to learn how to ride, right? With anything. As you go through the basics, you'll start to get more comfortable, and we'll be walking you through each step. Then when you get to a point where now you're ready for growth and everything, you'll already have the basics, okay? All right, where do I go? Do I just Google Play? No, I just showed you. No, it's Patreon. Let me put the link. Hold on, right here. Control V. I'm gonna put it in the description of this video too. It's right here in the chat. Let me see. It's on the Asano, they on the other one. So you on the vertical stream, you can't copy the link. So you're going to have to type in patreon.com/crypto price alerting. All right. So yeah, it's paid. So all you have to do is try to copy the exact link. So unfortunately on the vertical stream, they don't let you copy it and paste. It's not a clickable link. On the other one, it's a clickable link on the other stream. And once you go there you go. It's right there. So, and Hakiyama will keep posting it. Right? So patreon.com/crypto growth and security, right? Or you can go to Patreon, just write crypto growth and security, and the page will come up, right? And I'm going to continue to do it here. So you're a regular who keeps coming back, so you won't miss it. For the newer people who don't come back and forth, they can miss it. All right. So what's the next question, Akiyama? Let me get back to the video.
This next one is from Cut from a Different Cloth. He asks, let me
I
scroll
think
up.
that's a she.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I've purchased XRP, XLM, Cardano, Hedera, ADA, ADA, a BTC, HBAR, Shiba, and ETH. I absolutely have no idea what I'm doing, but purchase them. Are they good to have?
It depends on when you purchase them. Did you purchase them now where everything is low, or did you purchase them back in December when everything was high? Because see, it's always timing, right? The way that monies work is you buy low and sell high, right? So if you bought those coins back in November, everything was at a high. They down 90% since then, so they're doing you no good now, right? You could just leave them if you want, and later in 2028 they're gonna go back up. But if you just purchased them within the last month or so, oh, you golden. Oh, you purchased it. It depends on what month and what 22. So what I would do with you, Cut from a Different Cloth, when you sign up for the Patreon, you'll be able to let me know because I need to know what prices, where you got it at. So I'm gonna show y'all what I'm gonna do. In a minute after this, I'm gonna show y'all the chart, so y'all gonna have a little understanding of what I'm talking about. So it depends on what price you got it at, right? Now later, you don't have to sell it. It'll go up later, but that's different from what you can buy now, because now it's at the bottom. Now we're at the bottom. Now, but depending on the time in 2025, if you bought it December 2025, it was at its top. Everything was at the top. But if you bought it early 2025, you might have got a good price. It's always it's like buying anything else. Let's say if we wanted to do a fruit stand, right? And we wanted to buy a bunch of apples wholesale to sell retail, right? We want to get each apple. If I'm buying an apple for 30 cents, I can sell it for $1, right? I don't want to pay 90 cents or $1.10 for the apple when I can only sell it for $1. You see what I mean? All right. So what I'll do, Cut from a Different Cloth, I'll find out exactly, because that's your portfolio. So what you have right there is a portfolio. Now, depending on when you bought it, what you was probably supposed to do was sell most of it by the end of January. Remember when I just showed that when I told everybody to sell? That's when you were supposed to sell, take your profits and buy it back now. Now those coins, I don't know who told you to get those coins. Those were the right plays. Each of them are utilizations. All right. Each of those coins was the right play. All right. Those are the right plays. All right. So, but I'll figure out where you at with that. All right. So let's continue. Was there one more before we? Akiyama?
Well,
all right. Let's go.
For now.
All right. Good. All right. So let me get back to the video. All right. So now this. All right. So to bring it back up to date, right? This is Larry Fink, right? He said, I'm a huge believer in crypto and tokenization. I want the SEC to approve tokenization. Well, they have already did it now, right? He said, big banks love real world assets. Real world assets is them tokenizing the rainforest, tokenizing everything, right? That has been done. So I showed this is April 2025. I showed him back then saying it, because now everything he was saying is done now. All right. So I went back and stuff to go forward. Right. So this video clip is back.
Listen to this.
As a huge believer.
Okay. So let me go forward. Right. So I played that and then I showed you now what's happening. Right. So that was 2025. Now this is current news, what he's doing now. Right. And then I showed you that they're battling who's going to be the tokenization leader. And I showed you Japan tokenizing their bonds. I told you CZ, he says, most people have no idea what's coming. Boy, if I could tell a prophecy, boy, you better listen to these people when they tell you, right? Most people have no idea what's coming. That's a fact. All right, let's continue. It's not about coins, it's about real world assets, tokenized, transparent, and trillions. This is BlackRock. He's called it the 3Ts. Tokenized, transparent, because it's on the blockchain where everybody can see the ledger, and trillions being made. Real world asset, not about the coins. All right? They tokenizing your assets. All right, let's continue. All right, this one I want to show you. This is a clip that I made for today. This
the
is
whole idea of
hold on. This is right now today's chart. Total real world value has hit 30 billion. Everybody, remember when this clip I just showed, right? Where that was April 2025, where he said he want the SEC to approve the tokenization. This is today, right here. This graph is today. It has reached 30 billion. Total real world asset value. U.S. Treasury debt. So our debt is a real world asset that they tokenize. Listen clearly. Stocks. This thing, why is it? I can't see the bottom. Let me see and let it play.
The whole idea of needing custodians.
Sorry, guys. I should have screenshotted it so I can make it bigger. Right? Now, right here. Hold on. Let me just do it. Right, and pause. Stocks. I think that says corporate credit. Yes, corporate credit. Commodities. That's your food and stuff. Non-U.S. governmental such and such. Something disqualified credit or something credit. Asset-backed credit, active strategies, private equities. Those are your artwork, your private, right? Specialty finance, venture capitals, real estate. All of this is real world assets. It is all tokenized. It has hit 30 billion right now and going up. And this we are still at the beginning of them tokenizing everything. Everybody? All right, so let's continue. All right, I put that graph to show you. Now listen to this video clip.
The whole idea of needing custodians just falls apart. Now, I have got another one to show you here. Hold on, let me just hit play on this because it is fresh.
Now listen, BlackRock, Larry Fink said the world's largest asset manager sees tokenization as the next frontier. He says, we're just at the beginning of the tokenization of all assets, from real estate to equity to bonds across the board. Larry Fink said on CNBC, it's a vision of more open, efficient, and accessible markets already being realized through Ondo's tokenized U.S. treasuries, stocks, and ETF. Ondo is a real world asset. That's another coin that y'all will be able to get. Listen for this next bull run. I'm going to instruct y'all which plays are actually part of real world assets, part of the infrastructure that they're building, the utilities that they're building, a new digital, what Kay Fuller call it, the Pharaoh's economy. We need to be buying bricks on the Pharaoh's pavement that the real things are going to ride on. Do you hear me? It's not buying the car, but owning the street that the car rides on. Come on. It's not, come on, guys. It's not buying the house, but owning the land that the house is going to sit on. That's what I'm trying. That's why I said, don't do nothing yet. Let me do step by step. First step is you join that Patreon for free. Okay. Then I'm going to do each step because I know, my partners know, we know exactly which ones to get because we've been doing this since 2020. I'm going to show y'all stuff, right? I'm going to show you that I become an authority. Anything that you do, you go to school to get your PhD in something. Okay. All right. The Most High put me in the school 2020, which I didn't even want to be in it. I'm like, what is he doing? But he told me, do what I say. So I just went in and did what he said. I didn't know it was going to lead to this 4 years later. Do you understand? No, not the train, but the railroad that the train runs on. Come on, Yasha. You own the steel. Listen, you own part of the minerals that make the steel that they made to make the tracks that the train runs on. Y'all picking up what we putting down, what the Most High is putting down? Come on. You know, the Most High ain't going, he not playing with us, because we're going to need this amount of capital and sovereignty in your digital, and how to store it securely. That's why it's growth and security, and how to position yourself in this new order that they're building, while most people don't even know none of it. They making everybody think, oh, crypto, it's a scam. And a scam? Are you crazy? I'm about to show y'all these world orders. I got a clip that's about to show y'all these nation states are all, and you think that's what they want y'all to believe. All right, let's continue. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Come on, Isaac, picking it up, right? Picking up what y'all is putting down. All right, let's continue. Now, let's listen to what Larry Fink says. Listen to the head of the WE. Why you think they told Klaus Schwab to take a seat and put Larry Fink ahead of WEF? Listen, let's listen to the serpents. Listen. Come on, the tools, Levi Strauss selling dinner for miners and picks and shovels. Come on, JDB, not selling the shovels for them that was digging for the gold, right? Industry. You want to be in the industry that stays running. The infrastructure coins, not just no meme coins and no fly by night with the sentiment, right? No. The infrastructure, the holders, and these guys, these assets you won't have to sell. See, later in this this is going to be the last bull run. This is why this is our last hoorah. Everybody, I'm going to show y'all that when I put, could y'all bring me some tissue, please? I'm going to show you that when I get to the chart, right? This is the last go round. There won't be no more. If you don't catch this one, it's a wrap. There won't be no more. Ain't no more bull runs, none of that. And this time you won't have to sell after this one, because you'll be able to, it's your asset class, your digitized portfolio, and it's your asset class, and then you can borrow again. You'll be able to lend to others. You'll be your own banking system. Do you understand? You're setting yourself up in the infrastructure. Okay? Praise the Most High. Thank you. All right, let's continue. Watch this clip. Now listen what Larry Fink said. Hold on.
The whole idea of needing custodians just falls apart. Now, I've got another one to show you here. Hold on. Let me just hit play on this because it is fresh. We are talking like days ago this dropped. Let's listen to this.
I do believe we're just at the beginning of the tokenization of all assets, from real estate to equities, the bonds, across the board. There's $4.1 trillion of money in.
Now, everybody, if we're going to listen to any serpent, shouldn't we be listening to these ones who's running these the ones that's running the world's economy? Mammon is the god of this world. Okay? Come on, you will be lenders and not borrowers. Let's go. Listen, prophecy. Now listen clearly what he's saying. He's telling you right out his mouth. This is current right now, right? This is right now. Listen what he's saying.
I do believe we're just at the beginning of the tokenization of all assets, from real estate
to... This one was when was that? That was a couple of months ago, maybe. Hold on, what does that say? That ain't today. I saw it. Yep, October. See, that's the head of the bull run. See, right here was when remember I showed you December 20, I told them to get out, sell. So this is the head. This was at the top. This was the top of the bull run. This bull run started in 2022, the beginning of 2023. The head was Bitcoin's 126,000. It was going there about October 14, right? So now listen. So that was, right? Now listen what he's saying.
Let's listen to this.
I do believe we're just at the beginning of the tokenization of all assets, from real estate to equities, the bonds, across the board. There's $4.1 trillion of money sitting globally in digital wallets. A lot of that money is outside the United States. If we could tokenize a ETF, digitize that ETF, we could have investors who are just beginning to, invest in markets through, let's say, crypto. They're investing in it, but now we could get them into the more traditional long-term retirement products.
So picture the one thing that terrifies every giant financial firm right now. A whole generation came up treating crypto and blockchain like second nature. Stock exchanges and brokerage accounts, that world feels completely alien to them. Now, throw this number into the mix. Roughly $80 trillion in wealth is going to move.
Now, this narrator just said, he said, picture this new generation coming up. They're not the old, no, they're not baby boomers. They're not Generation X. They don't know, they growing up with the internet, digital currency, blockchain, okay? They don't know nothing about stock exchange, moving all slow, might go 8% and stuff and all that, right? So now listen what Larry Fink said. He just said, all that money is out there and we're just doing the digitalization, crypto, right? I just drank, so I'm gonna drink some more, right? Now he's showing you what's coming, all right?
They're investing in it, but now we can get them into the more traditional long-term retirement.
So he says now they just starting to understand, talking about the big, what you call 401ks and your big, what they pension companies and all that stuff. He owns all this stuff, right? So they now that was back in October. It's all that is done now, all right? So I'm gonna bring y'all up to date too, right? So okay, exchange tradable funds. All right.
Products.
So picture the one thing that terrifies every giant financial firm right now. A whole generation came up treating crypto and blockchain like second nature. Stock exchanges and brokerage accounts, that world feels completely alien to them. Now, throw this number into the mix. Roughly $80 trillion in wealth is going to move from the current holders down to younger people across the next few decades. That fact alone flips the script on who decides where capital lands. And human nature is simple. Money goes wherever people already feel at home. For this generation, that home is blockchain. Full stop. You think Larry Fink has not done this math? Of course he has. That is the whole reason you are seeing BlackRock and every other heavyweight financial player barrel into crypto at full speed right now. Skip this wave and you are basically volunteering to become irrelevant. Take a listen to this part.
Yeah. Now you hear what he just said. That is a whole fact. I'm going to play him back what he just said, that little last part.
Blockchain. Full stop. And human nature is simple. Money goes wherever people already feel at home. For this generation, that home is blockchain. Full stop. You think Larry Fink has not done this math? Of course he has. That is the whole reason you are seeing BlackRock and every other heavyweight financial player barrel into crypto at full speed right now. Skip this wave and you are basically volunteering to become irrelevant. Take a listen to this part.
So we look at that as the next wave of opportunity for BlackRock over the next tens of years as we start focusing, moving away from traditional financial assets by repotting them in a digital manner and then having people stay in that digital ecosystem.
Trap them in the digital space, keep them spending and investing right there.
Now look what Larry thinks. Larry Fink's recent statements about a new interconnected world ledger and tokenized value systems at the WEF as tied to his broader vision of financial tokenization, but he has not specified XRP or ETH by name. However, context from his remarks, BlackRock's partnerships and ongoing institutional projects suggests how both ETH and XRP fit into the emerging framework, albeit differently. Now, y'all don't know what ETH, most of y'all, or XRP is. That is something that you will start to own, okay? From the class setup. You will get you some XRP and you will get you some ETH, all right? And you will be able to start now. I don't care if it's $5. I don't care if it's $1. Do you understand? But you gotta start, right? The same way that you might go and buy that Prada bag or that such. Those who are preparing, they're preparing their financial future now. It's a sacrifice. You are building your bag now because I'm going to show you on the chart where it's at and I'm going to show you where it's going. You're going to see it. Okay? That's why the narrator said, for those who ignore what's happening now, you will have this opportunity again. This is the last hoorah of this. They're doing all of their plays. They're making those plays now. Okay, so and I'm gonna have you walk you through all of this, right? As we go through, when you're on the Patreon, as you go through, you'll be able to continue to and for those who the last time I talked about finances on the YouTube, that's been about a month or two, right? For those who listened back then and bought, you're very welcome. If you listened to what I said I think it was 2 months ago, the last time I talked about finances, and I said, just go and buy it then, you're very welcome. Because Bitcoin was probably like 60,000 and now it's like 80,000. Okay? And everything else was but at the bottom. So you're very welcome if you listened. If you didn't listen and you remember that, now you should be like, dag, I should have listened, because I'm going to show you on the screen when I said it and what it's did since I said that. Okay? You're going to see like this. Okay? Again, you know them by their fruit. Don't listen to these people. Don't listen to none of these people. All right? You can't trust people in this space. This space is it's a space of serpents. Only reason why you can trust me because I'm a child of the Most High. You understand? I've been serving for years. I never asked nobody for nothing. I teach everything from the Most High. That's why I'm making that thing, the thing for you for free. It ain't free to me because I got to put in work to make it. But you, all it's going to take is your time and your obedience. All right? Now, yeah, I was just saying that, Hayazak, for those who still like nice, it come a time for sacrifice. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, if I can, any nickel I can scrape up, you should be buying. You know what I mean? You should stock in your portfolio right now. All right, so anyway, Larry, as the current header, Larry Fink emphasized transforming outdated financial rails like SWIFT into instant interoperable global settlement systems based on his DLT technology. He pushed centers on tokenization, turning traditional assets, bonds, funds into blockchain-based tokens that can be transferred instantly, right? All right, so that's a little more advanced. Talking about XRP and whatever, what they're trying to run, he's trying to run his on. But anyway, let's get to the video, all right? Let's get back to the video. All right, hold on. Why is it not moved? There it go. Now watch this. So this right here, oh, I think he's talking. Yep.
So here is something to keep them spending and investing right about when those words come out of his mouth. Talking about when those words, interconnected world ledger. Sounds big, but what is he actually talking about when those words come out of his mouth?
No. Oh.
And those dots I was connecting for you earlier, BlackRock, Securitize, RLUSD, all of it is bleeding into each other now. Everything is linking up. But how deep does that rabbit hole actually go? Are we about to get hit with even more announcements soon? What I think is that we are only looking at the very tip of what this becomes over the next 6, 12, maybe 24 months from now. Mm-hmm. Genuine mainstream adoption is about to start forming right before our eyes. Mm-hmm. And if you are sitting there without the assets that all this tokenized value runs through, you might find yourself owning nothing at all.
This is the point. Now, it's happening right now. And within the next, he's correct, 6 months, a year, 2 years, because 2028 is this looks like the bull run is coming out of the bear now, but I don't think it's fully out, right? We might have another retrace, not going to go as low, right? I'll show you what I'm talking about in a minute. But this next leg, right, that's going to go into the 2028, when everything goes up, if you was purchasing now, you sitting pretty. By the time that happens, it's over. And it's not going to happen again because their structure will be built. Do you understand? Their railroad will be built. So, and then they're going to price everybody out. You won't be able to afford. And even if you did, they're going to stop the leverage plays where you won't even be able to maximize whatever. Those who have will have. The have-nots won't have. That's a fact. All right. Now this clip is so powerful right here. This is Larry Fink. This is a Geoeconomic forum. I broke down geopolitics. I don't know why I didn't think geoeconomics. I'm like, of course they doing. Now watch this. Copyright disclaimers on effect.
Tokenized value runs through, you might find yourself owning nothing at all.
I would say the biggest question from central banks is what is the role of tokenization and digitization?
Now, what you're witnessing, this is the board. What did I say in the back? Look, Board of Change Makers, Geoeconomics. This is it's called the Future Investment Initiative. Look at where they at. Look at all these Saudis. This is billionaire, trillionaires of the world formed here. This is really exclusive financial understanding where most of the world has no idea of none of this. All right? That's Larry Fink, and he's speaking at it. Now let's pay attention. Listen to what he's saying. To the world.
Find yourself owning nothing at all.
I would say the biggest question from central banks is what is the role of tokenization and digitization? How quickly should they think about digitizing their own currency? What does that mean for the role of the dollar? If every currency digitizes and we have, what does that mean for bank payments? What does that mean for the payment companies like MasterCard?
Now, you see this round table of speakers, and you see the audience? Probably to be able to be in the audience, you probably have to be a multimillionaire up to a billionaire. To be at this round table, this is the geoeconomics of the world. This that one world stuff. I don't want to say the word because they'll put that thing under our video, our live stream. The new world, you know what I mean? NWO. All right? Come on. Now this is the crazy part, Latanya. And the Saudis are in the audience. You hear me? This is where this is the serpent's head. Now, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Yah is going to always prepare his children. Now listen clearly. Now let's listen. I just want y'all to see where we at. Now listen to what he's saying. He's instructing them that he's talking about what about when all of our monies is digital. He's right. So again, they showing you what's happening.
He digitizes and we have, what does that mean for bank payments? What does that mean for the payment companies like MasterCard and Visa? All these are being questioned right now.
Hayazak, who is that? See, that's one thing that I started to peep. I was like, man, I wonder who these people is. Like, who that? Look, there's another black dude behind that, right? See all these Saudi sheiks and all that? I'm like, who this black dude, right? Hold on. Let's do this real quick and then I'm gonna let it play, right? Look at the auditorium. Look how full it is. Okay? Now watch this. That's when you look around. Like, you know, you like look around. Look. Who that? Hayazat? I'm like, yeah. He looked like an African. Which African country? Right? And these are different. This is outside. So look, they got those at the round table with the seat. Then they got those with these cushion chairs around it. Then they got those. Yo, this is crazy work, boy. You know how much dark money and dark power? See? So look. So then they got those sitting around in the first row in the leather chair, whatever chairs. I don't know if they all got the chairs, right? Oh, so the dark-skinned dudes is Mugabe? And who is Mugabe? Hayazak? Who is he? All right? So anyway, I just wanted to show that now we're going to listen, right? Because when I saw that, I was like, I wonder who these people is, right? The ones at this round table. All right? But anyway, let's continue. Let's listen to what they're saying. And then I'm going to show you, and then we're going to get back to, because I got more of the African stuff, but this finance is this is what I was telling you I need to be here for tonight. Because we can show the clips of what's happening. We can read the Bible all day. We can do all that. We can laugh and joke. But if we don't prepare, the Bible says, woe to those who don't prepare. Come on, deep, dark counsel. You heard? All right, now let's find out what the serpent is doing. What is their devices? All right, listen. Now I'm going to let it play.
from central banks is, what is the role of tokenization and digitization? How quickly should they think about digitizing their own currency? What does that mean for the role of the dollar? If every currency digitizes and we have, what does that mean for bank payments? What does that mean for the payment companies like MasterCard and Visa? All these are being questioned right now. I think we spend so much time talking about AI. We're not spending enough time talking about how quickly we're going to tokenize every financial asset and the opportunity we're going to have.
Oh, he said, I think we got so much time we talking about the AI, but I don't think we spend enough time talking about the tokenization of all the assets. Oh, these devils about to tokenize the world. Boy, get your digital life in order.
Every financial asset and how quickly we're going to spend so much time talking about AI. We're not spending enough time talking about how quickly we're going to tokenize every financial asset and the opportunity we're going to have a digital wallet and moving ETFs and other things through a digital wallet. And I think that's going to happen worldwide very rapidly. And I think most countries are ill prepared for that and underappreciate how technology is changing that, not unlike how technology is changing AI and other things. It will be changing the technology around the plumbing of finance.
The plumbing of money, of finance. He said it's going to happen rapidly. So he's warning everybody, the nation states, these billionaire trillionaires, bro. Come on, man. I know, what drinks are those? They ain't nothing but the Serpent Seed Airlines Flight 666. Serpent Seed Water Company. right. I don't want none of that water, right? But listen, guys. So this part is everything. Now, come on. Let me show you what's happening. Now, let's do it. Now I'm going to show y'all basics, right? Hakiyama's going to keep posting the link to the Patreon. Now let me show you what I'm talking about. So this right here, share tab instead, right? I got to keep mine full screen. I can't see the comment section. I got to keep it full screen, right? So this is a chart. Later, you'll know how to do this. You don't got to worry about this, right? Later. That's later, more advanced, right? So this is a crypto chart. This is a coin called Time Coin, right? Now, time just shot up, right? So this is in a week chart, right? Now, look right here. Time just shot up, right? It went from here, it was $1. See, this is the bottom. You see this? This right here was April 27th, right? This is a week chart, all right? So it's based on a week. I'm going to show you how much percent. There you go. It went up, the top of the, so right now it's up 100%, double your money. So I wish I would have been thinking about it back then. This is the part where I just start thinking, hold up, everything is at a bottom. It's time to start buying these bottoms. Now, I'm going to show y'all, this is a market chart. This is where it just came from, $7. You see this? Right? Hold on. Hold on. There we go. So that was a long time ago with $7. I remember when it was $7, right? So at the top, it went up here and it goes down, right? It went down. Now we start in the next one. Now, if you would have bought this like last week, let me go to a day chart and look. So, yep, so that's May 4th. So that's 3-4 days ago. You would have got it for $1.33. Right now, it's $2.60. That came because of some news, right? But later, in 2028, it's going back up here. It's probably going to reach $7 or more, right? The highest it ever went was $8, right? Now, I don't know if this bull run is going to go back up to $8, but it's definitely going to go past 5 or 7. But you're getting it for $1. Now, Ton is one that's going to stick around. Ain't one that I'm going to tell you to buy, right? But it's going to stick around, but it's not part of their railroad really, right? But it is a coin that has utility because the Telegram app, this is the creator of the Telegram app, and Telegram has 1 billion users, right? So they was trying to lock them up and stuff, like they used to be against crypto, but now they all for crypto. So he came home and made an announcement and it did this, right? But let me show y'all something clearer where y'all can understand, right? I'm gonna go to Bitcoin. I'm just show y'all something basic, right? And don't worry about this confusion. You'll learn all this stuff later, all right? So this is Bitcoin, right? Now this is the Bitcoin chart. Since it came out and way back here, right, in 2009, right? So if you would have just bought this in 2009, right, 2010, it was $200, $100, right? You'd be a multimillionaire just buying it and doing nothing. I was supposed to buy it here, 2014. I wish I would have. Hard head, make a soft behind, right? This when I was first really new to get it, 2014. So if I would have bought anything, especially if I'd have put $1,000, I'd be worth probably like 15 million or something crazy right now, just for doing nothing. This has been going straight up. Now you see when it goes up and down, each of these is what they call a bull run. It happens every 4 years with the election, right? So this peak, it went on this one, that went up a lot. So for this bull run, the first one, it went from, let's say if I go 766, $700 a coin, and it went all the way up to $18,000 a coin. So it went up 2,400%. That's that first bull run from here to here, right? I'm just doing base. Don't try to learn this. Y'all understand this later. I'm just going to show you something basic so y'all can have an understanding where we at right now, right? And then it went back. Then that bull run was over, right? Because it's 4 years. It's about 2 years that it lasts, 1.5 years, right? It starts down, and then when it's over, it collapses, right? And it goes into, they call it a bull market and a bear market. Bull when everything is green, bear is when everything's down. So then it went into a bear market, 2018. Now, when you're supposed to buy, everybody listen, is during the bear market. But people don't know that, so they panic during the bear market and they buy when everything is good, when prices is high, when they're supposed to buy when everybody's scared, when prices is low, right? So if you buy here, then you would get out, sell here. Buy here, sell here. Buy here, sell here. Everybody listen. That was now. Remember I showed my video when I showed them and I said that was December 2025. And I said Bitcoin was at 95,000. I showed y'all the thing on my Patreon, and I told them to sell at 100,000 up here because I knew this bull run was over. And I said, everybody sell. When I realized they probably didn't sell, they hard-headed, you know, especially black brothers and sisters, it's hard. I'm like, did y'all sell? Oh no, did you? Yeah, everybody. So I made the picture, sell, guys, because it's going to crash. And I said on that Patreon, I said, sell so you can buy back at the bottom. Everybody listen clearly. Let me show y'all clear. Let me make it bigger so y'all can see it clear as a child. Even if you don't know charts or nothing, you can see clear, right? Hold on, make it a little smaller. There you go. So I had everybody, we was up here, 126,000, the highest. So it started to go down. Once it reached 100,000, I knew. And I said, all right, everybody, time to get out. Sell. So that we take whatever we made here And then we want to buy back at the bottom. Everybody. Y'all see what date this says? April 6, 2026. The bottom was right here. You see how I got this marked? You see how on my chart it hit the bottom? I literally had it marked. And look what it's doing now. We back at 80,000. The bottom was 60. So when I said to sell at that 90, 195, it was to buy back here. So what this is each of these bull runs, it goes higher. So this one was the floor, 59, 60. And I called it. I told people were scared. They're trying to scare you. It's going to go lower. You know, see, that's why I say you can't trust these people. These people will, they call it fear, right? They will pump fear into you. Oh, it's going to crash. It's going to go lower. It's going all the way down to 30,000. Bitcoin going to zero. We told you it was over. These idiot juices that don't know nothing about finance. You have no idea what these power players of the world are doing. This ain't a scam, guys. These dudes are buying this by the billions and millions. I'm going to show you nation states, Africa, America, Russia, China, corporations, everything. So I said, and everybody in my investment group know I said 60 was the floor. I knew it was. And what it did, it spiked down to 59, and then it was ranging here in 60. I told the class, everybody, I said, get back in. Y'all remember? I told everybody, get back in. Anything with a 6 in the front, get back in. 62, 64. I remember Hakiyama was like, I'm not in. She remember I told her about a month ago, I said, get back in. Because she didn't get in at her 65. She lost her position. She still wasn't in. It had went up to 70. I said, get back in now. I know she's glad she listened. Okay? Now listen clearly. Because the reason why we're getting back in is because, now I wish I would have did this a couple of weeks ago, honestly, right? When it was still down here. But it ain't too late, because let me show you what it does. This bull run, it might come back. I hope it do. I don't think it's going to come all the way back down into the 60s, because I think the 70s are the new floor. The lowest it might, because it's going to be, as you see, it always goes up and down. It's like a ladder, right? It goes down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Then it's going to go up. You see? It does it as it does each bull run. This was the 2020. This right here, this crash was the lock-in. It was a crazy one, right? Well, it's not showing up because it's, right? That was right there, the 2020 crash. That was a lock-in, right? It's because I got it on a week chart. If I put it on a day chart, you'll see it more clearly. But I wanted to show the whole chart. So anyway, so now this was the bull run right here. I got a video on our Patreon where I was me and Yana was telling people to buy here. This floor was 16,000. So we was telling y'all to buy here for this bull run. It went from 16,000. Let me show you what it did. 16,000, right, for one coin. You don't have to buy one coin. Let's say if you put $1,000 right here, right? You bought this. It went up I think that's about 600%. Yep. 600%. Let me show you why. See that? Oh, you can't. Oh, it's in the way. Let me see if I can move that to the side. Oh, it took it away. So if you see the blue thing, let me show you how I'm showing you that. Don't worry. Don't try to learn this. That'll come with when you learn how to do this. Don't worry about that. So you see this blue thing that's moving up? Right there. There it go. See, that says 499%. So this is telling you from this mark all the way to the top, it was really like 500-600% when I scroll all in. So that meant 6 times, right? So these people, they'll put $1 million here, right? And then it makes 6 million, okay? If you put 1,000, you made 6,000. You put 10,000, you made 60,000. Okay? Just straight up. But you got to know when to get out. Because look, if you don't know when to get back out, then it's coming on down. But it's not going to come all the way down. Each time it's going to have a new floor higher than the last time. So this floor is 60. Now, the way this works is this next one comes in 2028. And it usually each time it does 600%, 6 to 7. Now, these first ones was big because there was nobody in it. So this one went 3,000%. And then this one went, let me see, from 7,000. Yep, that started it. 700%. And then this one did another 700%. Now this one, it might do more because all the institutions are coming in, the tokenization, but it's guaranteed to do at least 700%, right? So if you take your graph here and then I scroll up 700%, right? I have to go up a lot, right? It stopped. That's going to take me all the way up to, because I did it before, about 300,000. If it just does the way it always does, right? So if you're getting it, let's say if you bought now, right? Which I'll tell you, wait a little bit. You always buy on a retrace. Let me go to a day chart. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see it a little clearer. There it goes. You can see more of the ups and downs, right? So this is where we at right now, right? That's today, as of 5/9, right? And all right, because I'm on a day chart. So each of these candles is one day, right? So right now, you can, well, really, you should just be buying. So it should be a thing where you're just buying because you're like, no matter what price, that's what BlackRock, Larry Fink, Elon, Trump, Russia, China, they just buying because they're buying knowing that later it's going to be up in 300,000 in 2028. That's the next bull run. But this was the floor right here. So when I said the last time I did a live stream and I talked to finances, that's why I said, if anybody that bought when I did it, look, see, April, look where it was at when I did that. So that's why I said, anybody who listened to me last time I did the finance on this channel and I said, buy it, you're very welcome. As long as you didn't sell it. I told you, just buy it. Because that means you got it at 60 something thousand. And right now, look, it's 80,000, guys. So whoever listened to that, remember, you know people, you know by their fruit. So I ain't just talking out my butt. I got receipts for everything documented. That's why I love documentation. You heard? So if you bought it when I told you to buy it, that last live stream that I talked about this, you up 20-something%. All right? So you all in the green. You just got to wait. And the key is to just keep buying. All right. Now, I'm showing you this, right? So this is how it looks, right? Now, over here is when this bull market started. But you see how it's jagged? But all you had to do was buy at this floor. So what this looks real small right here. We was in our crypto class in 2023. And this is when I was telling the Most High's children to buy. Where we are right now is this green thing right here. Let me show you. This is where we are right now, today. This is when I told y'all a month ago to start getting in, buying your Bitcoin and stuff, right? And this is what just happened. So this is where we are right now. So when I go back over there, you can see it look like this, and then now we in this green arrow up. But look where it went. See? In this green arrow, remember? I said, just continue to buy. You're not too late. Because look, hold on. Look where it went from that arrow. Okay? Let me explain. From here. So I was telling the class back then, get in here. And look where it went. And that was the beginning of 2023. And it went all the way to 126,000. Well, that wasn't the top. Dag, I got to make it smaller. So from there, all the way, dag, that still ain't the top. Hold on, I got to make it smaller. There you go, that's the top. So from here, that little thing, it went all the way to here. See? And that's where we at right now. Right now, on this next one, that was that little thing, and we are right here. And that's where it's going to go. All right, this is finance. It's just history. It just, now, I know you're like, but hold on. I know you're like, but what if it don't, right? There's no, it's going to happen. But let's say there's precautions. There's something called a stop loss. The stop loss is something that you place, and it says if somehow the world just collapses, right? Somehow they just blow America up and the whole world goes into a dark age. Or well, if that happens, you ain't gonna need money anyway. But let's just say the worst, anything crazy happened. There's something called a stop loss. So if you bought right here, you put your stop loss right here, right? So just in case something freak of nature happened and the market just collapsed for who knows what happened, it'll sell. And that's it. You only lost from where you got in to where your stop loss was. It is what it is. It's part of trade and bartering, risk and reward, right? So you will have that set up. So it's not a thing where somebody tries to scare you. It's gambling. These people don't know what they're doing. You have a stop loss set. You never trade without a stop loss. That's 101. That's why you will all be set up, right? And your stop loss is set because that's why I was trying to cut from a different cloth. It depends on what price you got. When she said, I bought my XRP, because if you got a price of it up here, that's different from having the price of it down here, right? So if she got a price, let's say if this was XRP and she got it at 105, right? But now the price is down to 80, she got to wait till it goes back past 105 for her to be in the green. That's why I said, when did you buy it? If you bought it just now, you good money because you at a floor, all right? Everything that you buy now, you're in the first leg up of where it's going later. All right? Go ahead, Akiyama.
We have a few questions. This one you kind of just answered, but okay. I'm just going to read it.
Give me a second. I'll let you get to them in a second. Give me a second. So now, I know this confused. You don't have to learn this. I'm showing you this because the Most High, you have to know people by their fruit. You can't listen to if I don't know technical analysis, fundamental analysis, if I don't know indicators, I don't know how to read charts, right? If I don't know how to read line charts, Heikinai charts, and all this stuff, then how I'm going to tell you anything about this space? The person has to be experienced. They have to win. They have to lose. They have to trade. They have to do leverage and futures trading with high volume. They have to understand the market, the utilities. They have to understand the coins, right? So if I type in, right, I can type in H-bar, right? Because that's one she named. H-bar is Hedera, right? Now, if I type in Hedera, right, let me find Hedera for, crypto, right? So H-bar. So now these charts look crazy. So if when I showed you Bitcoin, remember, this is from, let me zoom out. Let me go to a week chart, right? I'm going to do Hedera from his time of birth to now, right? Now, when I did Bitcoin, it was up and down, but it was a straight up. These others, they don't got the inclination of Bitcoin. That's why people don't understand the institution of Bitcoin different from cryptocurrency. Bitcoin ain't a cryptocurrency, it's a store of value. And that's why it ain't go, you understand, and it's a finite amount. So that's why I showed you BlackRock and them, they buying all of it. Once all the Bitcoin is gone, the game is over. Meaning it's locked out for those who haven't had theirs stored. You understand? Now these other digital assets, they make money, right? So this is the last bull run. And if you go and buy HBAR, this one of the coins cut from a different cloth we're speaking of. That's why I said to her, I said, what price did you get it? Because if you just bought your HBAR now, you got it at this price. But she said 2025. Uh-oh. So that's now you see why I said it depends on when 2025. Because look, that's 2025, and that price is 30.29 cents. This is 2025, and that price is 13 cents. This is 2020, it's 2024. So hopefully she got it either in April of 2025 or June. Hopefully she got, but if not, then she got it at a high price. She was supposed to sell before it went all the way down. But it's okay. She can just, whatever she got, she could just leave it because it'll go up there later in 2028. But if you wanted to have HBAR to be one of your portfolio, which I'm not telling y'all to do yet, right? This is be the time because look where the price is. It's at the bottom. Now this should go up 300%, right? So it kind of will be smarter, honestly, to focus on Bitcoin because it went up 700%. See? So these are the layer ones, but I'll explain that to y'all later. Now, when you talk of coins like Solana, right? Now these are marketplace. These are the ones, there's certain coins I'm going to instruct you to purchase, to start putting into your wallet, digital wallet, your bag. This is a portfolio. You're about to invest in your future, all right? And these are the future that the world new finance is going to run on, okay? Solana is going to be there. ETH is going to be there. XRP is going to be there, okay? There's certain, and then we're going to get into real world assets where I showed you BlackRock tokenized, like Ondo. You understand? There's certain real world assets that we about to snatch up, all right? I told Yana something yesterday, day before, and this morning when I was making this, I was supposed to take a little bit from my other coin and put it into my AVAX, everybody. And I was making this lesson for tonight, and I didn't do it. It always happens to me, this spirit realm. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you. And then I got you, Akiyama. AVAX.
Cut from a different cloth said it was July in 2025.
Hold on. That was a better price. I think if I remember correctly. Everybody watch this. Oh, that's a week. AVAX. Oh, that's the wrong. I'm like, AVAX apparels and ornaments. I'm like, AVAX chart do not look like this. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Let me go back. AVAX. There we go. AVAX. No, not market cap. And don't worry about this. You'll learn how to read charts later. So this, let me go to 15-minute chart. Hold on. Oh man, I can't. Where is it? Okay, I gotta make it big because I went to a 15-minute chart. See how much you gotta zoom in? All right, now 15-minute chart is today. So watch this. Look at this. This just happened to me. So I told Yana day before yesterday, AVAX. Look, guys, because I said AVAX was $9. And I know that's a flaw, right? So I was telling Yana, because he ain't in the market, I'm like, you need to get back in, okay? Because let me put on an hour chart so you can see a little more clearer, right? So I'm like, Avalanche at $9 is a flaw, right? I'm like, we need to buy this now, right? I need to tell the class, I need to, right? And so y'all see this, right? And well, I think it was here. Yeah, it was here. Let me go back to 15 minutes, right? So, and then literally last night, when I was making this lesson, I was like, I need to buy my Avalanche. Yeah, there we go, because it's 5/8. Yeah, that's today. Because it's 5/9 because it's past 12 o'clock. All right, so it was here, guys, yesterday. There you go. Look. So I was making this lesson and I was like, okay, I wrote it on this paper. I gotta buy my Avalanche, right? I need to get Avalanche at $9 because I'm buying for later. It's gonna go up to $30, $40 a coin. And I forgot. I was making this lesson, putting it together, and I woke up today and it did this. Of course it did. Now, this is part of spiritual warfare. This happens to me all the time. And these spirits be laughing at it. So now it's $10. I wanted to have my $9 price tag as an average buying price for my floor, right? I was going to take a little from my other coins and spread it, right? Because now is the time to start building your bag. And I would have had it right here. And look, guys, I woke up and it said, shoo. Of course it did. I wonder if Yana bought it, because I told Yana 2 days ago over here. I said, it's time to get back in, King. Get your Avalanche at $9. And now if I get it, now I'm stuck with $10. It ain't going to go back down to 9 again. It's probably, if it hits, it's going to bounce here because everything is starting their next leg up. All right? And if you want to know where it's going to go, let me zoom out. Let me show you where it's going. Probably do the 4-hour chart. Nope, I got to do the day chart. This is where it's going. Is that back in? Yep. So this is where it's at, and this is where it's going. What I said, $35 a coin. Now, last time it went up to $70, 50 and 70. I don't know if it's going to go that high, but it's at least going to go to 35. So this is the point. Now, this is what I'm showing y'all. There's certain plays that I'm going to set y'all up. It's the actual railroad that they're setting their digital infrastructure on. Now, these are coins you can just put your money on, and all of these are going to go up, right? So that's going to go up. That's only three times your money, right? You'd be better off with Bitcoin, right? But if you got a spread, but the ones I'm going to show you ain't AVAX. I'm going to show you how to get your XRP is one of them. You're going to get the ones, your real world assets that Larry Fink in them, that they're setting to tokenize the world, all right? Where they set in their highway, all right? So that's why you need to join the free Patreon, so that when I'm posting the thing, first thing I'm gonna instruct you how to set up your accounts to be able to purchase it. You ain't got to know none of this stuff I'm showing you. I'm just showing you to show you that I know what I'm talking about. So right here, again, is when I was telling, everybody to start getting out, all right, of the stuff, right? So, all right, go ahead, Akiyama. What was, and then I'm gonna get back to the video in a second.
All right, we got a handful.
Okay.
Yeah. Most are from Roberta, but let me do the others first.
Okay.
This first one is from...
Do any new people who we don't know first. Always new people first. And then go down the line.
There was one about the Congo.
No. Not the Congo. Okay. We on this for now. We're gonna get back to the Congo in 1 second.
Okay.
I'm finishing up the crypto part.
But there were no new ones from this section. So let's go with Tim Nelson first. He says, can you tokenize your property?
we can't do none of it now, for now. Later, you will be able to, but you would have to have your digital infrastructure set up. So, Tim, another thing that I'm going to do, you join too, Tim. Another thing I'm going to do, they're making new ordinance, meaning the banks and stuff, everything is going digital, and they're going to try to have a way where they can control your assets. Right? So there is a institutionalizing you have to do to your portfolio, your assets. So I got to do mine. This is a new thing they're doing, right? You got to stay abreast of the serpent's devices, right? And you're setting yourself up. Now, in the future, would you be able to tokenize? Probably. I'm not sure how much leeway they're going to allow us to do tokenization. What I mean by that is it's kind of like trying to open up a go public on the stock exchange where you got to pass SEC guidelines. You know what I mean? So it's not as easy to just as an individual to say to do what they doing. They the serpents. They just tokenizing all the stuff, right? But what we are getting set up is that you're going to have your assets in your portfolio set up when these things skyrocket. Because guys, this is what's coming. All right. Let me show you. What's coming is these coins are going to go, they're going to skyrocket and they're not going to come back down. All right. So Bitcoin, let me show you. BTC, right? This is the last bull run, right? This is the last hoorah of it. For those who have, you have. For those who don't, you won't. You won't be able to afford it. So when this one does its bull run, right? So remember, these are all the bull. Let me go to week charts, weekly, so we can see it. There we go, the full Bitcoin chart, right? See it. So from Bitcoin's inception to now, it's over 25,000%. There's no other coin, stock, or anything that has ever did anything like that. Not gold, not none of it. Okay? And that's over 10, 15 years. Okay? So now, where it's going, because it's a finite amount, and they're buying it up. Once they buy it all up, then it's no more to ever be sold. So for those who have, you have an asset that you'll be able to borrow against. Now, at that point, I don't know where the world will be. Will you, because Bitcoin is going to go to 200,000, 500,000, $1 million a coin. And then you got Satoshis, which is a subset. That's what what's going to be spent in everyday purchases and stuff, right? So that's a whole nother language. I'll learn that later. Don't worry about all that, right? It's accumulating the wealth assets. The wealth is laid up for the just, right? And it's accumulating the wealth assets in the right positions, the right positioning for the future accumulation, right? It's buying your real estate where it's oil under the ground or where gold and that, right? Versus buying your real estate where it's nothing but dirt. You understand? So I don't think they will be allowing us to tokenize anything, but because what we're preparing for is we're preparing to have finances, digital finances that have accumulated just because we purchased it at the right time, under the right conditions, and secured it securely, right? Hard cold wallet storage, so you're banking, and also, I don't want to give it away, the system that we're going to prepare ours in, right? Because you got to be very careful of your secret sauce that you just give out to willy-nilly, right? So that's why you got to join the groups, right? And you're positioned yourself to be in your assets can be leveraged against. You'll become your own bank. Will you be able to tokenize? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think they're going to be trying to hold a monopoly on that, right? Tokenization, but you won't need to, because your assets, you will be straight up until the collapse, meaning you'll be straight until the world is over, until all hell breaks loose, right? You'll be straight when the rest of the world is starting to go into the FEMA camps and the universal basic income and the social credit scores, and they turning off people, right? When people be taking the marks so they can feed themselves when bread is $1, you know what I mean? Your assets that you secure now. That's why this is the last hoorah. In October is a big milestone. So we got 2 milestones. We got from now to October to do a move. For those who are listening and pay attention and sign up for the Patreon, it's for free and everything. Get yourselves together. And then from that October all the way into September 2027 is another milestone move. That's probably when something's going to I think that's going to start the takeoff of this bull run, right? And that goes all the way into 2028 when the new election, the halving, that's going to be the last election, I think. It's going to be, they're going to do they're going to make some type of new order, and, it's a mess, bro. But this things is going to be taken off because they're setting all their stuff up now, all right? Everything is, the Web3 releases in October too, and they're going to start the digital ID thing. And so there's precautions we have to take. There's precautions with our portfolio, our digital currency, and not tying it, right? Because they're going to be trying to do things to lock, right? They want to steal, kill, and destroy, all right? So those who are in the know, they're preparing themselves, all right? Woe to those who don't prepare. So this thing, and then on this last bull run, it's going to take off, right? And the 700% of that one is way up here, right? But then it's not going to stop because there will be no more bear run. There will be no more 4-year halving cycles. It's over. Those who have, you're going to have. Your assets will only continually increase exponentially too. That's why he said, when BlackRock said at that economic forum, he said it's going to happen, like it's going to take off. Like the stuff happens so fast. You'll wake up, like today, I was supposed to get the avalanche at 9. I woke up and there's a big green line straight up. I'm like, oh crap. Like, that's why you got to act especially when the spirit tell you, just move. You got to move. It does it to me a lot. And, but I do so many things. I'm teaching, I'm preparing the lesson, and I should have known. I keep saying it. Once I get that inclination, just stop everything, do it right then. And then I would have woke up to be like, bingo. I got my AVAX at $9, right? And I'm awake. But that's just a player. I'm not even sure. I don't know. But because I'm really where I'm going to guide all of us, what I'm guiding, because I don't got no real money. I'm taking my money from my other coins, right? Which already started doing this thing. And so it's called reallocation. So I'm going to reallocate some of that to some of these plays, like the real world assets where the infrastructure plays. Because we should be, so I'm getting only thing I'm going to get y'all set up is infrastructure, Bitcoin number 1, and then the infrastructure plays. You understand? So y'all going to have a portfolio of all of the future digital new world finance order infrastructure. And that's a blessing to the Most High. These people, they charge thousands of dollars a month on Patreon, all that for this. You got all your influence. This is $1,000 information. The Most High is gifting you the information. And then we also have something coming where you'll be able to make your daily wage. Let me explain. These are long plays, but we got a product that me and Yana created. And this is when you invest in yourself and you'll be able to make your daily wage even more than your job, because they come in for our jobs. Do you understand that? Your job, everybody, it's going, because this is part of the beast system to take, right, the AI replacing the jobs. So we got the product. So when that happens, I'll be able to show y'all that, right? And that's for those who really want to invest in this. Other than that, you could just do these basics, and this is a long play. And that's a gift from the Most High to you all, his children. Woe to those who don't prepare. And it's a gift because this is thousands and thousands of dollars of information. Do you understand? And I'm showing you fruit, okay? So I was telling you, I got my videos, I can show you. We on screen, me and Yana, we telling everybody to buy right here, 2022, 2023. And I told everybody to sell right here when it was 100-something thousand, right? And then I realized they ain't all sell when it was 95,000. I told everybody, get out now when it was here, right? Then I'm sure everybody got out. Then I told them, buy back here. And that's for this next one. And this right here is this right here on this bull run. So where I told everybody to buy right here is when I told everybody to buy right here. And that's going to go up there. And when it gets all right there, I'm going to tell everybody, well, that's going to be a rough one because we're going to DCA out, mean dollar cost average out, take some of your profits, but I'm not sure if it's going to come all the way back down again. So we're going to play that when it happens. That's 2028, right? So we got a year and a half and stuff like that, right? So all that increase coming, so we'll probably set a stop loss just in case it does. But more than likely, it's going to just do its bounce. It's going to continue. This is the last bull run. Their new system is set. Their new system is set. So this is why this is the last hoorah. This is why that video, he was like, if you don't take advantage now, you won't have an opportunity later. It'll be priced too high. You won't be able to make money. And they're taking away leverage in futures. So you won't be able to borrow other people's money and leverage. You won't be able to day trade it either. All right? It'll be back to stock exchange. Put 10,000 in 2 years, you have 10,300, right? Stupid stuff. You can't make no money like that. And they're going to take leverage away. All right? And most of y'all don't know that's futures where you multiply. You put 10,000 borrow, or you put 1,000 and put 10x leverage, 20x leverage, other people's money. And if you know what you're doing, that's why people make their money. But that's a lot of risk. But anyway, all right, let's get back. Go ahead, Akiyama. Was it another question? Let me show y'all something.
Yeah, there were a couple. Did you want to wait or do you want them now?
Give me 1 second. Let me show y'all some receipts. So watch this. I'm going to go back. Okay, let me go back in time a little bit. Watch this, guys. Stop. Come back to y'all. You know I got to show receipts for everything I'm saying. So stop share, right? Stop share. Share screen. Bang, window, share. All right, so I put receipts together. See? So this was back then, all right? This is back when I told the class in 2025 to sell at 95. Now look, this says Bitcoin drops $4,000 in 6 hours. It went to 90,000. See, 87, right? And some of these was telling you, oh, it's going to go back up, right? But it didn't. I was telling the class, get out, all right? So they got out up earlier, right? 95. Now, this is back then. Putin says the U.S. wants to use Europe's largest nuclear power plant for Bitcoin and crypto mining as part of ongoing peace talks. What I'm showing you now, guys, is this is worldwide. I'm showing you. I don't want y'all to think like, oh, this just America, or this just people trip. No. This is every country and nation. Shout out to Ivan. Now listen clearly. Putin says the United States want to use Europe's largest nuclear power plant to mine their Bitcoin and crypto. This is what this Iran, this Russia, China, they making y'all think. You don't understand what oil, they need oil. The reason why China was with Iran and Venezuela is for the oil production, because they need the oil to run the Bitcoin mining and the AI. But y'all don't know the real positioning, okay? Now, take Kelly's question, Hakiyama. Now, this, that's Epstein. All right, that's another. So this XRP is going quantum safe. So you'll hear others be like, well, when quantum computer come, then Bitcoin, no, Guys, that's not how technology works. You think Donald Trump, BlackRock, Elon, whatever, the United Arab Emirates, the Saudi, you think these billionaires are buying all this and then quantum computer can come and scramble the numbers and they lose everything? Guys, as quantum computing advance, the blockchain technology uses quantum computing to encode against quantum attacks. That's such a lack of understanding. These people, they were going to try to scare you. I'm pointing this stuff out because I'm pointing out places where these people are going to, well, Bitcoin's a scam and cryptocurrency and with quantum computer going to come and it's going to wipe that. All that's doing is showing their lack of knowledge. This really idiocy, honestly. So I'm showing you the places of idiocy where people really in their fear or lack of knowledge of, and then they're going to be looking boo-boo the fool later when they ain't got nickels to rub together and they looking like the bull and they looking at your portfolio. They're like, how did you get a well? That's saying, because the same thing that they're using quantum computers, the hackers, the same quantum technology is being used and infused in the blockchain to protect against this. It just keeps growing. XRP Ledger is adding quantum resistant security with the lithium cryptography, helping protect transactions from future quantum threats. Okay, it just keeps, as any hackers, it's like with any other AI, your computer, right? Your computer itself, hackers keep getting smarter, and where you keep getting updates, right? You keep getting things to fight. That's just anything in the digital age. All right. Now, and if that happened, then the whole world would stop. That's what you don't understand, because the whole world's financial system is in that. So if that, let's say if something like that did happen, it's just going to wipe the whole world anyway. So we're going to go into a financial dark age anyway. It won't matter. That's when the issue hit the fan anyway. But anyway, let's continue. Underground Bitcoin mining in Finland is used to heat towns instead of being wasted. So everybody, they got underground mining, that the ballroom in DC and all the I'll tell you, everything is underground. They got cities, we're talking Finland, Japan, China, Africa. This is worldwide. They're using the mining underground now to run electrical heat. That's why they need the oil, guy. The geopolitical, I know y'all really don't understand the fullness. It's so crazy for those who understand what they're really doing in the finances and understand you thinking it's just the oil and it's just Trump. Remember they were saying Trump is just a bully. I'm like, y'all geopolitical stuff is out of order. Y'all out of order. If you don't understand how big this is, that these world serpents, come on, okay, full of the pharaohs are battling who's going to be the head of the new digital world finance, Geoeconomics. Okay, come on, looks like what's below the pyramids. Okay, this is they got him. So you don't even realize. Remember the Elon one? He built that AI thing in Memphis. You see. And the stuff, they doing stuff underground, bro. Okay, and because they replacing the energy, all the mining. That's why they need all the minerals. Come on, guys. Now we tying it together. Why you think it's all? That's what the green. It's all about the minerals. What's tonight's lesson? Is Trump deporting Latinos to Africa? Yeah. How is he doing it? Because it's mineral trades. Who got that's why they in Costa Rica, they in the Congo, they in Rwanda, they everywhere, every nation state, Russia, they after the minerals because they need the earth's minerals to continue mining. And the AI and the Bitcoin is the same infrastructure, guys. So they're using these things under the cities to run and power the cities, to heat its towns instead of wasting energy. That's actually smart because they gotta mine. Everyone has to, every nation state has to, or you will be left behind. If your country, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, America, or if you don't, you're gonna be someone's girlfriend. You're gonna be, I don't know, what could I call? You're gonna be someone's itch bay. Sorry, right? In the prison yard. Whatever country, that's what they're battling after. It's global positioning for the new digital infrastructure that's coming, okay? Oh, that was funny. Buy BTC, put it in cold storage for 30 years. It's that simple. That's a fact, right? But anyway, now look at this. That's an ounce of silver is now worth more than a barrel of oil. That's when when y'all know buying the silver, when I did my lessons a while ago, that when the silver shot up, right? But anyway, I was just showing some of the old. Now this one I want to show. This one, this is how they lie to you. This is JP Morgan Chase, right? He said on national TV, crypto is better than the current financial system. The experiment phase is over. This is the pivot of the century. Now remember, these serpent seas, some of us got bank accounts at Chase, all right? Do what the serpents are doing. Come on, guys. Spiritual warfare. Open your eyes. Listen clearly. The Most High is trying to show you, if you don't catch this one, you're going to be left behind. Only thing you're going to be regretting, I should have listened. I should have listened. Now listen, JP Morgan Chase. Now this Jamie Dimon character, that's why you can't listen to these fork-tongued serpents. Just a few 6-8 months before him saying this, they were still saying Bitcoin is a scam. That's because they was buying it all up, getting their position. They don't want to tell all of y'all, everybody buy it. It's the next thing. They want to keep pumping fear, right? So the masses, only probably 1% of the whole Earth's population is even in it, okay? So for y'all to think that it's only probably about 1% of the whole 9 billion people is actually really invested in digital. They know it. So they got the masses in fear. I ain't worried about that. Ain't nobody got time for no digital currency, no Bitcoin. While they're sitting up and saying this is the pivot of the century. Okay? That's why I showed y'all they got their JP coin now. Okay? Hold on, breaking U.S. banks. Federal Reserve just pumped $16 billion into the U.S. banking system through overnight repos, the second largest liquidity injection since COVID. Look, it might not feel like it lately, but Bitcoin is in a 17-year bull run. Now, the crazy thing is, this is for 17 years what it's been doing. All you had to do was just buy and leave it alone, and you would have got filthy and filter out all the noise. Okay? Now, asset prices over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, gold went up 290%. The S&P 500 went up 295%. Microsoft did well. It went up 800%. Bitcoin went up 20,000%. This is the part they're not telling you. When you have all these people doing Bitcoin, this is a scam, and this is this. You idiot juices. This is how these people that made their millions and billions and trillions. That's why people like, Trump and they do. I'm like, bro, these dudes is making trillions and they put in leverage on their plays. Okay? So the fruit, you know them by the fruit. Over the last 10 years, Bitcoin went 20,000%. All right? Long-term hurdle. All right, let me go to U.S. regulatory have cleared federal trust charters for some of the biggest crypto companies. Circle, Ripple, Paxos, Bitco, Fidelity. Crypto firms aren't operating the banking system anymore. They are entering the crypto system. All right? That's right. Old news. $5 in pre. All right. Let me get to.
Latanya, I think it's Latanya. Latanya and Tim said that they are now with us on Patreon.
All right. Praise the Most High. Yep. And everybody else, put the link again, Hakiyama. Just sign up. It's for free. That's where your instructions will be. You have to understand this. Let me show you a little more, right? Just to show you receipts, right? Let me show you one. Let me see. What's this one? Yeah, let's do this. Let's go to other countries. right? Let me show you. I just got to show you. I tried to find a lot more before this, but I got so much stuff spread everywhere. I'm like, you know what? It's all right. For those who hear, you hear. For those who don't, you can't say the Most High ain't try to show you. Look at this. The president of Turkmenistan has signed an executive order to legalize Bitcoin started in 2026. All right? I tried to go to get some older news of other countries just to show you. This is worldwide. Okay? Legalizing it 2026. Japan plans a 20% flat tax on crypto gains in 2026 tax reform, right? Because they make it so much, right? Goldman Sachs to buy Innovator Capital Management to push to grow its ETF lineup, okay? To strengthen its ETF holdings. Goldman Sachs. Tom Lee says Bitcoin can steal a hidden altar. There you go. That's what I was trying to show you. This is how they will, this is how you can't follow any of these people, okay? Because this is when I was telling our class to get out. But he came on and says it could hit an all-time high by January. Wrong. The all-time high was in December. So they'll pump you and tell you, oh, it's going to go up. But you got to understand moving averages, right? So I'll go off the 100 EMA, the 200 EMA. I understand the movement of the coin, the technical analysis. Not just fundamentals. Fundamentals is news events, right? So they'll tell you, see, Tom Lee on trading in December. Wrong. You were supposed to be getting out. And he was trying to say by January, it can hit an all new high. They just want you to be their exit liquidity. So these people got forked tongues, right? That's why people get burned. That's why you can't trust anybody. You have to know what you're doing or have someone who actually you can trust, who actually has your best interests at heart and not trying to make you their exit liquidity. All right. So these people will tell you to buy this coin because they already pumped in that coin. So they want you to buy it up so they can sell while you buying. Don't fall for that. You can't trust nobody in this space. These are devils. You know, their money is their God, mammon. You understand? You can only trust he who keeps my father's commandments, my mother's sister or brother. The Messiah said, do you understand? And you know them by their fruit. You see? God, you can't trust none of them. Don't listen to none of them. And don't be clicking on no links. That's why I tell you, you have to know what you're doing. All right? They got so many scammers, so many things. You click a link and you think you going to crack and next thing you know, they done took you through and took you to cracking, but you went through their link. Now they in your thing, and the minute you start making money, they drain your wallet. Next thing you know, you be like, why is my wallet drained? I'm like, what did you do? That's why you got to follow instructions. What the Bible says, listen to what the Most High says and do. Don't go off on your own. This ain't the space. This ain't the time. All these scammers, this ain't the place to be going off on your own. I know a lot of people, I'm telling you, the Most High, if you're coming into it for the first time or whatever, or again, then the Most High is instructing you to come in and what to do, how. Don't come to me later that you done went off on your own and did something because I said something at the job or my niece, I told her and she's like, I know about Coinbase. I thought that I'm trying to tell you, don't come where I'm trying to plant a seed and you go and take that to someone else and then they try to make you think all this other stuff and then you could do this. Nah, don't come back later. All right. Because it's growth and security. The security part is more than ever because it's billions and billions and trillions. This is where the world economy, you do not want to have your account go up to 500,000 or something. Next thing you know, you feeling all good. Thank you, y'all, and thank you, uncle. Next thing you know, you wake up and your thing on zero. And I'm like, I don't know. You clicked on something and you did something. This ain't nothing to play with. The security is everything. And your steps, each step is intentional because everything is digital. Okay? So you have to be very, very intentional. Don't click no link unless I paste the link. And once you get the link through our channel, then you bookmark it or you save it. So whenever you go back, you use that link. Don't go through no Google. Don't go through no Amazon. Don't buy something. And even trying to buy a cold wallet. Everything is instructions for everything. And it can't nothing. Come on, the diligence is can nothing be sidetracked. These serpents are everywhere in this space. You talking mammon, and that's the God of this world. Do you understand? So they coming for your monies, your mammon, your increase. Okay? All right. Let me Google Pay is now live on Trust Wallet. See, that's what I mean. And Trust Wallet, see, these are soft what's the name? Wallets. So they'll tell you crypto.com and Trust Wallet, right? Buy on Google Pay. And that devil's lie. This got hacked. Trust Wallet got hacked about 3 months ago, and they're the white people wallets. See, I'm telling you, stay away from these hot wallets. You don't need none of that. You see, you need instructions for people who've been there before all these scammers came before and seen, right? So don't listen to none of this stuff. None of these commercials, none of it, right? Later, they'll be coming for yours. There'll be these hackers and stuff. BlackRock deposits 186 million in Bitcoin. You heard? Bitcoin sees movement as 700 dormant coins reactivate after nearly 10 years. $60 million have become active on extended periods. Bitcoin, all right, so that was the last bull run. All right, so anyway, now I want to show y'all a current one, and then we're going to get back. All right, so we can close out. All right, now let me show y'all this, right? An actual current right today is this one, right? So let me go bang. I got to go stop share screen. And for those that this is boring, then you need to, this ain't the lesson for you. Next, we'll be back. Well, we're going to get a laugh out when we close out. I'm going to show something because, we've been doing finance. So I got something funny. We're going to get a laugh and show something else to close out. This is your future. If anything is boring, it shouldn't be this. This is that tea or this that good right here. This right here, this is today. Coinbase purchased 88 million worth of Bitcoin in Q1 of 2026. Robinhood CEO says the U.S. is very close to passing the Crypto Clarity Act to ensure American dominance in digital finance. This the owner of Robinhood. Y'all know that app, right? The Clarity Act, they pushed it back. It's probably going to pass maybe, if they don't do it in June, they're going to do it before October. The reason why they've been pushing it back because they still setting infrastructures. You understand? When these things all go through, these are the institutions coming and stuff is going to be skyrocketing and stuff. So they putting all their ducks in order. Do you understand? They putting their ducks in. Now, this is all news today. All right? This is all current. I'll show you some old stuff. Now I'm showing you today. Let's secure our financial future for generations to come. Let's get that Clarity Act done now. The American people have made it clear America should lead the way on digital assets. Let's secure our financial future for generations. They want to do that Clarity Act. They're like, come on, pass it. I know why they ain't passing it yet, because they putting their ducks in order. They're like, no, not yet, right? Germany may end tax breaks on 1 year crypto holding for years. Germany. I'm just showing you some of the articles. Now this, JP Morgan Chase reports that Michael Saylor's strategy can buy up to 30 billion worth of Bitcoin this year. So when I showed y'all, when I said Michael, shout out to Angsa Citra, when I said Michael Saylor and BlackRock, those two are battling, of course, the whole world. Of all the rich billionaire, trillionaire darkness, they are battling to own the most with the nation states, right? So should be able to own up to 30 billion this year. Now there's a finite amount. Once it's all gone, whatever, so it's only probably like 18 million Bitcoins left, right? That's able to be sold. Once, probably about 2020, I think they're going to be trying to buy it all. Once that's gone, there will be no more ever to be mined or made. That's it. What that does for your asset that you hold, it's going to skyrocket. Imagine owning something and then it just went out of production. It's the rarest thing That's why you don't understand what they're doing. This is why they're buying so much, right? This is why America, China, Russia, Iran, everybody, they're buying because it's a finite amount. Do y'all hear me? Once it's gone, to the moon. And you won't know because they buy billions and millions of it every day. They're buying while people sitting there, it's a scam. I'm like, a scam, bro. Your bank, you sitting there going to Bank of America and Chase, and you talking about Bitcoin is a scam while Bank of America is buying the Bitcoin. Now you see how stupid, do y'all guys see how ignorant that sounds? Okay? No, yeah, we did. Epstein ain't had nothing to do. Okay, let me explain that. We went over it and people don't understand what Epstein did not create. He had nothing. How Epstein, that story, we went over it, thanks, of Epstein with Bitcoin back in I think it was maybe 2013, 14, because I did it. Epstein, because he was in Silicon Valley. This is the time when Elon and Peter Thiel and all of them, right? Epstein. And he ran across some dudes who was mining Bitcoin in the early stages. And he got in. Epstein made a lot of his millions in Bitcoin. He had nothing to do with it creating it and nothing like that. He just met some dudes in Silicon Valley who was early into mining it. And so he invested and he did well. Because if you bought anything in 2014, so he funded them and they mined it and that's where he made a lot of his fortune from, right? So he did have money, but he made it off the Bitcoin because he put in, I don't know what he put in, 10, I think it said it in the files, 20,000 or something, and that turned to 20 million, you understand, over the years. So that's what it is. Yeah, so he had nothing to do with his creation and none of that. But he was in Silicon Valley at that time, right, with Peter Thiel and all that. So anybody who was smart enough to get in, right? I was supposed to get in 2014, but I wasn't smart enough. I'm just keeping 100. I was just, I wish I could replay time, but you can't, right? I remember I was like, I should have just sat down, got it. I might have lost it because we didn't know that you had to secure your seed phrases. You had to store it. I might have probably did it, wrote all my seed phrases and all that on a paper and then lost the paper. You know, that would have been worse. That would have been worse. Can you imagine if I would have went ahead and put $1,000 back in 2014? Now it's worth 14 million and I can't find it. I lost the seed phrase. That's horrible. That's why I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of good because I might have lost it because we really didn't know the importance. That's the point I'm making. Back then, it was like you would have just been hoping that it's going to do something, but you didn't know the importance of storing and securing your seed phrases and everything, right? So I probably, knowing me, it would have been in one notebook and I done moved it. Or got, water spilled on the paper and it did, and you like, that's my seed phrase. And I got 14 million on the blockchain because it stays there, guys, right? It stays there. It's just uncollected funds in the blockchain, right? And until someone can find, if you can figure out your phrase. All right. So anyway, y'all will learn all of that. All right. Let me get back. All right. I showed that. Look, Bitcoin, Morgan Stanley's E-Trade published a report showing Bitcoin has performed other major assets over the past 10 years. Gold, S&P. All right, so we show that. All right, this dude says stays 64. The bear market is depth. He said, I kind of agree with this statement. He said, if Bitcoin stays above 76,000 by the end of May, this bear market is definitely over. I agree. Because I think the new floor is probably around 75 or 74. I think because we're in the 80s now. I don't think Bitcoin is going to drop under, even because we're going to get a retrace. And if it stays, he's correct. If it stays, because right now, that was yesterday, now it's 80,000. If it stays above 76 at the end of May, he right. Because then it's going to be going into the 90s up into June, and it's a wrap then. Because after that, that's it. The bear market over. Then here come the retail, the sentiment. They're going to make Bitcoin 90th, and then some of the people are going to come back. Now it's going to push up to 100. And that's starting. Now, guys, what you need to understand, the bull market doesn't really start. Well, it is really kind of starting, but it really doesn't start taking off until 2027 into 2028. So that's why I'm telling all of y'all, that's why I'm getting y'all set up now. Everybody listen clearly. The Most High, y'all join that Patreon. Hakiyama's going to put the link again. Okay? I created it for y'all. All right? It's already there. We've been doing this. I've created the free account. I'm going to be posting it for y'all because you got to be able to set the basics up. Over time, you will learn how to do the extras, right? But you don't got to worry about all the extras right now. That's going to come later, all right? Now you need to be able to set up your basics, okay? So hold on, let me go back to there, right? I was going to stop sharing screen. There we go. All right, let me finish where I was at, then I'm going to show y'all that, right? So don't worry, but you need to just sign up so you can get your basics set up. You'll say, because there's going to come a time when they're going to stop people from being able to even do these things, right? This right here, Donald Trump's son, his Bitcoin miner. So Trump's son, they got him in it. They got a mining. His mining company holds over 7,000 Bitcoin after worth 592 million, everybody. So a lot of y'all who don't understand these Trump, the rest of them, his sons, these politicians, BlackRock, they're making all of their money off this Bitcoin stuff. They opened up minings and everything. Do you understand? So the thing that I'm trying to explain to y'all, they thinking they want y'all to remember, especially the so-called black people, right? They want us out the loop off everything, right? These are the powers that be of every nation, state, and people. Do you understand? They got multi-millions and billions in this, and you thinking it's a scam. Yo, you can't make this up. It's like this is the craziest hoodwink of all hoodwinks. Do you understand? That's why I'm showing you. And now what I'm showing you tonight, this is our last chance. You got to start now. If you don't sign up now and you don't do these things, probably the next time, well, I'm going to be doing, but the next time I probably do one like this Bitcoin probably be up to 90,000 stuff. You'd be like, you could have got it if you'd have listened the first time when it was 60,000. Now it's 80,000. I'm telling you again, right? But anyway, let's continue. If you would have listened to me back then, you would have got it at 60-some thousand. Right now it's 80,000. You know them by their fruit, all right? Ain't nobody talking out their butt. I'm showing receipt, right? 14 BlackRock. Okay, all right, that's today. Grant Cardone, he adds $100 million in Bitcoin real estate deal, okay? Grant Cardone on Wednesday revealed that his firm recently structured a $235 million real estate deal alongside a $100 million Bitcoin allocation. All right, everybody? Grant Cardone, all of them, all right? This is right now. Ondo, JP Morgan, MasterCard, Ripple, they complete tokenized. This is today's news. All right? 5/8/2026. Today's news. Ondo, a real world asset, JP Morgan, MasterCard, Ripple, that's XRP. That's a coin y'all gonna get. Completed the tokenized treasury pilot on XRP Ledger. Okay? That connects us. I showed y'all that. That's when they said about the Web3 and all that, right? They completed a pilot transaction linking tokenized United States treasuries on XRP Ledger with interbank settlement infrastructure. Are y'all listening now? So you will be getting some XRP because they're using it for their infrastructure. Okay? JP Morgan, MasterCard. All right? Colombian President Gustavo Petro says Bitcoin mining could be an immense boost to the development of the Caribbean. Okay? He pointed to cities like Barranquilla, Santa Marta, Riga as a potential hub, citing examples like Venezuela and Paraguay attracting mining. They want to mine. They know these countries you have to mind. That's why he said, I like Venezuela. That's why Trump went and kidnapped Maduro, guys. China and Venezuela, mining, Chinese yuan, digital stablecoin. I'm trying to explain to you, it's not just oil. The oil is used as the resource, everything. Morgan Stanley debuts ultra cheap crypto trading to challenge Coinbase and Robinhood. Morgan Stanley spent $13 billion to acquire E-Trade 6 years ago and is now using the E-Trade to offer crypto trading at lower fees than its competitors. All right, I'm showing you institutions. There you go. BlackRock just pushed back on the new stablecoin rules, and he asked them to tokenize all the assets. All right, I showed this. I showed that. I showed that. All right. All right. Whew. Now, I'm showing all that because here we go. Y'all go here. Remember this. Akiyama's going to put the link, and then we're going to get back. See, I'm going to answer the question in a second. But I made this for all of you. So you go, the link is here. I'm going to put it in the description of this video. The live stream, go to the live stream tab on our channel and go to the description. Patreon.com/ it's crypto price alert. And I said crypto growth and security. I got to change the link to crypto growth and security. All right. So it's patreon.com/ crypto price alerting. Oh, crap. Earlier I said crypto growth and security. All right. But if you go to Patreon and just type in crypto growth security, it'll come up. So I need to change this because it used to be called crypto price alerting because that's our product. Y'all see that later. But I changed it about crypto finance and growth and secure because you got to secure your finances, right? And you can join for free. It doesn't cost anything, right? So she's going to put the link again in the chat, right? She's going to put it and you go there, you join for free. This first, you're going to see this. I posted this 6 hours ago. New members start here, right? You're going to read this. And then tomorrow I'm going to have instructions. And I'm going to keep posting. You just keep I'll be telling you when we do the live, go to the Patreon, right? Or once you sign up, you should get the alert. And I'll be posting the basic instructions of how to start. You have to start now so that you can get, because it's going to take, it's like signing up for a bank account. You don't have to have credit or nothing, but they're going to make you do KYC, know your customer, meaning you have to have, they got to approve, they got to verify your identity, okay? Because it's an actual exchange. It's like open a bank account, but they don't do no credit score check or nothing like that. But they don't allow you to trade right away, right? Because most of y'all I'm gonna open a Kraken, right? Those who can't get Kraken, you're gonna do a Coinbase, right? And then later you're gonna do a Blowfin because that's where the product where you're gonna be able to trade. Listen, guys, and without knowing, but the product is gonna trade for you. It's gonna be alert that'll tell you to go and press buy, an alert tell you go and press sell. And the system, it's an alerting system that you'll be able to trade. And then as you're trading that way, you can start learning what it's doing, seeing the coin to tell you about, and you can learn the trade. This is a way that the Most High is providing for his children because they're going to be coming for your jobs. Do you understand? They're going to be going away. Woe to those who don't prepare. The Most High never leaves his children empty. Okay? I'm not charging you for this. Okay? So you can't say somebody trying to use you for nothing. I'm blowing a shofar, I'm giving you a warning, and I'm telling you this is what's here. And this takes me time and energy to do this, right? This is your basics. You're going to need your basics. For the others who already like, listen, I'm in. I'm going to invest. Y'all already starting to join, right? Because you see a lot of these is join to unlock. So let me explain. When you join this for free, I'm posting the stuff for y'all for free. Later, after you start to make your money and do your thing, you want to join, then you can join. Okay? And that's right, because people are investing. If you scared to invest in yourself, then, but you got to do these basics. That's still investing in yourself. But for those who want to supplement, who want to make income, A lot of people are looking for ways to make money, and they've taken all the ways, right? A lot of people used to be TikTok and YouTube. Now they ain't even taking that. They demonetizing people. They taking your views away. You can't even make money on social media no more. Now, really, you'll know it's going to get worse. The last hoorah is making digital currency, because that's what these serpents, JP Morgan, Bank America, Larry Finkel, they're making money with this. The president of the United States, Russia, everywhere, every country, nation state. This is the last hoorah. This ain't going nowhere. When this goes somewhere, everything is gone. All right. All right. All right, Hakiyama. We're going to get back to the video. What was some of the questions? Let's get back to. You had an, it's 2:30. Do I want to do that? That's a big one. Because if I do that, that's going to take us into, maybe I will. Go ahead, Hakim. What was the question?
Okay, this one is gonna be from, this is from Tammy. It makes you
She
think
said
you're
demon Titan. Go ahead.
Tammy says, can I tokenize myself and bloodline?
No, they're going to tokenize us. I don't think they're going to allow us to tokenize ourselves. What they're going to do is they're going to tokenize our, we're already on the stock exchange, right? So that our social security and our birth certificate, they're going to tokenize that. I don't think they're going to allow us to tokenize really anything. That's not our job. Our job is to get part of the infrastructure of the New World Digital Order, to own tokens, to own that. All that other stuff, leave that to those serpents. They're not going to allow us to do that. That's their stuff. They're going to be trying to tokenize, the devil. He wants to, right? We ain't going to have no parts of that, right? But if you own the infrastructure, what they're using to tokenize people, you see, then you, whatever they gain, you gain, right? Wherever their stuff goes up, your assets go up. But you got it now. Later, you won't be able to afford it. That's how they, Cybertron said, what about the biometrics? That's what they're using. So Cybertron, I got a, I don't know when I'm going to do it. I got a thing that they're using a biometric system, and they started it back in 2015. Akiana in the UK sent me this thing. It's crazy. It's called the biometric something where they show our bodies. It's crazy, bro. It's I said, what is this, bro? He was like, yo, they're gonna digitize us, our organs and everything. Crazy work. I was like, this is psycho, bro. I'm like, this is crazy. So I'm gonna show it. But yeah, so thank you so much for your donation, Cybertron. I humbly receive. But yeah, the bio-digital convergence. Yeah, the biometrics is everything, right? So everything that they're doing, right? They need our biometrics. They need our genetics. They need the minerals from the earth. They need the creation. They need the Most High's creation, which is the power source of life, right? The frequencies of the energies from the minerals and our biometrics, our DNA, our genetics, all the code. They need all of that. So they're trying to tokenize everything. They're trying to make everything because their God is Mammon, and they're doing it to make debt. Let me explain that part. Everything that they're doing is to make us more debt slaves. That's what they're doing, to push. So they're going to squash all economies, right, down to, that's why they're going to use AI to take all the jobs and stuff. And then because they're not letting most of the masses know to be preparing digitally in your finances now and how to secure it, that it'll be too late later. You won't have the ability to own the assets, more or less the know-how. You see what I mean? So they're doing all these things, tokenizing for debt slavery, right? Where you need them to feed, clothe, and shelter you, right? And they've been started it. That's why they took all the foods and took all the seeds out of, and everything. But yeah, so uh, uh, K Fuller talking about, I guess y'all talking about the biometrics, right? So with Cybertron, I would like to know, he's probably asking me something about something. So y'all can send me a link or something, and then I can look in further to know exactly what y'all speaking about it. Haki, I'm gonna write down what K Fuller said, that Horizons Canada website, right? So there's probably something that y'all asking a specific question, but it all ties in, okay? Because everything is about analyzing and replicating and commoditizing the Most High's creations for their glory, for their, for their increase. And they are manipulators, right? So praise the Most High. What's the next question, Akim?
This next question is from Roberta. She asks, Unc, how do you know where to look at these charts to see the graphs and visuals, to see for oneself what and when to buy? That part confuses me.
I said, Hakina, it's okay. I understand. They don't know not to post others channels. All right, so ask that again, because I was reading what Yahakana said. Ask that again.
It says, how do you know where to go to look for these graphs?
You're gonna learn all that. You just gotta be still. All that comes with what's coming for you, Hayazah. So everything will be in your studies that's coming to the Patreon. So, and you'll have the link to the graphs, and then you'll learn through the lessons how to look at the graph, and all that comes with time. So the first step is getting your account set up, right? So shout, ooh, Hebrew Jamaican Cooley. He said, I just woke up, our anniversary, 8 years married, 4 children, 1 on the way. Peace and blessings, Hebrew Jamaican Cooley. Long time, King. Peace and blessings over you and your family. 8 years married, happy anniversary to you and your wife and the babies, and 1 on the way. I know you're a hard-working young man, too. All right? And it's interesting that you here on this lesson, Hebrew Jamaican Cooley. Watch this back. You need to pay attention to this, because you got your wife, your family, and all that. This is preparing for the future, what's coming. All right? And this is an opportunity. It's like this right now, we have an opportunity like we had in the 90s during the tech boom, when you could have bought Amazon, Microsoft. You could have bought an eBay stock. Like you had an opportunity then to invest some money for what's coming. And now we have that again. And this is the last hoorah, though. So praise the Most High. All right. And just go to that Patreon. It's for free. And then you can do it at your own time, right? I'm going to have everything, little things, and you could check in and y'all be able to write, and you set up your account, and then you could take your little $5 here, and just build your portfolio now. And later you'd be like, thank you, Aunt. Well, say thank you, Yah, first. And then say thank you, Aunt. Thank you, Most High. And then say thank you, Aunt, for following what the Most High instruct you. All right? Thank the Most High always first and foremost, because it's our Father who even told me to learn the devices of these serpents. All right? All right, go ahead. What was the next one, Hakiyama?
This next one is also from Roberta. She asks, let's see.
Somebody said 1,000. Come on, Ray Chop. He said $1,000 of self-deport with a chance to come back, right? That's why you would rather have went to Mexico. That $1,000, if they ship you all the way to the Congo, you stuck, right? You definitely stuck. You'd be better off. That's why he'd been better off going to Mexico with that $1,000. He could have tried to get back through the border somehow. But anyway, go ahead. And I'm gonna get back to the video now. Go ahead, Akim. What was that? What was the other one?
Roberta asks, so is there websites that list all these cryptocurrencies?
Why are you asking the questions when you already know? You don't have to ask the questions when you know that I'm already going to tell her, don't do nothing. I'm going to show you everything on the thing, right? She just asking instead of, so that's all. If there's no more questions, that's not something that I'm going to That's all on the thing. You got to wait and follow instructions. No, don't go to no website or none of that. You got to follow the instructions and then you learn, so you don't go to no website that's putting a tracker on your thing that could steal your stuff later, right? That's why I tell you, don't go do nothing outside of this stuff. It is dangerous because hackers know where it's going, and they be able to, people wake up and their wallet is empty because they didn't listen, right? They started, going around and thinking each of these links is dangerous. I've been doing this since 2022. Oh, I got one, but it wasn't me. It was the wallet. It was it was called Xverse. It was 2 years, probably 2023, and it was Xverse. It was a hot wallet that you go to online, and so somehow it must have got hacked, and I had opened it years before it hacked, and so there was this Bitcoin crypto. It's called Dog, right? It's probably been worth a lot now. If I would have bought it, held it since then, and I used that Xverse to buy it. And one day I went and it was empty. I said, where is my? And then we found out it got hacked. So these software was mean online. These things could get hacked. That's why you don't mess around with none of that. Anything that I lead you to, you use the link that I'm sending you and do not go outside of that. Don't go outside to look for nothing. All right? Because these hackers is everywhere, bro. And they, it's just like the regular world, your bank account. They got a whole website that look like it's Bank of America, right? And it ain't Bank of America, right? It got one little thing missing, something something that you won't even see. All right. So yeah, you'll find all of that out when the lessons are coming. So all your questions will be answered there. All right. So that was it, Hakim?
They're just from about the Congo.
All right, so let's go there because that's where we're going now, to the Congo. What's the questions about the Congo?
Melvin Hawkins asks, who or what are the M23 in the Congo?
That's some militia. You know how in these other places, Rwanda, they have these factions that are like rebels, right? And they're like a gangster that's terrorizing. Africa's full of that. You know what I mean? They riding around in Jeeps with M16s and right, killing everything that moved. That's why I'm like, boy, y'all better be careful, because when stuff really hit the fan, that's why I'm like, yo, you Americans over there, y'all tripping. I'm good. I'm better here, bro. No disrespect. Shout out to Africa. I'm just saying, I know how to navigate here. And when it gets funky over there and it go really down, they coming for you first. Yeah, they are, the bandos and the psychos. Now, shout out to the righteous African brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? They're good people, but, like in America, like everywhere, you got your bandos and psychos. You know what I mean? They coming for you first, especially Americans. They think you got money. They think they coming for you. You're a foreigner. You know what I mean? So anyway, go ahead. What's the next one?
This next one is from Latanya. She says, they have British.
Go ahead. We're going to get back to the video now. I'm going to do it now. It's 3:00, but it's still 88 people here. 86. What we did, 5.5 hours. Y'all want me to do another? Because I got another part, right? It could, I don't know how long it's going to take. Let me see. How long is the video? Let me see. Because it's really good, though. But it ties into this. Let me see, how long is the video? Let me click it. It's 14 minutes. Yeah, that'll be another hour. But maybe we'll do it. I don't know. I'll hear from the people if they want me to do it. All right, go ahead. What's the next one?
The next one is from Latanya. She says, has Britain sent people to the Congo?
I don't know. I don't think Britain. I know that dude. He said he was from Britain, from London, and they sent him to the Congo. But I didn't know if he said he was in the United States and they did it. Yeah, that's that clip. I'm thinking they might have sent, but that was years ago when they did that to him. So maybe they have. I don't even know. All right. Was it another one? That was it.
Oh, two more?
Go ahead.
This is from Tammy. Tammy asks, how many children are unalive daily working in those mines?
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know. That's probably ain't no telling. You know, the stats they put up versus what's real numbers, you ain't no telling. It's a genocidal thing with that. Those mines. That's been going on for ancient times too. They still got them mining gold and copper and all that type of stuff. And all of these kingdoms do it, right? France, United Kingdom, Belgium, right? Go ahead, Hakim. It's the last one, right?
Yep, last one from Tammy again. She says, are the prisoners being digitalized?
Say it again.
She says, are the prisoners being digitalized, thus sending them?
That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. You know doggone well they're going to digitalize that whole penal system. They probably did them first because they already slaves, right? You know you're a slave when you're in the penal system. Now I got Cybertron's question. Good question. He said, are we supposed to sign up with the biometric to implement because it seemed that no, that's what's coming. So Cybertron, that's why I said, so before early in the lesson, they got the digital ID thing. So I showed the what's the name? JP Morgan's website where they're saying Web3, that's what they're doing in October. They're going to try to do a digital identification. It's your biometric system. That's what he's talking about. Facts. No, we're not. And that's why I said there are certain precautions we're going to have to take going forward, even with the digital currency. There are certain things we got to avoid. Yep, he said, are we supposed to sign up with the biometric system that they're implementing because it seems that would be kind of still aligned with the being part of? Yes, no, you are not supposed to. And that's a great question because that's exactly where they're going. And that's why when I started off, I showed the JP Morgan, I showed the Web3, and I showed the identity thing, right? That was this one here. Let me just do it since it was a great question. Stop share, I can share really quick. Window. It was this one here, share, right? So I went to this. See, look. So this is digital identity, the big shift, JP Morgan. Web3, decentralization, updating digital identity for Web3. This is coming in October. And this is what I was talking, this is what you're talking about, Cybertron. It says, Web3 is the latest iteration of a journey that began over 30 years ago when Tim Berners-Lee turned on the first web at CERN. That's why I'm like, bro, CERN, the portals, Web3, digital identity, biometric. Come on. No, we are not. You are 100% correct. We are not. All right. And that's where they ushering everybody in. Okay. And they're going to do it through decentralization and Web3. Web3 will change commerce. It won't be about video games. It's just digital collectibles like other iterations of the web. It will complement and enhance previous online business models by streamlining them. But it's a Web3 based digital identity system would enable applicants to quickly prove facts about themselves. This is how they're going to get you. Come on, brother. Now they want you, remember WorldCoin did some stuff where they want you to do biometrics. That's why, Cyber, I don't even do biometrics in my phone and none of that. I know a lot of y'all do the fingerprint and I don't do, I'm old school. I will type my number in. I don't do none of that biometric stuff. I say no to all they crap. You ain't scanning my iris. You ain't doing my fingerprint. I ain't doing nothing. They kill you. They get you by convenience. Do you understand? This is how they always, so they're going to get everybody web-based digital identity. They're going to say you can fill your applications quickly, right? No longer when you do your mortgage application or you do such Web3, digital ID. Once you sign the digital ID system, then we can quickly, right, you don't have to fill out all these paperwork for this mortgage you want to get. See, it can quickly prove facts about themselves, such as their identity, employment, income, by allowing a bank and other companies to scan their digital wallet. So they're going to tie it to your digital wallet. Everybody, this is how they're going to be able to turn off your money and stuff, right? So the applicant can process products and services faster. That's that fast food, how they poison you with convenience. Do you understand? No, go home, cook your own food. Anything fast don't mean better. See, this fast verification capability promises to unlock liquidity, save you time. This way, it's going to save you time. And it's going to, no, they're just trying to get your digital biometric identity so they can tokenize you. Come on. And you gave it to them free will. For what? Ease of use, right? It just faster, right? They kill you where it's like, oh, I don't want to have to. That's how they get everybody, the generation. Everything is yesterday. This is the TikTok generation, right? Shorts and shorts, right? That's why they're trying to penalize us long form content now with shorts. That's why they mess with everybody's views, right? And it's like, nobody care about your short crap, but they want everybody to have a short attention span, right? Because they want you to have a short attention. So everything is fast. So you'll be able to, they can kill you. Anything they usher to you, long as it's making you do something faster, they know that the people are going to what? Willfully accept it. Okay? So the Web3, updating digital identity for Web3. Web3 decentralizes commerce. Identity must also decentralize. Do y'all get it? Your identity is going to be in your blockchain, decentralized, where they got you and they can turn you off. Web3 identity credentials will be stored securely on devices owned by their own users, and records of who signed them will be stored in public data repositories, including the blockchain. So what you'll be doing when you take this new Web3 identity thing is you're putting your likeness on the blockchain. So that's for, now they can tokenize you and take, because you publicly gave it to them. Look, these identities will comprise facts about a person's name, age, address, but can also include other information as music streaming, your memberships, your credit score. So everybody, this is, come on, bro. You asked the right question, Cybertron. This is the biometric identity, how they're going to tokenize you. And it's by you giving it free will, talking about ease of use. I don't partake in none of that crap. I still got the old everything. I touch my stuff in. I don't be clicking on no cookies. I'll be like, you ain't get, I'm doing the bare minimum of anything. I don't care if I got to do an extra 2 steps. Well, I'm good at the 2-step. I'm an OG. I don't dance like these little kids doing all that. I do the 2-step. I'm a 2-step king, right? I make the 2-step look good, right? I do the 3-step. Somebody turned you wrong. I got a 2-step with the back step. They're like, oh, Unc did the 2-step. He did a back move. Yeah, I'm the king of the 2-step. You understand? That's what they get people. You don't want to do 2 steps. You want to do no steps. We'll keep on. You keep on. The owners of that information can use their digital wallets to store their credentials and share them with whomever. See, that's how they get you. It's just stored in your phone, your whole likeness. Third parties can set up rules for identity criteria based on their requirements. See, this decentralized identity model carries several key advantages. It gives you sovereignty. People control their own identity information. I already control my identity. I know my name. I know my social security. I know my date of birth. I know my address. I know this. I know my credit score. So what am I gaining? No, that just gave them access. You put your identity on the blockchain. Everybody, this is a selling of your soul. You see? So they decide they can grant access. So they see how they're trying to make you see it, but they got access to it. Okay? It says in the old model, you might have to show your driver's license. See, old school, to prove your age, right? And they say the guy at the liquor store or the bouncer, they get your name and address. Well, we've been doing that for eternity. The world still existing. You see how they get you? This is the pump fear, guys. Let me explain this part. They say, see how that sounds like? Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, when we give our driver's license to the person we get asking for the drink, they get to see your name, your date of birth. Well, they've been doing it. We've been doing that forever. Is the world still going? Right? If that was the case, then we would have been done for. But see how they make you act like, yeah, we don't got to do that no more. As long as we sign up, put our name on the blockchain, they don't get to see that. Decentralized identity aims to solve that problem for you. Everybody listen clearly. JP Morgan, these serpent seeds, they don't care about your safety. Anything they asking you, see, when you're using the old model, know what they call the old model, guys? Us having our driver's license, and you got to show it. The old model is living. The new model is they're going to have you stuck in a chair, strapped down with goggles on in the metaverse, sitting up there not buying and selling with what's the name delivering your food, drones and stuff where you don't got to leave. That's the old model. And everything you in the blockchain, you in the digital universe. The old model was going outside and playing. The old model was going outside and riding a bike and scratching your knee. The old model was making mud pies. And, the old model was going out to meet a girl. The new model is you in the what you call it? You in the digital pornography shop, and they got sensations, and you sitting up here like you having a digital orgasm. Some people got kids watching, right? And and your thing vibrates, right? And they call that the old model. You see, it leads to privacy breaches. Decentralization puts you in full control of your identity, and it makes it accessible at your terms, right? But the key is they got your info, okay? They have a long journey ahead. So they're releasing Web3. October is a big date. And I'm going to show y'all, do not take this Web ID. Don't take their biometrics. Don't take none of this, okay? And we also going to get set up how you new guys are going to, us older is going to set up our new wallet. There's a way that we have to institutionalize our digital assets. And I'm going to show you how to, we're going to walk this out together. The Most High's children covered in spirit and truth. You heard? That was a great question. Great question. It made me go into break this digital identity shift. Come on. Great question. All right. Woo. All right. I'm tired. I was frozen. I was probably frozen for a long time. All right. So now that's how they get us with convenience, right? The digital ID, the Web3, right? They're gonna be like, hey, everybody, Web3, everything is we in the cyberverse, right? The blockchain, put your identity on the blockchain. The devil's a lie. You ain't digitizing me, right? All right. Now, do y'all want me to? It's 3:00. I don't know. I could close out now, and I could do the other one because the other one is really good. It ties in, but that's going. We'd be here another hour. I got a funny thing. Y'all want me to do the funny thing? Y'all want to laugh real quick? I mean, we've been in a heavy space for so long. Y'all want to get a laugh in? Somebody said something?
Yes.
She said yes. All right, let's nod Yama. Let's get a laugh in. All right, because we've been in the crypto space so long. Y'all know Unc got a laugh. All right, let's get a laugh in. Praise the Most High for laughter. Right? Sense of humor. This is actually pretty funny too. I'm like, I always find the foolishness because the internet is full of foolishness. All right. Would you look at this? Look at this. All right, here we go. Here's our laughter for tonight. And I guess we'll close out after that. And I'll do the other part because that could be a whole nother. It was tied in, but that's going to take us a whole nother hour. I ain't about to go into that. All right, so let's do this. Let's do our laughter. All right, so bang, so I come back to y'all, right? And then I got to come back to y'all, right? And then I got to go share screen Well, I know I'm sweaty. Oh, not as sweaty as I thought. Share screen. Here it go. So I titled this. All right, let me. This is, boy, black people know they too much. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is our live for tonight. Let's see. They pulled this brother over. All right, here we go. The police pulled him over. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't write the video. We reacting to the video.
Driver, turn the engine off. Turn your car off. You got commands. Take the keys, drop them outside the window. Okay, reach outside the door. Put the gun down. Reach outside the door and open the door. Face away from me. Giving commands. Face away from me, open the door and get out.
Now, the first thing I want to point out, they pull him over, right? They said, driver, open the door, right? And the first thing I see this, this person do, did he just put his drink out? He just look at his hand. Look what comes out the car. He said, driver, get out the car, bring your keys. And he put his drink out and then put his drink on top of the hood. That part right there. But anyway, let's continue. Watch this.
Driver, turn the engine off. Turn your car off. You got commands. Take the keys, drop them outside the window. Okay, reach outside the door. Put the gun down. Reach outside the door and open the door. Face away from me. Giving commands. Face away from me, open the door and get out. Step out. Step out with your hands up. The phone. Talk to my mom. Turn away from us. Relax. Turn away from us. I am. You guys are everywhere. The street. Face the street. Walk backwards. Walk backwards. Walk backwards. Talk to me like a man. Sir, can you please walk backwards? Walk backwards. Okay, walking backwards. Comfortable? Face the street. Okay. Please face the street, sir. I'm facing the street right behind you, sir. Face that street that I'm pointing to.
All right, now let's dissect this a little bit. First of all, right? First of all, look at homie, right? He put his drink on his thing. This boy a mess. You can see this about to be a mess right off the rip, right? So he put his drink on the top of the thing. They told him to get out backwards. He gets out frontwards. Just listen. Don't do none of this, guy. Especially if you black. If you white, you can get away with all this. But if you black, don't do none of this. All right? So if they tell you to get out backwards, get out backwards. Don't get out forward with your hand looking like he got out with his phone out looking. They could that's a gun. And shoot him, right? When you black, you can't do none of this, right? So anyway, they told him to put his keys out. He put the drink out. That part is crazy work, right? Then he put it on top of the car. Right? So then they told him to get out the car backwards, step out, and he get out forward, right? They told him don't face. Hold on. Let's do it again.
Your car off. You got commands. Take the keys, drop them outside the window. Okay, reach outside the door. Put the gun down. Reach outside the door and open the door.
He said put the gun down first. I know that's right. He said, take the keys. He said, put the gun down first.
Okay, reach outside the door. Put the gun down. Reach outside the door and open the door. Face away from me. Giving commands. Face away from me, open the door and get out. Step out. Step out with your hands up. The phone. Talk to my mom. Turn away from us. Relax.
He said, I'm on the phone talking to my mom. He said, talking to my mom. Relax. Relax. All right? All right, anyway, let's go.
For me, open the door and get out. Step out. Step out with your hands up. The phone. Talk to my mom. Turn away from us. Relax. Turn away from us. I am. You guys are everywhere. The street. Face the street. Walk backwards. Walk backwards. Walk backwards.
Walk backwards. He said, I am. He said, but this part was funny. He said, face. Hold on, watch this part. This part is funny too.
Giving commands. Face away from me, open the door and get out. Step out. Step out with your hands up. The phone. Talk to my mom. Turn away from us. Relax. Turn away from us. I am. You guys are everywhere.
He said, turn away from us. He said, I am. You guys are everywhere. He said, turn away from us. All right, but anyway, I'm gonna let it play now. I'm gonna let it play, and then I'll bring it back another time. Let's let it play. All right, here we go.
For me, open the door and get out. Step out. Step out with your hands up.
The phone. Talk to my mom.
Turn away from us.
Relax.
Turn away from us.
I am. You guys are everywhere.
The street. Face the street. Walk backwards. Walk backwards. Walk backwards.
Talk to me like a man.
Sir, can you please walk backwards? Walk backwards.
Okay, walking back. Comfortable?
Face the street.
Okay.
Please face the street, sir.
I'm facing the streets right behind you, sir.
Face that street that I'm pointing to.
Speak clearly. Why are you stopping me?
He said face the street. He said, I am facing the street. There's a street right behind you. That part is funny. He know they want him to face the street he's been facing. They want his back to him. He keeps turning to the front, right? This stuff will get you shot. Don't do this, black people, for real, right? He in the daylight and there's some black cops. This stuff will really get a shot, right? But anyway, he said there's a street behind you, right? So he really know what he needs, right? But anyway, let's continue.
Okay. Please face the street, sir. Walk backwards.
Okay, walking back. Comfortable?
Face the street.
Okay.
Please face the street, sir.
I'm facing the streets right behind you, sir.
Face that street that I'm pointing to.
Speak clearly. Why are you stopping me?
Turn away from us. Face the street. Turn away from me.
Why are you stopping me?
Turn and face away.
You guys have your guns pointed at me.
Turn away from me.
I have nothing on me but a
Turn and face the other way.
That's a coward move.
Turn
Don't be a coward, be a
around.
man. Talk to me. Talk to me like a man. Why did you stop me? Why are you
Turn
harassing me?
around.
Why does it take
Traffic
four?
violation.
Why does it take 4 trucks to stop one man?
Because we want
Why are you being a
20-minute
coward?
pursuit.
Talk to me. Put your gun down.
Hey, who has less lethal?
Talk your gun. Thank you.
I got
sir.
less lethal.
Thank you.
Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Get on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Get on the ground.
I'm on the ground.
Get on the ground.
I'm on the ground.
On the ground. On the ground.
I'm on the ground. I'm relaxed.
Hold on. I gotta point this out. He got some act right real quick. Let me explain to y'all what just happened. Somehow he just started feeling himself, right? He said, talk to me. He just got crazy. They said, pull out non-lethal. That's that taser. They said pull out non-lethal. Soon as they pull out that non-lethal, he got some act right real fast. He said, all right, his act right came real fast. He went from 1,000. He went up to 1,000. Why y'all pulling? Talk to me. And they said, the minute they said pull out that non-lethal, he said, oh, he didn't want to get tased. All right, watch it again.
You guys have your guns pointed at me.
Turn away from me.
I have nothing on me but a
Turn and face the other way.
That's a coward move.
Turn
Don't be a coward, be a
around.
man. Talk to me. Talk to me like a man. Why did you stop me? Why are you
Turn
harassing
around.
me? Why does it take
Traffic
4?
violation.
Why does it take 4 trucks to stop one man?
Because we want
Why are you being a
20-minute
coward?
pursuit.
Talk to me. Put your gun down.
Hey, who has less lethal?
Talk your gun. Thank you.
I got
sir.
less lethal.
Thank you.
Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Get on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Get on the ground.
I'm on the ground.
Get on the ground.
I'm on the ground.
On the ground. On the ground.
I'm on the ground. I'm relaxed. My glasses are being on my eyes. Just relax. Relax. My glasses on my eyes.
Clear.
All right. Now, I'm not to joke at what's happening, but I just now that this the funny part was he raised up. Let me explain. Don't ever do this, guys. Black people don't do this. Okay, just do whatever they ask you to do. Just do it. Okay. When you get pulled over, woman or man, white brothers and sisters, y'all get away with stuff like this. Black people, we don't get away with stuff like this, right? So you never do this. Always do what they say. So he was doing everything contrary to what they say, right? Then he started yelling at them. The minute they pulled out that taser, non-lethal, he like, oh, okay, I'm down. Now he down. Now he talking about relax. Now he want them to relax. Now he like, relax, everybody relax. And then he said, my glasses. My glasses bent. Because I guess they got his face down and he said, my glasses pushed his glasses bent on his face, right? So now he down there. Now he escalated that whole thing. Y'all do know that he escalated that whole thing. If he'd have just followed the instructions, right? He escalated the whole thing to this point, and now he over there talking about my glasses. All right, now listen.
Thank you,
I got less lethal. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Get on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Get on the ground.
I'm on the ground.
Get on the ground.
I'm on the ground.
On the ground. On the ground.
I'm on the ground. I'm relaxed. My glasses are being on my eyes. Just relax. Relax. My glasses on my eyes.
Card clear. You have any weapons on you?
I have no weapons.
You got a knife.
Why are you stopping me, officer? You gonna tell me why you stopping me?
Sir, we tried to stop you for minor traffic violations, and you led us on a, I don't know how long of a pursuit.
I don't know why you led us on such a long ride for it instead of just pulling over the vehicle. All right, let's take him back to the car. Yeah, but you, Larry? You can go in the back of my patrol car.
For what?
All you had to do was stop, man. I probably would have let you go with a warning.
I just stopped.
But instead, you decided to run from the police.
I did not run.
Yeah, you did.
I
You
stopped
ran.
at the stop sign.
What do the red lights and sirens mean?
Yo, this ain't nothing but Uncle Leroy. Y'all know who this character is. The black, to my other nations of people, listen clearly. This is the one, this that uncle at the cookout. Everybody we know, black community, we know this character right here. This is Uncle Bobo. This Uncle Leroy at the cookout, right? This the one that's at the cookout that come up to you talking all that mess and doing, yo, give me $1. Let me get $1. Right? Nowadays it's $10. Let me get $10. Let me get, right? You be like, Uncle Leroy, get out of here with your, right? He the one talking all that mess at the cookout. Let me get $10. Let me get, this ain't nothing but, this the grifter in the family, right? That's all like this boy. Now he said this about why y'all pull me over? Why y'all pull me? They like, we just tried to give you a basic traffic stop and you took us for a chase. He didn't pull over. He said, well, I'll stop now. I stopped at the stop sign. Like, this ain't nothing but Leroy, bro. I so said, I know this uncle right here. And then he the one that's going to call you and tell me, I'm down at the county jail. Come on, get me out of the county jail. They stop. What they pull you over for? What they do? Well, they try to pull me over, but I ain't stopped. We're like, why you ain't stopped? So he made them go on a long chase. So he's talking about he said, why all these police over here to try, but you took them on a chase, right? And then he said, I stop now. That part is hilarious. Then he said, I stop now. Hold on, let me put it back. All right.
I don't know how long of a pursuit.
I don't know why.
So now he want to know. Now, so he was talking big mess when they had the guns out, right? But soon as that taser came out, he like, yo, like, don't tase me. That part is crazy, right? So then he like, so now he want to know why y'all, we like, I ain't got no weapon. I got a pocket knife, right? He said, I got a pocket knife. I ain't got no weapons. I got a pocket knife, right? But now he like, why y'all pull me over? Right? After you done escalated them to do all this.
You have any weapons on you?
I have no weapons.
You got a knife?
Pocket knife. Why are you stopping me, officer?
Why are you stopping
You
me?
tell me why you stopping me?
Sir, we tried to stop you for minor traffic violations, and you led us on a, I don't know how long of a pursuit.
I don't know why you led us on such a long ride for it instead of just pulling over the vehicle. All right, let's take him back to the car. Yeah, but you, Larry? You can go in the back of my patrol car.
For what?
All you had to do was stop, man. I probably would have let you go with a warning.
I just stopped.
But instead, you decided to run from the police.
I did not run.
Yeah, you did.
I stopped at the stop sign.
What do the red lights and sirens mean? You took a driving test.
I know, because your license is good. It means the Ku Klux Klan is coming. That's who you're working for, and that's who you're.
Well, today you're going to go to jail. And we're going to tow your car.
Fair. You shouldn't tow my.
Hold on. Did y'all hear what he just said? He said, what does those sirens mean? Hold on. This boy is a fool.
Stop, man. I probably would have let you go with a warning.
I just stopped.
But instead, you decided to run from the police.
I did not run.
Yeah, you did.
I stopped at the stop sign.
What do the red lights and sirens mean? You took a driving test. I know, because your license
it means
is good.
the Ku Klux Klan is coming. That's who you're working for, and that's who you're.
Well, today you're going to go to jail. And we're going to tow your car.
Boy, that ain't nobody to Uncle Leroy. I swear that's Uncle Leroy in a minute. Go ahead, Uncle Leroy. That's when I'll come and bail him out. When he on the phone, he like, the dog over there, he said, what does those red sirens mean? He said, to me, it mean the KKK coming. That's who you work for. And if you... Go ahead, Uncle Leroy. Uncle Leroy said the KKK coming and that's who you work. He just went off on the brother. Look how he looking at him too. He said, yo, this boy ain't nothing but a grifter, boy. I swear this is some funny stuff.
I would have let you go with a warning.
I just stopped.
But instead, you decided to run from the police.
I did not run.
Yeah, you did.
I stopped at the stop sign.
He said you decided to run. Now, he didn't put them on the chase. They didn't chase them for miles and miles, right? He said, I did not run. I stopped at the stop sign. He said,
what do the red lights and sirens mean? You took a driving test. I know, because your license
it means
is
the
good.
Ku Klux Klan is coming. That's who you're working for, and that's who you're.
Well, today you're going to go to jail and we're going to tow your car.
Fair. You shouldn't tow my car. My car is safe, is right there.
You have no front license plate on your vehicle. That's my reason for contacting you.
How can you
sir.
see the front license plate from the back?
You turned right in front of me, sir.
Yo, this dude is going down talking, boy. I swear, shout out to Gabriel. He is going down talking. He said, so I guess this black officer is the one that pulled him over. This the one that pulled him over. So he said, why you pull me over for? He said, you ain't got no front license plate. How you gonna see the front license plate, front license plate from the back? Yo, that boy crazy, boy. I like this boy right here. He said, how you gonna see the front license plate from the back? He said, what does that mean? When you see lights flashing, that means the KKK coming and you work for them, and that's what boy, that boy just, oh my goodness, I don't know. That just tickled me, boy. I swear, some of these blackity blacks, boy, these are the funniest characters. We got some real funny, all nations of people got some funny characters. But black people, we got some funny characters, bro. They are just hilarious in the hood, right? This is one of them, right? You knew Susie. Now, this is the funny part. Now, all of that, when you go to the beginning, when they told him, put your keys out, and he came out with the drink. Look, he came. That right there is off the chain. After he done took him on a mild chase and them trying to pull him over, I can see he driving his little G37. He on the phone. He trying to pull me over. I don't know he thought, right? Then he put the drink. You ain't call him a sellout. He said it mean the KKK and that who you work for. And that's it. Oh my goodness. Then he got the nerve to say, why you pull me over? Then he put the drink on top of the thing. They try to tell him to walk backwards, get out backwards, he get out forward. They tell him walk backwards, he walk forward. They tell him to face the street. He says the street behind you. He was just doing this the whole time, right? But it wasn't until, look, now this part was funny. Now, hold on, let's do this one more time. Watch this part when he get loud.
Okay.
Yeah, he said, I ain't got no keys. And then they said, we're going to tow your car. He said, why you going to tow my car? My car's safe where it's at right there. When they told him, we're going to put you in the back seat, why you going to put me in the back seat? I knew, why you pull me over, right? Yeah, once that drink came out the car, you already know this is going to be a mess. If I was the cop, I would have been laughing right off the rip. I'd be like, oh, this is going to be a funny one. And then when he got out with his glasses and his hat and everything, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a friend. It's Uncle Bobo right here. Uncle Bobo about to take y'all for a ride right here.
Face the street.
Okay.
Please face the street, sir.
I'm facing the street right behind you, sir.
Face that street that I'm pointing to.
Speak clearly. Why are you stopping me?
Turn away from us. Face the street. Turn away from me.
Why are you stopping me?
Turn and face away.
Why you guys have your guns pointed at me?
Turn away from me.
I have nothing on me but a
Turn and face the other way.
That's a coward move.
Don't
be a coward, be a man. Talk to me. Talk to me like a man. Why did you stop me? Why are you harassing me? Why does it take four trucks to stop one man?
Because we want
Why are you being a coward?
Pursuit.
The part I don't understand is how did he gave himself some liquid courage? Do y'all see how he kept fueling his liquid courage? Once he said, you're a coward, it's like the words that he was saying was starting to build up his courage, right? He said, yeah, that's a coward move. Why you stopping me? Why you stopping me? He just went to a 0 to 1,000, and then they said non-lethal weapon, and he went from 0. He went from 1,000 back to 0. Like you can't make this up.
Coward! Take 4. Stop me. Why are you to me? I have nothing on me but a
turn and face the other way.
That's a coward move. Why are you stopping me?
Turn and face away.
Why you guys have your guns pointed at me?
Turn away from me.
I have nothing on me but a
turn and face the other way.
That's a coward move. Be a coward, be a man. Talk to me. Talk to me like a man. Why did you stop me? Why are you harassing me? Why does it take 4 trucks to stop one man?
Because we want
Why are you being a coward?
Pursuit.
Talk to me. Put your gun down.
Hey, who has less lethal?
Talk your gun. Thank you.
I got less lethal. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Get on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Get on the ground.
I'm on the ground.
Get on the ground.
I'm on the ground.
On the ground. On the ground.
I'm on the ground. I'm relaxed. My glasses are being on my eyes. Just relax. Relax.
My glasses a bit on my eyes. Just relax. Y'all relax.
My glasses on my eyes.
Got park clear?
You have any weapons on you?
I have no weapons.
You got a knife?
Fucking man. Why are you stopping me, officer? You gonna tell me why you stopping me?
Sir, we tried to stop you for minor traffic violations, and you led us on a, I don't know how long of a pursuit.
I don't know why you led us on such a long ride for instead of just pulling over the vehicle. All right, let's take him back to the car. Yeah, but you, Larry? You can go in the back of my patrol car.
For what?
All you had to do was stop.
For what? We're going to get these number questions. Now, all you had to do was pull over when they first tried to pull him over, right? It's like you black people avoid all of this. Just do whatever they ask, and that's it. Get your ticket and go on about your day. If you right, you're like, for what? What am I in the back of the car for?
And I probably would have let you go with a warning. But instead, you decided to run from the police.
I did not run.
Yeah, you did. Instead, you decided to run.
For what?
Cool. All right, let's take him back to the car. Yeah, but you, Larry? You can go in the back of my patrol car.
For what?
All you had to do was stop, man. I probably would have let you go with a warning.
I just stopped.
But instead, you decided to run from the police.
I did not run.
Yeah, you did.
I stopped
You ran.
at a stop sign.
What do the red lights and sirens mean? You took a driving test. I know, because your license
it means
is
the
good.
Ku Klux Klan is coming. That's who you're working for, and that's who you're.
Well, today you're going to go to jail, and we're going to tow your car.
Fair. You shouldn't tow my car. My car is safe as right there.
You have no front license plate on your vehicle. That's my reason for contacting you.
How can you
sir?
see the front license plate from the
You
back?
turn right in front of me, sir.
Oh my goodness, that boy right there is a mess. That ain't nothing but Uncle Leroy. I was like, hopefully that y'all can find that funny, right? He ain't gonna do nothing but get a ticket. That boy a mess. He said, but I love that thing at the end. That boy said, oh, but I know the hat didn't come off not one time, right? He done went through all that on the ground, the glasses off, everything, but that hat did not come off. Oh boy, I swear, boy, these some of these Hebrews, bro, if y'all only knew. If y'all only knew, boy. There's some characters in the black community, boy, and this is one of them right here. He'd be right at that cookout talking about, let me get $1, right? That's the one, let me get $1. I'm like, Uncle Bobo, get out of here, bro. Let me get $1, boy. I see that car you got in the parking lot, boy. Boy, I see that thing you pulled up and we got that pretty girl, boy. Let me get $10. let me get $10. All right. This boy funny. I like that boy. I don't know where that is. He said, I don't know. It says AC. I don't know. I wish I did know where that was. All right. So we're gonna close out, because if I got I ain't gonna go into that. It's already almost 4 o'clock in the morning. If I do that one, we'll be here to 5, right? Let's finish out. All right, there we go. All right, we can do that. So let's close out here, right? Share this time instead, because we left off here, right? As Trump transporting the Latinos, and then we left off with the Americans, Latinos, and, you know, some of them getting mad at Black Americans for, you know, the deportations and stuff that's going on. So we left off here. Let's finish this clip out, and then we're going to end. All right, copyright disclaimers are in effect. All right. So this Latina sister here was talking about, right, about, you know, the Blacks not supporting them and their immigration stuff, right? All right, here we go.
Guilt trip you. It's not the guilt trip. What y'all think about this? Do we owe the Mexicans anything? Spread this to Brooklyn Lane.
Just give us immigration reform and don't treat us like dirt. It's not that hard. We're not asking for much. If anything, this is going to help the economy. And we're not asking for you to kiss the ground that we walk on. Just treat us with a little bit of decency. Just a little bit. It's not that hard.
See, that's the point I'm trying to make. I understand her point, but the thing, she's saying make immigration reforms, but they're talking about those who came over illegally. And she said it'll help the economy. That's what that other dude came in earlier, talking about the illegal aliens pay taxes and all. I'm like, bro, do you not understand legal and illegal, right? We can't go to Guatemala illegally. You know what you're going to end up? Black, I don't know about, I think whites too. I don't know. I know black, I can only speak for the blacks, right? So-called blacks. If you go to Guatemala illegally and sneak in, they're going to put you in a Guatemalan jail. And I'm not sure you coming out of that jail. You understand? They're going to do you so dirty. They are not going to, listen, guys, make immigration reforms because you decided to overstay your visa or you decided to sneak in. I'm not saying some people are sneaking in and it is what it is. I'm just saying if you are morally righteous and you came to America illegally, right? And I understand you're righteous and you were fleeing something, just be careful. And if you get caught in ICE and you get caught in deportation, make sure you try to go back to your country because they're going to send you to Africa, right? So the point I'm trying to make, right, is because I don't want people getting in their feelings. If it's illegal, how are you going to talk about make some immigration reforms? But you see how arrogant she's saying it. That's the part, right? It'd be different if she was humble with it. Look, listen to her tone. Listen what she's saying.
And don't treat us like dirt. It's not that hard. We're not asking for much. If anything, this is going to help the economy. And
what's going to help the economy? I don't know. Somehow they put this in their mind because they heard these talking points from like that other dude who came, right? That if they sneak into our country, if they do something illegally, it's going to help our economy. I'm sorry, our economy is working when you didn't sneak over here or whatever. No disrespect. I'm just keeping it 100. You know what I mean? That's the word. The entitlement is crazy. Hand over head, right? How? It's like a person, like I said, breaks into your house and then they're trying to tell you how to treat them. Make some house reforms. Right? That I break into your house, I'm in your house illegally, and you need to reform your laws of your house around me. What kind of entitlement? Boy, I swear, America, that's what happened under the other administration that gave them all these sanctuaries and gave them all this cushion that they feel so entitled. Bro, they don't feel like they're criminals. They act like it's not illegal. But if you go to their country and do that, you'll be under the jail. Do you understand? You won't, you'll be screwed, bro. They ain't even they just trying to deport you. They ain't even taking you, giving you criminal charges. They're telling you to go back home. But she is like, with arrogance. Arrogancy is just disgusting, bro.
Immigration reform? Just give us immigration reform?
Just give us immigration. Girl, bye. I'm sorry. See, that's my point. Shout out to the righteous Hispanic and other nations who came over illegally, who are humble and meek and did what you had to do. And, you know, it's still illegal, but, you know, you're trying to do the best thing and raise your children right. You ain't being all arrogant and disrespectful, you know. May the Most High will be done over your situation. Be very careful where you go, because if they catch you, they're going to deport you, you know, all that. But these arrogant, disrespectful, self-entitled, right? Just give us, boy, where's Ice Baby? You know, I'm sorry. Yeah, the Democrats birthed this. Yeah, they did. I'm trying not to say them because they'll be like, well, I ain't neither, but this is a Democrats did this. You understand? They birthed these entitled, self-entitled, right? Generation of these people. Just give us immigration reform. I'm like, man, somebody send her to the Congo. Send her to the Congo.
Just give us immigration reform and don't treat us like dirt.
Oh, yeah, that's the whole thing. They saying that they need the Democrats are saying that the migrants need reparations because the Republicans, Trump administration deported them and they need to be repaired for the stress that they went through going into the detention centers, illegal. And what, boy, and then you got these, I'm sorry. I'm telling you, don't be Republican or Democrat. Come out of that political crap. But if you, to whatever black is a Democrat, y'all they really lost your mind. I'm like, bro, they sitting up here saying they want to give reparations to them. You can't believe it. I swear, it's out there. I'm glad you brought it up. I was going to put it in the clip tonight. Oh, yeah. That's the whole thing of them saying that the migrants that they need reparations now for being deported and for them being going through the detention centers for illegal aliens. Crazy work. We need to repair for their stress and 400 years, my people. You got to be kidding me, bro. But anyway, that's what I said. Come out of politics, guys. Y'all done bumped your head, bro. All right, let's continue.
Migration reform, and don't treat us like dirt. It's not that hard. We're not asking.
I agree. They shouldn't treat you like dirt, but all this, give us immigrant, we ain't giving you nothing. Give us Congo. I was Trump. Give her the Congo. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Just give us immigration reform and don't treat us like dirt. It's not that hard. We're not asking for much. If anything, this is going to help the economy. And we're not asking for you to kiss the ground that we walk on. Just treat us with a little bit of decency. Just a little bit. It's not that hard. I promise you.
Ew.
Bro, you came here illegally, so you're getting sent back. Like, I'm not really understanding where I'm supposed to feel bad. Like, it's the law. Like, what? Am I missing something? Like, we also can't do that. We can't go to other countries illegally and just pop up and start working and all of that without things in order, without abiding by their laws. And to be honest, it's a much worse punishment if we end up doing that. I feel like America is being generous. Y'all are getting caught and then being sent by a plane or sent by a bus back home. That's
and given $1,000. That's the part that I can't make up. See all this entitlement? I'm like, man, but line up the bus. See, that's that spirit that goes bad for the righteous of the other nations who came over illegally. It's always the bad that just make it bad for the whole group, right? Self-entitled. That's correct. They being more than generous. They giving them a free plane ticket, giving them $1,000 to start a where's our reparations? How do we got 14 million to give to this, 15 million for that, 500 million for this, and black, we can't get 40 acres and a mule. We've been making 150 years for a mule, for a donkey. They won't get up. We are the donkey of the day. We the donkey of and we built this country. That's the craziest part. It'd be different if we was just came over slaves and that's it. We built the doggone country. We can't get the dunk. That ain't nothing but the curses. That's prophecy, everybody. For those who don't know who you are, that Bible tell you who you are. For the other nations, you know who they are. That's what the Bible said. No man will repay you. You know what I'm saying? For bond servant and bondman, and no man will redeem you. Do you not understand what that means? They will not redeem you. You will not be paid for that labor. That is a curse that you're fulfilling out. But anyway, I know a lot of people don't like it. I'm definitely wish they would. I can use some food in the refrigerator. I'll pay off my debt. I know what I'll do. I won't do nothing crazy. I'll pay off anything I owe. And then hopefully when I can teach the word and then I can pay my bills and I won't be stressed every month. Praise the Most High for all y'all who donate. I humbly receive and I love y'all. Thank you so much that I can do all this work. But every 30 days, I'm nervous again because I just make it by the skin of my teeth. You understand? But I got to teach this word, and it's a full-time everything. I teach all the time. So praise the Most High for those who've given the heart to give. I really thank you so much, okay? Praise the Most High. But anyway, he's correct. America's being very generous. They're giving you money, a free plane ride, okay?
I'm not really understanding where I'm supposed to feel bad. Like, it's the law. Like, what? Am I missing something? Like, we also can't do that. We can't go to other countries illegally and just pop up and start working and all of that without things in order, without abiding by their laws. And to be honest, it's a much worse punishment if we end up doing that. I feel like America is being generous. Y'all are getting caught and then being sent by a plane or sent by a bus back home. That's pretty generous if you ask me. Like, if I go to Russia and try to pull that off, I might not come home. They might lock me up for 50 years for trespassing. Like, I'm confused. The media is trying to make us feel bad. And they're like, oh, this person was 15 years old. He was a hardworking boy. He was in high school, blah, blah, blah. And he was an illegal immigrant from Guatemala. Bro, you lost me. You lost me. He's illegal. So I'm sorry. Like, that's just what happens. I can't feel bad no more. Everything you said before that is disregarded. I'm sorry.
Latinos,
of all backgrounds. See, he's correct. For your compassion, it's a horrible circumstances. A boy, 15 years old, he had a little job, he was going to high school, you're doing a, but the base is he's here legally. The parent, right? It's not legal. There's law. We can't do it in the other country. You can't, right? It's just, right. So I understand the compassion over it, but it's a decision that the parents made to do something illegal, right? And whenever you do a crime, you got to be willing to take the consequence. There's repercussion, right? There's consequences for your actions, right? And the repercussions of your deeds, you see? And you got to be willing to take them. So you can't look at nothing else by what you actually did. Okay? All right.
Do y'all not, of all backgrounds, do y'all not realize black?
No, we don't, shout out to Who Cares. We don't believe in that 12 tribe chart. That was made up. That is not a true chart. You know, and they don't belong to no tribe. You'll know people by their fruit. Okay? The only of some of the tribe who can actually maybe can identify by their works, by their prophecies, would be the tribe of Ya'ada, scattered to the four corners of the planet Earth, Judah. None of the other tribes, the Northern Kingdom, we don't really know most of it. And that 12 tribe chart from them little devils in New York back in the 80s when they made that up. I did a video where they told you they was lying, they made it up. They trying to recruit these other nations so they could smash the Hispanic one. It worked too, right? To get their numbers up. But no, they ain't no tribes. All right. Now, the remnant of the tribe of Judah was scattered to the four corners. So every nation, including Guatemala, Puerto Rico, all that, Judah is there, but Judah is at the bottom, wherever you go. So any of these nations, whether it's Caribbean, Hispanic, South America, North America, Africa, Europe, Judah was scattered to the four corners of the planet Earth. And every nation where they at, Judah's at the bottom. So when you want, that's the only tribe that you can really be able to identify, unless the Most High identify personally in you that you might descend from one of the tribes. That's an individual. But Judah would be the tribe that would awaken the other nations. That's why Judah would be identified, Ya'ada, right? Who he is, his lineage, and you'll know it by his fruit. But another marker of Judah is every nation where you go across the four corners of the earth is a melanated class at the bottom. And that's Ya'ada. You go wherever you go, right? You go to Loíza in Puerto Rico, at the bottom. You understand? Wherever you go. All right? Send the link to Trust in God for the Patreon. I'm gonna put the link for him for the Patreon. All right? So that's the only tribe that would have any iteration to know, unless individual, the Most High revealed to you what tribe you might have descended from, if you're one of the, one of the Northern Kingdom tribes. Because they dispersed a lot of places. You understand? All right. But Ya'ada is the one you can see. Go to anywhere. Go to India, you see him. Go everywhere. All over the four corners of the planet Earth, they're at the bottom. And their neck, their foot is upon their neck. All right? All right, let's continue. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that some of them are getting caught up in that immigration thing, because some of them are good people, right? But again, like I said, if your ancestors made a decision, these are repercussions. The so-called blacks, if you believe in the Bible, we still paying for the sins of our ancestors. They transgressed the Most High. And we can't get reparations for all that slavery. But that was a big transgression. In the book of Matthew, they said, put the blood on us and our children when they crucified the Messiah. That's a big one. You understand? He said, I'll send you to a people that ain't a people, in a land where your ancestors have never known. You heard? And there you will, boy, the curses. But anyway, let's continue. We don't, let's just continue. All right, here we go. That ain't the topic tonight. Latinos are fumed after learning that Black Americans cannot be deported as they thought. And that happened
Y'all remember that? All right. He said, "Shalom, most stupid." Shalom, did he? Shalom to you too, did he? Epsteiner. All right, let's continue. All right, so
It's disregarded. I'm sorry.
Latinos of all backgrounds. Do y'all not realize black people are not the only people in this country? You got your Chinese Americans, your Japanese Americans, your Korean Americans, your Indian Americans, your Muslim Americans, your white Americans, and your own people. So why in Davy Jones' lockup are y'all so pressed and mad at us because we not out protesting?
this dude funny. He said, "Why is Davy Jones locker?" Yeah, shalom to you, Epsteiner. He said, "Why in Davy Jones locker?" He made a good point. You got all these other nations. Why blacks got to stand up? That's a good point. I never heard nobody make that point. All right, let's continue.
You got your Chinese Americans, your Japanese Americans.
Yeah, he told Chinese Americans, your Japanese Americans. His accent is crazy work.
Latinos of all backgrounds. Do y'all not realize black people are not the only people in this country? You got your Chinese Americans, your Japanese Americans, your Korean Americans, your Indian Americans, your Muslim Americans, your white Americans, and your own people. So why in Davy Jones' lockup are y'all so pressed and mad at us because we not out protesting? Folks, we did the most effective protesting last November, and the data proves it. We protested when it mattered the most. We were not out here with whole productions talking about some we will vote for Donald Trump. Y'all was out here with that foolishness, knowing full well that y'all had a few abuelas, a few tios, tias, mijo, and mijas in your house undocumented. But y'all got y'all behinds on stage talking about some we will vote for Donald Trump. And you think we supposed to be out here protesting, picket fence in hand, clowning like some monkeys in a zoo?
This dude is definitely, that is Chris Tucker energy. You said that right, Anna, y'all. He said in the white picket, what did he say about the picket fence? What did he say, picket fence in hand?
We supposed to be out here protesting, picket fence in hand, clowning?
He said picket fence in hand, pounding. Yeah, this dude's funny. That's definitely Chris Tucker energy.
And you think we supposed to be out here protesting, we will vote for Donald Trump. And you think we supposed to be out here protesting, picket fence in hand, clowning like some monkeys in a zoo? No, sir, bop. We did what we were supposed to do. And y'all put y'all's own community in the position that it's in now. And y'all need to live with it.
Okay, this question is for anybody who is Mexican American, Chicano, Hispanic, Latino, whatever, however you identify, it's all the same to me. Doesn't matter. So if you're within that community or if you're just watching, let me know what you think down in the comments below. Okay, I'm about to ask you a question. You let me know your honest, truthful opinion. Okay, my question is very straightforward. Don't make it complicated. Don't go over the top. Answer is yes or no. If you want to explain after yes or no, that's fine. But first answer with yes or no. And my question is this. If all of the migrant workers are deported, would you, your family, or any of your friends sign up to take their jobs? For example, such jobs as becoming farm workers, day laborers.
African American community is the only community that has the power in this country to change anything. They are the only one with the experience of civil matter. They are the only one que tenían el esclavo ahí mismitico. They are the only one that are not going to get deported anywhere, and you cannot put them all in jail. So African American community, which is the community that is stepped on by Cubans, the most are the only ones that are going to save the Latinos. And I clap for the African American community that has not come out because it is not. I do. We didn't do shit for them.
I get it, but I don't.
Me and you support, but in masses, we didn't support anything that was going with them. Latinos look at Cubans specifically. I'm not gonna talk about any other community because I'm not part of that community, even though I'm a Latina with them. Cubans talk shit about African Americans. Cubans did not support African Americans. Cubans think that they all victimize themselves, that all of this, all of that. African Americans are the only ones that are going to save your ass as Latinos. So you better start kissing. If you're going to kiss some ass in this country, you better kiss some black ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, that last part where she said that we got to have some form of reparations. Okay. For the immigrants. All right. So this is what the Democrats.
There you go. This little googly-eyed fool over there with her with Ilhan, this Ilhan Cuddy Buddy, she over there talking about reparations need to be paid to immigrants for ICE deporting them. Anything. I had some coming out tonight, but we will go too long now. All right. So yeah, we'll do it another time, right? Because I had another part of this crazy work, right? To the what you call them, the Muslims and the East Indians and all that, right? They got a part in all this stuff, right? So I had another part to this, but we'll do it another time, right? I know, right, Amy? You know, what about the what's her name? Isaac said it's up to 100 billion that they done stole out of Minnesota. The doggone Somali Mike, she talking about, yeah, she wants us to pay the Somalians reparations. You can't make, bro, these people need to be out of office, bro. It's like enough is enough of this, bro. This is just nasty at this point. All right?
Last part where she said that we got to have some form of reparations. Okay. For the immigrants. All right. So this is what the Democrats are suggesting now, black voters, that you come in this country, you overstay visas, you come in this country, your TPS expired, you just snuck in the country, right? You didn't have none of those programs. Your green card expired and you're still in the country and they told you need to leave America. And then they catch up to you and say, hey, you don't have a legal right to be here. So we're going to detain you and deport you out of the United States of America. What the Democrat Party is saying is that, well, because of that enforcement on these people, we need to give them reparation cash. We need cash money. Right? Cash money to the people. Notice she didn't say we need to do a study. Notice she didn't say a study. Notice she didn't say we need to have meetings and all of this. No. She's mentioning prosecutions and she's mentioning money. Now, Black America, just hearing that, and she's a ranking member, as you can clearly see, hearing that, you should be greatly, greatly offended. Okay? And listen, I told you, you know, we did the interview even with Claude, right? And even Claude told you as well, or some people say Claudette told you as well, is that they do not want to give reparations to Black Americans because it's going to disrupt the power structure.
They say we're going to buy Cadillacs and Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's what they said. I'm sorry. Shout out to Trust in God. Welcome to the channel. Right? That's just what they said. I'm sorry. You know, don't shoot the messenger, right? No, you know, that's these people that be hating, you know, we was kangs. Y'all know those people that they just hate blackity blacks, you know what I mean? It's about we go buy Cadillacs and Kentucky Fried Chicken. First of all, I don't eat Kentucky Fried Chicken. I don't even eat flesh and blood, number one. And a Cadillac, I definitely ain't getting a Cadillac. I might, I don't know, I might give me a Benzo, though. I just might drop a, I don't know. It depends on how to finance it. It depends on how much they give. It's going to help the economy. I might drop a benzo, but I won't put no, I'll definitely get some watermelons if it's the summertime. I'm not ashamed of that. If it's summertime, if I can find me some seeded watermelon, you know, I'm definitely going to buy a nice water juicy. I can't wait till it get hot and if I can find a big juicy one, y'all going to see me right up in here eating one. I ain't scared. Somebody told you wrong. Got people scared to eat the best fruit, some of the healthiest fruit in the world. The devil's a lie, right? Now, when I used to eat flesh and blood, it wouldn't have been Kentucky Fried Chicken, because Kentucky Fried Chicken is some nastiness, bro. They got modified, you know what I mean? But I used to love some good fried chicken. Publix. I'm in Florida. Publix has some good fried chicken. You catch it when it's hot. Woo wee! Give me a big breast. Ow, with some hot sauce. I ain't scared. But boy, please, every culture got, right? The Somalians, they like bananas and rice. I don't need no bananas and rice. That's it, right? That's, you see my face all crinkled up? But that's their culture, right? But I ain't, what's wrong? I love some watermelon. That's some good food. I love watermelon. I love kiwis. I love oranges. I love peaches. Oh, a good plum, right? A good plum when they nice and ripe and juicy. Oh, see, I gotta stop. I'm making myself hungry. Right? I can't even afford plums now. This stuff way too much. And they be, you got to grow your own. I wish you could, right? So, man, please, the devil's a lie. Don't make nobody, that's what people hate and talking about. That would do nothing but stimulate the economy. They should want to get a reparation. If that was the case, if you gave reparations to all blacks, and let's say we was fitting the stereotype where we all going to buy Cadillacs and Kentucky Fried Chicken, well, that would stimulate the whole, you're giving it right back. That should be a reason to give it to us. That'll go right back into the economy. Now, a lot of these little English is going to do that, right? But some of us good black folk, that are good black folk. Some of us are good black folk, and we're not black, but I'm making jokes, right? But some of us are just productive citizens, right? So I'm not about to, definitely ain't buying a Cadillac, right? But I might, it depends on how much we got back after I went through all my finances, or I might definitely going to do an upgrade on the whip appeal. But I use my whip, but I'm going to pay it off, right? I don't do no, right? With that, I'm like, no, I definitely got to get a nice little whip, right? Might do I ain't getting nothing brand new. I ain't stupid face. At least going to be 2 years old to get the sticker shock, what I mean? Yeah, but I might have something real nice. I'm going to mind that. Shoot, it is what it is. But everything else is getting invested, you know what I mean? Paid off the bills and the debts, right? I'm investing, you understand? I'm going to grow that. Whatever it was. But anyway, yeah, it's a good black folk. Right? But anyway, these people are crazy, man. This woman, that's the one with Ilhan. She just, right? And they just these Muslims and stuff. They just don't want to give it to the immigrants. That's crazy work. But anyway.
Giving money to immigrants does not disrupt the power structure, but giving it to us disrupt their power structure. Now, the Democrats have proven, even after they lost horribly in 2024, they're still on this immigration kick. And Democrats, let me tell you something. We don't have to go vote in mass for Republicans for you to lose. All we got to do is sit it out. Or we can vote a third party. We can do any of those three, vote Republican, vote third party, or sit it out, and you lose. Because you cannot win without the black vote. Maybe in certain areas you can. But when it comes to the presidency, you cannot become the president without the black vote. It's just bottom line. And
Well, the problem with that is they don't care. They know that they get Kamala the cackling hyena and she get Cardi B and they start twerking and some she start talking about some collard greens and all that they gonna fall in line, right? That's the problem. You know what I mean? It's the iggas of the black community, right? They just fall for the old okie doke. But he's correct in what he's saying. He like, if they, right, but they never hold the Democrats to the letter. That's why they'll never do nothing for you. That's why they piss in your face. And Kamala got the nerve to bring Cardi B and Megan the Devil to twerk. That's like, come on, bro. You might as well got up there and call every black a bunch of iggas. Okay? That's the reality. All right? Yeah, sit it out. All you gotta do is sit it out and let them work it out. But anyway, yeah, Megan Thee Stallion in a bathtub full of greens, right? Remember Hillary was on the Breakfast Club talking about, I put hot sauce on my food, right? See, that's that igga language, bro. That's the people calling you an igga to your face, right? You're going to miss me with that. I'd like to smack you in your face. You get in my face. Sorry, I repent, right? And now I work on myself, so I won't. But back in the days, I'm going to tell you, I would smack you right in your we gonna have to fight. If you could fight, whatever. Don't get in my face somehow. I put hot sauce on my food. Well, you're going to be putting hot sauce on your cheeks. You're going to be putting hot sauce on your gums after you take that. Watch your mouth, bro. Watch your mouth. I don't do no disrespecting you. Don't disrespect me like that. You know what I mean? I respect everybody. Everybody got cultural things that they do. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. It's just disrespect, bro. They pissing people's face, and these people act like that party is your party. What party? You ain't part of the party. Black people, you ain't got no party. You are a party of one. You are a party at the bottom. If you come together collectively and get out of the mind, F-U-C-K, and understand that politics is about power, right? And you play the game and get out your feelings, then you could establish something as a unit. But they don't care about that. They pulling in other races to try to replace us. That's what these dudes are. These dudes are sitting here to try to replace the blacks. Oh, let's close with that clip. Because I was going to go somewhere, but I ain't got time tonight. I'm going to close with this clip. These people are coming over in masses, and they're sent over to replace, right, other classes. That's what they did with opening up the borders. That's what the Democrats did, to get a voting class so they don't got to count on the black vote. You understand? So that's what they did. And now they're doing a replacement system like they always did. And they always use the East Indians, the Muslims. The British and them did that back then. Okay? They've been doing this for eternity. Okay? Do I want to do that clip or save it for when I do that whole lesson? It's at the end. Let's just watch it. Let's close with this. Now, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? And this grifter right here, this is America, this is Black America's biggest grifter, right? But a broken clock is right 2 times a day, right? We know that, right? So this right here, share this tab instead, is Black America's biggest grifter. Who y'all think Black America's current biggest grifter is? I would love to see who people try. We closing out now, guys. This is the last clip. I would love to see who people think Black America's greatest grifter is at these end times. I want to see who might know who this is. All right, but anyway, let's go. If you didn't guess it, you about to see. This is what one of Black America's greatest grifters in the end time.
You already?
There you go. Front and center. King Kong consciousness. Now, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Now, he knocked this out the park. Now, to everybody else, whenever I do this brother's clip, I know somebody said, I like when you do him, he's funny. I just want y'all to know, he's really, this brother here, he's racist as crap, right? Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters, but this dude is racist as crap, right? So he's all in his feelings. Now, Dr. Umar is actually about to drop some truth, right? Straight truth. And he's pissed off because he's like, the white people. First of all, for this little streamer that the serpent seed and let slide through the cracks, right? His little glitches and stuff, his eyebrow, this dude is drinking all type of, this dude is a mess, right? Now they let him slide through the cracks as he a streamer. They let him get millions of views, right? Every video he gets millions of views, right? So he's in his little feelings. Now, if he wasn't in his feelings, he would understand that Dr. Umar is actually dropping the truth right here. But he's in his little, he's in his hate black people feelings thing right here. So anyway, so he's going to make reactions. So whenever I do his clips, because he does good clips, and react to him, I want y'all to know he racist as crap. So he don't like black people, just so y'all know. All right? All right, so any racists get called out. I don't care. I like the righteous of every nation, kindred, people, and tongue. I don't see race, I see actions. You understand? I see people's fruit. But anyway, so he's reacting negatively to the clips. So he's like, they figured us out. Right? First of all, you're not part of the white power structure that he's talking about. What Umar's talking about in this clip is the politicians. You are a streamer who made it through, right? You clown, that you didn't made it through somehow. They didn't let you get through the shadow ban, and you make your little clips every day. You're not the white power structure drinking your energy drink, you little, boy, these racists kill me. I don't give a crap if you black racist, white racist. Racist is what racist does. All right, now let's go. Now, this is the part I'm talking about. They are sending another people to try to replace us. And they've been doing this. All right? Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Here we go.
He already figured it out. Do you think it's a coincidence that the mayor of New York is an East Indian? And the director of the FBI is an East Indian? And the wife of the current vice president is an East Indian? And the last vice president was an East Indian? Or you've never seen that many East Indians ever in American history occupy positions of influence and authority like you see in those 4 offices. You've never seen this before. And what I believe, Art, is that the white power structure is recruiting the East Indian immigrants and East Indian Americans to be the new priority minority. Oh boy. They're going to use them in America the same way the British used them in Uganda, the same way the British and the French and the Dutch used them in the Caribbean islands. When you go to the Caribbean,
he's on to us.
East Indians are a buffer group.
Oh my God.
So he's all in his feelings, right? Because he's racist, right? So everything he's saying is the truth. He's talking about he's on to us. First of all, clown, you little, you ain't the white power class. Somebody done told this little streamer wrong. You ain't the white power structure. So he ain't talking about you. Everybody, he's talking about the serpents, the powers that be, the ones at the higher class. He's correct. They used all through history, they used the East Indians as a buffer class, all through Africa, all through United Kingdom, everywhere. And they playing the same playbook in America. He's actually correct. Not only, he could have went further. You got the one that I just showed, the one that just said they need reparations. Now, it goes a little deeper. Not only are they East Indian, but also Muslim. That's why they got all through the offices, they got the Somalians and all of that, right? So they're using this as a buffer class system, right? And they always use them all through the Caribbean, all through Africa, all through, this is a playbook that they playing. And this little clown acting like he's part of the power structure. He ain't talking about you, you idiot juice. Right? Get your little streaming money and shut up. Get out your feelings, right? I would have much more respect if he sat there and was like, wow, he actually dropping something, right? He's talking about they got us. He ain't talking about all white people. He ain't talking about the regular white person on the street is doing this. He's talking about the institution. Oh, let's put it back again. He actually dropped it. Yeah, he did. This is what they've done. All right. This was the end of my clip that was going to come out tonight, but we went long with the crypto, with the digital currency, but it is what it is, right? Because I had the part that was going to show all of this. you know, Unc, I was going to show all this. So they got all of them. Think about it. Kash Patel, head of the FBI, all these mayors of major cities in New York, how all of a sudden all of these East Indians, all these Muslims, now all of a sudden they become prominent in all of these places and this, this is a play going on. Okay, let's go. I'm about to play it again. All right, let's go.
He already figured it out.
Do you think it's a coincidence that the mayor of New York is an East Indian? And the director of the FBI is an East Indian? And the wife of the current vice president is an East Indian? And the last vice president was an East Indian? Or you've never seen that many East Indians ever in American history occupy positions of influence and authority like you see in those 4 offices. You've never seen this before. And what I believe, Art, is that the white power structure is recruiting the East Indian immigrants and East Indian Americans to be the new priority minority. Oh boy. They're going to use them in America the same way the British used them in Uganda, the same way the British and the French and the Dutch used them in the Caribbean islands. When you go to the Caribbean,
he's on to us.
East Indians are a buffer group.
Oh my God.
Facts. That one, none but 100% fact. And it's actually what's happening. It's a prerequisite to what the Democrats did under before Biden to under Clinton and them when they opening the borders, they was bringing a voting class in. You know what I mean? Flooding sanctuary cities and everything. Now, this buffer class with these East Indians, that is correct. It's a playbook of what they always did. They used this buffer class because the Indians got a caste system set up. Let me explain why they choose the East Indians like that. Because this caste racial system is so entwined in their culture that they are going to be able to manipulate them against every other nation. You understand? They are the easiest to manipulate based off racist colorism practices because it's built into their culture. Listen clearly, it's already built into the dynamics of their culture to hate each other based on colorism and class system and lower and we greater than it, right? So they are perfect prime candidates. So they used them to do that all through Africa, right? So they used them to institute in Uganda under the railroad system and had them to build the railroad system because they knew that they would automatically place the Ugandans at the bottom because they're darkly melanated and they're not of their nation of people. So they would place them under the untouchables. Do you get it? And it's already genetically encoded for thousands of years in their culture. This cultural racism. So the serpents who like to divide and conquer, okay, of the power class, which this folio think you ain't one of them. This ain't the regular white people. Do you understand? All right. And worldwide, they ain't all white. Do you understand? It's a nation of people, a classism thing. Now, they use this group of people because they're easily controlled because they're so emotional when it comes to racial hierarchy, class system, and monetary. Like they look at this person got the this, and he's lighter and this, right? They use these people, right? And they've been using them for generations, okay? And in their culture, it's so ingrained, all right? Watch this. Copyright disclaimers on effect. This is an example of the ingraining why they use that culture. Listen to them speak.
I would not recommend going to Delhi.
Okay. Scratch that off.
Because Delhi is also a great cultural vibe, but the people sometimes are very, and especially because you're black, I'm going to tell you there are racists over there who are very much in your face. Like, I'm not even going to lie. There's my black friend from America had come down. He was from Brooklyn and he was visiting Mumbai and he's queer. So he was like, what are the queer hotspots? So I took him to like a bar and everything. And this is in the most uppity part of Mumbai.
He said he was queer. All right, let's get past this dude. I forgot. All right. So I didn't play this one, right? This one. All right. Maybe I think I played this one.
The gentleman that I just stitched is 100% correct. When I came to the US, I was 17 in high school. And as I made friends, especially Indian girls, other Indian girls of my age, I realized that we all were given the same speech by our father, which was, we could not date black guys, we could not date Muslim guys, we could not date white dudes. And I remember the abuse that I received from my father, physical abuse that I received from my father, when he found out that I was dating a Muslim guy. He immediately made me break up with the guy. But in that moment, after, basically beating me, he told me.
Well, I ain't raised, well, he told me at least it wasn't a black guy. Well, there you go. I was about to say, well, he didn't want you to date nobody outside of your nation. He shouldn't beat you, but then... Sorry, I should have shut my mouth. And then he said, at least it wasn't a black guy. That's what I'm trying to tell you, at the bottom of the barrel.
At least it wasn't a black guy, because your beating would have been worse. Go to part 2.
Yes, I am happy to answer this question. It's going to be a little bit of a robust answer, so it might be a little bit long. So I would put this on 2 times speed or grab a snack. You've probably seen this photo before, and I think it's very important, but this is the pre-colonial Indian caste system, which I'm not going to spend too much time on, but what is really important to remember is that Brahmins who are on the top of the caste system tend to be lighter. This is not a rule. This just tends to be a pattern. And why is that? It's because of things like sun exposure.
So we broke that down last time. So this caste system, they're easily to be controlled from the caste system, right? But let's do, y'all might have saw, what's the name? Let's do the comedian dude's clip, right? I didn't do this last time, right? He broke this down. It was a great clip. All right. This is why they use these people, because in their culture is so much ingrained racism.
The way that it is.
I just wanted to comment on this video about this Indian couple getting married. The Indian guy is very dark. He's basically my complexion, and his wife is a little fairer than him. And the comments they're getting, it's just like, why is this dark-skinned man with this lighter-skinned woman? It's just like complexion complaints from Indian folks, from their own folks.
और जब मैंने लोगों को reaction देखा, I was in touch. My family got targeted.
So
folks from their
only thing the Indian community can say about this couple getting married is, why is she marrying this dark? And see, this is why they use this culture of people, because this culture hate themselves. You get it? It's so ingrained to hate the original melanin that they're easily divided and controlled. You see? You give some over this one and they want to white themselves, right? They want to be white, right? So it's like we can manipulate them, give them money, give them position, and they're going to make sure that they humiliate or mistreat everybody under them. You get it? It's a no disrespect to y'all, but it's just the truth. I'm sorry. It's just calling what it is. It's a culture of institutional depravity so ingrained in the culture of hate that they're going to be a mechanism that's going to keep people down. They're going to keep layers, right? And they do it to their own. So if they do that to their own, then they're going to, no matter what, do it to anybody else. So they sending them in as a buffer class to do this. And they've been doing this from ancient times. United Kingdom especially, they've been doing this, and they would send them back from Gandhi and them, send them to do this labor, and they would have a buffer class, right? So it would be United Kingdom or the French or Belgium in Africa, and then they would bring the East Indians in, and they would be the skilled workers, and then they would have the original natives, blacks under them as the lower class, and the Indians won't have mercy for them. Let me explain. Now, I'm not saying that there was a remnant of them, right? An outcast, individual. I'm talking a general. That an individual might have some compassion, but as a general, they would be an enslaving force. They would actually do the work. So the Brits and them, they wouldn't even have to be the whipping post. They would push them down and show them so much, and they do it amongst each other. So how much more would they do it when you're not even in their nation? So all the Indian folks could say all through the comments was, how dare she marry this dark Indian? That's crazy work, right? And they putting these peoples in positions of power. And now this mixed with the Muslim. Now this prophecy, this stuff going to backfire, right? It's definitely going to backfire, because a lot of them cultures are doing the Muslim thing. This thing got tentacles to it. But Umar was correct with that. That's a buffer class that they've been using. Right? And it's much more than that. It's so many of them in all type of Congress positions, senators positions, mayoral positions, all type of aldermans, and all in the council seats. They trying to take over. Okay? All right, let's continue.
Folks.
और जब मैंने लोगों को reaction देखा, I was in touch. My family got targeted.
So all this dude is writing is like he was so hurt because the only thing that the Indians would say, look, and when I saw people's reaction, I was temporarily shocked. That's all they could talk about is, how dare she marry this dark-skinned Indian? It's disgusting. This is disgusting. I'm sorry, it's disgusting. All right, let's continue. And stop saying, see, they learned that through slavery colonialism, this fair word. Even the Africans say that, fair skin. Sorry, guys, white skin ain't fair. And black skin ain't unfair. Stop the word. Lighter skin. A little lighter, not fairer. Fair means equality. I mean, what do you mean fair? What are you, a fairy? Ain't no fair skin. Stop with this slavery talk. And that's so you know, and sorry, they because the Africans got it, because he's from Nigeria, they got colonized too. And they sent them over there, right? Fair skin. She's a little fairer than him. So what, he's dishonest? What do you mean she's fairer than him? He's a liar or something? Anyway, let's continue. It's lighter or darker.
Way that it is.
I just wanted to comment on this video about this Indian couple getting married. The Indian guy is very dark. He's basically my complexion, and his wife is a little fairer than him. And the comments they're getting, it's just like, why is this dark-skinned man with this lighter-skinned woman? It's just like complexion complaints from Indian folks, from their own folks.
और जब मैंने लोगों को रिएक्शन देखा, I was in touch. My family got targeted. You are nobody.
Anytime I see a video that really like hits me, I go, man, let me talk about it. First of all, India is like just, I mean, they are, when it comes to like complexions, I mean, listen, every brown society has complexion problems. This all stems from white supremacy and European colonization, European standards of beauty. This is all facts. India was colonized by England. Nigeria colonized by England. England colonized a bunch of Caribbean, France, all of that. So all the European influence made brown people feel like shit. Okay, even in their makeup products, if you go to some of these countries, when I was in Thailand, all the advertisement was light ass Thai people, light as fuck. And most of the Thai people are dark brown. It's the same thing in the Philippines, same thing in some parts of Africa, and same thing in parts of Asia. It's insane. It's like even with Bollywood, it's like these.
What's going on? What's he saying? Read what?
He came in and
what's he talking
just talking weird. He said the first thing is black people did the same with the Bronny James prom date. You stupid. Black people are racist without even knowing it. And he continues on.
Ethan, get your little boy, get your panties out of bunch. Go find a TikTok somewhere. Boy, beat it. Shut up. We know all people got racist idiot juice. Tonight's topic is we're talking about did the Latins get shipped, and we're talking about these Indian races. So shut your little clown self up. Go take several seats. Boy, these little minions come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Did a black person beat you up in school or something? Boy, sit down and shut up. And just so you know, we got white brothers and sisters in this ministry. So for you done found us out of nowhere thinking this is some black hate channel or something, clown, idiot juice. My brothers and sisters that are some of these moderators are what you would call so-called white. So of course you got races of every nation, of people, kindred, and tongue, but the overall racism of a people group. Do you understand generalities versus individuals? Okay? You got your little nigglets, blacks running around with their pants sagging off their butt. Do I got my pants sagging down? All right. And over a generality of a race of people, no, blacks don't be hating like that. Blacks hate each other. You got blacks that do some of the colorism within themselves, but it's not pronounced over it. Do you understand? They got black. Like I said, when I grew up, okay, there was a time where light skin was popping, right? The lighter you were, you got all the girls. Then it switched right to the blue black. The darker you was, they was getting all the girls. And I said, well, when is the Browns going to have a time? So knock it off, right? We're talking about the generation of a people that's got caste systems in there. And a lot of that hate came from the slavery that we was under. What this dude, the comedian, is talking about. A lot of that came from hating our culture, ourselves, because you had house iggers and field iggers. Let me explain something to you, some history of you want to talk about Black America. You want to talk about some of the injured ones. You understand? Now listen clearly, because they ain't got that level of that stuff happening in some black nation states. Now in America, they have something called the house igger and a field igger. and the house nigger was kept out of the sun. He worked in the house. Do you understand? And a lot of times he would have been half bred because the slave master would sleep with the slave woman, sometime married, right? And they would be what they would call mulatto, kind of mix, right? But even if a one that wasn't a mulatto was able to get a job in the house, they would spend most of their time in the house, not in the sun. Now, us blacks, we get really dark in the sun. Do you understand? So if a slave is in the field and they're working from sun up to sundown, they're going to get blacker and blacker. So the house niggers were showed more favor. They were given more, right? So this was a divide and conquer. Do you understand? This happened, these generations and buck breaking, all of this baggage, a lot of that was picked up from the 400 years of slavery that the black people went through. You understand? But when they came out, let me explain something. When they was coming out, they had generations that came out and built Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, and places like that. They wasn't doing no segregation on that. Then you go further and you have these Greek sororities and stuff. You had others that did a paper bag test. They wanted you to be lighter because you got more privileges in America if you can pass as lighter skin. So you had some who carried on some of the traditions of the old slavery trauma left over. But my grandparents, my people where I grew up in New York City, we didn't show no color favoritism at all. You understand? It didn't matter if you was blue, black, bright brown, you got it. They'll call you what they call white, red, and red, heifer, and yellow. If you black, they call you black spear chucker. If you brown, they call you ugly eyes pop. Like you just got it for, kids are mean people, But nah. Yes, do you got some hate? Yes, you got, it is what it is. You got a lot of people that don't like to see the entertainers, right? The celebrity, because they choosing all the white girls, right? But a lot of that is conditioning as well, but also it's also environment, because a lot of those people, I'm not making no excuse for it, but a lot of those athletes who are marrying, a lot of them, they actually marrying the people they went to school with when they went to college in their proximity. They went to college at Iowa State. Do you understand? So when they went to college for those 4 years, when they were struggling before they made it and everything, who you think was the one cooking their little bologna sandwiches and stuff? Who was the one, right? That's who they was dating. A lot of it got to do with environment. You understand? That's why Michael Jordan and stuff married his old, like it's the environment. Now later he divorced and what, but again, it's individualistic. So when you do your collective racism, yes, you got blacks that are collectively ignorant. All right, you got a nation of people that are collectively ignorant. You understand? And they talk, I don't believe in all that crap, right? Because the genealogies, you got to know people by their fruit. And honestly, you can't call who people fall in love with. You understand? Now, if someone's selective, like you got people delineating, right? You got people who are deciding that they don't like blacks. Black women deciding, I don't like black men. White men are better and Asian men are better. We hate blacks. Blacks need to be decimated. That's black on black hate, right? That ain't so miss me with your outliers of your traumatized individuals. No, we're talking about the collective of a people, right? Billions of people, and this is their culture for thousands and thousands of years. So get your panties out of bunch, bro. Get out of here, clown. Sorry, guys. Go ahead, Hakiyama.
We have a question from a newcomer. It's Red.
Okay. Could somebody bring me something to drink, please? I am dying of water thirst over here. Oh, I got a water over here. Go ahead, Hakiyama. I got one.
They say, are you Black Hebrews?
The reason why I laughed at that question is because, did they just ask it or they asked it a long time ago?
They just asked it.
Okay, good. They still here. The reason why I laughed at the question is because they have these people out there that call themselves Hebrew Israelites, right? You call them Black Hebrew Israelites. That's an oxymoron because they're Hebrew Israelites. Well, some of them not, right? some of them Esau, some of them devils, some of them whatever. But anyway, they a hate group, right? They out there talking about we hate everybody. The white man's a devil and we the all that, right? We are a ministry. We in this ministry are children of the Most High. Okay. Do some of us have a belief that we descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Yes. Some of us have a belief that we descend from the tribe of Judah and we try to follow the laws according to the Bible, not like these Hebrew Israelites, the ones these hate groups talking about, we the people of the book, you're going to be our slave, and we worshiping their melon and all that, ain't nothing but sin and transgression. Some of them don't descend. Some of them descend from Esau. Some of them are just other, these ain't nothing but the devil. Devil is what the devil does, right? So we don't identify with these. There's that clown show that's going on out there, right? It's a fleshly religious belief system that they are better than everybody else. Just another racial class system that they worship in their identity, okay? Because if they really did the sin, right? Let's say some of them probably do, like a small amount, they probably do, right? But guess what? The Israelites in the Bible crashed out over and over again. That's why they went into slavery and captivity, right? But if some of them really did, and they were the righteous remnant of them, then they would be lowering themselves, right? And repenting for the sins of their ancestors, not magnifying their flesh and stuff, so that they can serve the other nations righteously and bring everyone back to the Most High by example, by their fruit. Ain't nobody following. Only people going to follow them are people in trauma, okay? People that are lost. They're none but a hate group. So when you ask that, I laugh, right? Do some of us believe we descend from children of Abraham? Yes, okay? Are we some calling out, do we got to worry about calling ourselves some Hebrew Israelites and all that stuff? No. The Bible says at the end time, they'll become children of the Most High. Lineage is important to understand who you are, but it's more important what you do with it if you feel, because nothing can be genetically proven. It's all a belief system. If you have a belief system that says that you might descend from these people, then there's something you to do about it, and that is to lower yourself, become righteous, keep the laws and the commandments of the Most High. Righteousness, morality, love your neighbors, you love yourself. Be a light to the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, and lead them to the Father. Okay? So it's what you do with it. So that's why I laughed at it. I'm like, so we don't identify with all that because we're not a religion. We're here to build a relationship with our Father, the creator of all things. I don't care whatever nation, kindred, tongue, and people. If you feel you are what they call a natural branch, and the others, where the Bible says, my children, which are not of this fold, he who keeps my Father's, the Most High's righteous commandments is my brother or sister. You understand? So yes, some of us do descend from the children of Abraham, Shamayam, Shem. And do we understand? Yes, we speak the original Habariyah tongue, not the Paleo-Picto. And a lot of those camps and those Israelites, they don't even speak, right? That's a whole clown show. They run around with the star of Remfram and Moloch and all that type of stuff, right? You'll know people by their fruit, all right? So we don't identify with all that religious group crap. Welcome to the house of the Most High. We are his children, and we come to serve you. All right, we come to teach, we come to discern, we come to rightly divide, we come to bring righteousness and be an example of how to live in this dark second world for the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, for you to be example. We come to answer your questions. We come to help you in any way that we can. We come to love on you and give you respect. If you know what I mean? But now if you come foolish, then you can get checked and get out of here. We don't cuss. We don't eat flesh and blood. We don't do a lot of things that religious churches and groups do and stuff. We actually try to live day 1 to day 7 according to the book of Baba Shayat, what they call Genesis, before the sin and transgression, before sin, the beast came into the world, Genesis 3 and 6. We try to live day 1 to day 7, okay? What the laws that he expected in his presence, Ayadan, Eden, back to his presence. All right, praise the Most High. So, well, yeah, and we're a ministry of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people too. We got people from all over the world. A lot of my so-called brothers and sisters are so-called white in our ministry. Some of the few of the moderators. We got Caribbeans. We got everything. We even got East Indian in our ministry. We got I mean, we got people got married in our ministry, little white babies born, so-called white couples. I officiated their union to the Most High in marriage. We got everywhere, Grenadian, Jamaicans. We got everybody. We're just children of the Most High coming together in spirit and in truth to be servants, as the Bible says we ought to be, as the Hebrew Messiah said we ought to be. Serve one another in love and kindness and respect, in spirit and in truth. That's what we're called to do. That's what the Bible says. That's the election, that if you did descend from Jacob, and you wanted the children of Yasharel, then that is what you was called to do anyway. And that's what they didn't do, and that's why they got cursed, the actual Israelites in the Bible. All right. Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. Great question. But yes, welcome to the house of the Most High. We are his children. All right? All right. All right, so let's continue this so we can close out. It's almost 5 o'clock, but I mean, every Friday we be going long. Let me see, how many people here? Oh, it went down. Okay, it's only 63 people now. All right, so it's time to close out. All right, I was about to say, if it's still 80 something, I wasn't gonna go longer, but we still gonna finish this out.
These Indians be light as, but they still look Indian, which is hilarious. But they're light as hell. That's why I always advise people to watch movies from Telugu, the Telugu movies. That's a different part of India, but you'll actually see brown people, because the majority of India is brown. So it's nice to see these new Telugu movies like RRR, for example. If you're ever interested, watch RRR and you see actually brown people. You know, of course, all these different countries are made up of different complexions, but they always put the lighter people in front. There's one called Light and Lovely, I think. It's a bleaching cream in India, Light and Lovely. I think it's Light and Lovely, I think. If I'm wrong, let me know. But
that's hilarious. It's called Fair and Lovely. Fair. That's crazy. See, that's that linguistic brainwashing. Light skin is fair, so I guess dark skin is unfair. I was about to say they got Light and Lovely from Dark and Lovely, right? The hair care thing, but it's not Light and Lovely, it's Fair and Lovely. Wow.
It's like they have that.
Like I said, whatever tone you have, love yourself. Love what the Most High has given you, because he created you in that image. That's the created image that he wanted you to be in. So you need to love yourself, right? Because you got some light people who don't love themselves, dark people who don't love themselves. Love what the Most High created. You understand? Don't have these nations make you hate yourself, right? Because of your tone and complexion. And it's easily done because the environment, when you're around a group of people who's only pushing the dark is bad, and you the darkest, then you're going to feel what? Bad. You see? You see how environment shapes and molds personality? And also your temperament and things those are spirits you're ingesting. If you keep going to school and you keep getting around people and all they talk about is dark is bad and white is beautiful and dark is unfair and white is fair and this, then you're going to end up starting to hate yourself. And so that stuff has passed down and triggered, has been passed on to other people in generations. So yes, you have blacks that hate the darker skin because they still have the conditioning of the slave and a colonialist mindset, slavery mindset. And this was all intentional.
Shelf like in Vaseline. They buy that Light and Lovely. We in Nigeria.
Yeah, I did. I was going to do it tonight. I got it, but I'm going to do it. Now I'm going to save it for Friday. I was going to say I'll do it Monday, but they really shadow banned us on Mondays. So I'm going to do it for Friday. I got a whole lesson on it. It opened up, who cares? It opened up a can of worms. Oh, that racism deal. I'm going to do it Friday, right? I was going to do it tonight, but I knew I had to do the cryptocurrency, the digital and all that. But whoa, it opened up a whole can of worms, right? It's powerful. All right. And it's a lot. It's power. It's so many levels to it. I was like, whoa, this is crazy. All right.
At Ambi, I think it's still there, but a lot of lightning creams are.
All right, let me get past that. I'm going to hear for, he said, all my light skin. But all my light skin.
All my light skin.
All right.
Still dope. You're still amazing. And I know, listen, it gets really bad because even in the NBA, I think the NBA is very light skinned now. The NBA is very light skinned. It used to be darker back in the day. You look in the 80s and 90s, way more darker dudes. But now it's very light skinned. That's probably why they don't play defense, because if you foul one of these light skinned dudes, they'll bruise easy. You know what I mean? And and I think this is an example. I think the reason why the NBA is so light skinned, because you had a lot of insecure dark skinned basketball players in the past, so they made sure they got with either really light-skinned women or white.
That's a bad analogy, but it is true that they're whitening out. It ain't because of that. It's still selective breeding and choosing. It is still a racial. America does it. Europe, United Kingdom does it. This is why they're bringing in the buffer class. So yes, he's correct with that. Because back in the days, look, it was mad dark-skinned NBA players, and now they all look like this. Yeah, that's true, right? What happened? There's still plenty black hoopers all over the place, right? But again, remember, these are selective positionings, okay? Selective positionings that they're choosing. And again, it's to keep the hierarchy, right? It's some sick stuff, but it just is what it is. It's been going on forever. Now listen to this, sister. Let's close out with this. This is an Indian sister, right?
So as a Guyanese West Indian woman, I actually just wanted to add my 2 cents on this, because growing up back home, my family was one of 2 Indian families in a predominant Black village. And we were always taught to, respect our elders, regardless of the skin tone. You respect everyone around you. My best friends were Black. We went to school with everyone who were Black. And I don't think my grandpa even really knew why he did not want, you were allowed to be besties. His best friends were Black. Our neighbors were Black. When we kill our animals for Christmas time, we don't feed half the village. But he always used to preach, you never marry a Black person. And I don't think we really truly knew why we felt that way. Obviously now looking back, slavery, because we were the lighter skinned slaves, the slaves that came from Africa were meant to feel that we were superior to them because of our skin tone. But a slave is a slave is a slave is a slave. And
yeah, she hit a really key point. She said, we share, they could be my best friends, they could do anything, but don't ever marry one. Don't mix your seed. And she said, we don't even know where it came from. It's called generational curses passed down. All right? Shout out to PP Hunt. All right? Shout out to PP Hunt. Welcome to the channel. Right? That's a great point. It's so passed down genetically to hate the original. It's crazy, right? And you hear she like, wow. It's like that's a what's the name moment. Right? That she realized God, this is passed all the way down from slavery. Okay?
Slave is a slave is a slave. From Africa, we're a Black person. And his best friends were Black. Our neighbors were Black. When we kill our animals for Christmas time, we don't feed half the village. But he always used to preach, you never marry a Black person. And I don't think we really truly knew why we felt that way. Obviously now looking back, slavery, because we were the lighter skinned slaves, the slaves that came from Africa were meant to feel that we were superior to them because of our skin tone. But a slave is a slave is a slave is a slave. And all of my aunts and uncles later went on to marry a Black man or woman. And so all my cousins are, biracial or Dougla for the Guyanese people. That's what we called a biracial person. You're a Dougla. And so I don't think he fully knew why he was supposed to feel that way, but he did. And I mean, like I said, all of my cousins are mixed, except for me.
It was passed down to him from the ancestors being enslaved.
My mom married a Guyanese Indian person. So, but I mean, even as a Guyanese Indian person, I'm 12% Black. So there's the mixture happened, whether we liked it or not. But it was just interesting for me because I never felt like it was racially profiling back home. You know, we break bread with them. We invite everyone over. We have parties. We sit down. We congregate with them. We go to their weddings. They come to our weddings. Like, you know, we were very much immersed in each other's cultures. And so it never felt like the North American version of racially profiling someone or racism. It never felt that way. But of course, you know, it's obviously still a version of that to say that you can be best friends with them and, you know.
Out to trust in God. You'll have future updates that's coming, King. I'm not sure if it's a boy, it's coming, child of the Most High. I'm not sure if you're a boy or a girl, a man or a woman. All right.
We can grow up our entire lives with them, but, oh, you can't marry that person because they're Black. I don't think it ever really had anything to do with, you know, your skin tone. Because especially in Guyana, like, it's a Caribbean country. It's very hot. Everyone have some level of melatonin going on. I think we just have to thank slavery for that. You know, thank the white people for conditioning us and putting us to fight against each other, because even to this day, the Black and the Indians are fighting and we don't know what the fuck we're fighting for. But it's just interesting, you know, South American versus North America, how you look at things. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Thank you for your 2 cents. It goes a lot deeper with you, right? Thank you for your 2 cents. And again, it's not all white. All right. It's power structure. Now, did a so-called white group of people, white men, institute this? Yes. All right. But it's, again, you can't whitewash the whole thing and just say all white people. That's wrong. That's where you're wrong. You can't generalize the whole thing. All right. Because they had these institutions happening throughout cultures. Okay. For forever. It's been going on. Right. Divide and conquer. Okay, come on, Hegelian dialectic is why we are against each other. I agree, all right? And it is and we are called, it's a divide and conquer, right? We're called to come together, right? And that's how love your neighbors, you love yourself. That's how we work out our problems. You know what I mean? But they want to keep division. As long as you can keep division, they can keep control. You get it? It's always about control. It's control factor. So if we could keep sections apart, right? It's always been about that. It's always. That's why the Bible speaks against that type of control. That's why it says, love your neighbors, you love yourself, and he who is raised will be lowered in the kingdom. The Bible speaks on you lowering yourselves, being meek and humble, and being a servant to your neighbor. You see, if each of us serve our neighbor, you understand? They got a saying. I don't think I can remember. What was it? It was something. What was it? It was dag. I wish I could grab that analogy. It's a great analogy to fit right here. I can't think of the basis of the story. The analogy was something like, I can't get it. All right, I can't get it. But anyway, it's a thing of as long as you're trying to outdo your neighbor instead of helping your neighbor, then it'll steady be a hierarchy class of like crabs in a barrel. You trying to be above someone instead of trying to help someone. Equality, right? They're making sure they don't have equality doesn't exist. As long as equality don't exist and they have hierarchies, then they can divide and play people against. It's chess. You can play people against one another, and whoever wants to be that hierarchy can remain at the top. That's why they're consuming everything. That's why we about to get our digital on with this new income, because what they want to do. They want to fractionalize the whole world, right? Nature and everything, and put it on a blockchain, tokenize it, fractionalize it, and then enslave, put into debt all peoples, because there's a serpent seed that's playing us against one another. And that serpent seed don't only got white skin. That's when you're wrong, okay? The original head of the serpent, if you really know, the top of that stuff is black, Lord. It's black. stuff at the head. When you go to the Vatican and all that, oh, somebody done told you wrong. When you really go to the foundation, they're called the black. We talking about the 33 bloodline families and the 300. When you get to the top of that stuff, oh yeah, you'd be surprised. You thinking it's lily white up at the top of that. It ain't lily white up at the top of that. You heard? The enemy comes from those in your own household. So you get yourself in trouble thinking it's only white or thinking it's only something. It's a lineage. You understand? It's a lineage. All right. Now, praise the Most High's holy name, His rightful order. All right, we closing out. We done did how many hours? We done did 7.5. All right, long enough. 60 people still alive. All right, I know, boy, we did a long one tonight. Let me see, who with me? Hakiyama, you still in there? All right, we closing out. All right, so this has been, what was tonight's lesson? Is Trump deporting Latinos to Africa? Yeah, he is. So this was a lesson that was a warning to all the brothers and sisters that might be illegal immigrants in America. Be very careful of if you get caught up in the immigration and they're trying to deport you, make sure you try to get deported back to where you're from. Don't play no game that you don't want to go here, because they deporting people to Africa, and they're doing some type. It's something that's bigger than it. They got some stuff. They're gonna be doing some slavery stuff with this later, right? They're gonna be doing some mining the minerals and the resources. They doing some stuff. So don't get caught up. Thank you, Zion says this has been an adventure. All right, don't get caught up in what's coming. For everyone else, when you watch this, on the replay. You go to the Patreon and then you sign up, and then I'm going to have the lessons there for you. And I'm going to walk you down the instructions of how to take part in this crypto digital finance coming. Don't look at it as crypto. Look at it as digital tokenization of all things will be digitized. Finances first. And if you don't understand the basics and how to protect yourself, you will be left behind. All right, that's the link, all right, to it, all right? And this right here is the channel. And you join for free. It's for free to you, but it ain't free to me because I got to do the work, but it is what it is, right? And right here, all right, you'll see new members start here, and then I'm going to be posting here. And it'll be for free for you, right? And then later, if you want to join or advance to be able to start trading and using the thing, then you can join at your own whatever, right? But everything else, it will be given to you from a gift from the Most High for His children to prepare you for what's coming, what they're doing. It is coming, and now you have to act, all right? So now, may the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, Hakiyama, for your assistance tonight. Thank you for the ministry, for welcoming anybody else that came in new tonight. And may the Most High bless and cover you all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself. We got a little laugh. We usually get a lot more laughs, but we got a little laugh in, right? But we got the digital currency. That was the most important thing that I needed to get out tonight, because you have to start now. But you have to know the basics and the proper way, safe way to do. And then we'll be instructing you exactly which positions to put into your wallet, your portfolio. And then now you stack in the new digital infrastructure of what these billionaires and trillionaires. And you can do this from every nation you in. And there's certain platforms. I know if you come from a different nation on earth, we can guide you to which exchange to use to be able to. And then later, I'll show you how to get your cold wallet storage, and you take it off chain from the exchange, and it's locked into your vault, your bank, the bank of you. And we're going to also institutionalize, right, to cover our currencies. Y'all see as we go through. So don't feel apprehensive about it, that you don't know what you're doing. Don't worry. We're going to walk you through it from day one. And then as you continue to go down the path, you'll start to get more comfortable, I remember when I first started, I didn't know nothing a-hole from elbow. It was another language. And now I'm an authoritarian, right? I teach it. I'm a professional in the space. Praise the Most High for him telling me to go down that avenue so at this day I can lead his children and help out. Now, like I said, I really understand why he did it. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Peace and blessings. We live again Monday. May you have a blessed Sabbath day for those who keep the seventh day. For today, tonight and tomorrow, may you have a blessed seventh day to reflect on the areas of sin and transgression. To everybody else, go forth and be the light. Love your neighbors, you love yourself. Make yourself more righteous than unrighteous. Repent from those transgressions. Start to live righteousness. That's what's going to cover you through all these dark times coming. We love you from the house of Yah, the house of the Most High, to you all worldwide. We say Shabbayat, that's the seventh day. Shalayam, that means peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. Peace and blessings of the Most High unto you worldwide from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. Go forth and be the light, children of Yah. Thank you, the children of, sorry, y'all don't know his the children of the Most High. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance tonight. Thank you to the elders, everybody who came in. Thank you to the ministry for helping everybody and welcoming everybody new. Peace and blessings, everybody. Have a great night. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.